please request everyone to take your seats. We will start in a minute. Thank you. Again, may we request everyone to please take your seats. We will start in about a minute. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Philippine National Anthem. Good morning to our speakers and distinguished guests from the government, the diplomatic community, the academe, and think tanks. Welcome to Pilipinas Conference 2023, the path towards economic security, turning global risks into opportunities. I am Joyce Ilas, Communications and Advocacy Manager of the Stratbase Group, and I will be your host for today. Now, this event is organized by the Stratbase ADR Institute, and this is also a hybrid event. So thank you very much to everyone who's here with us today. And thank you also to everyone who's joining us via Zoom. So the Stratbase ADR Institute's annual Pilipinas Conference aims to spark ideas and generate discussions on the pressing issues in Philippine society. Now in its 8th year, Pilipinas Conference 2023 strives to continue the push towards multi-sectoral collaboration and effective policies to address the most urgent social, political, and economic challenges that shape the Philippines and the Indo-Pacific. And this year, we are bringing together key leaders from the government, the business sector, and the diplomatic community to share their insights on how the Philippines can contribute to achieving not just peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, but also inclusive economic growth. So to officially open today's discussion, please welcome Stratbase Chief Executive Officer, Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit. Let's all give him a round of applause, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 8th year of our Pilipinas Conference. We started 2016, and actually November of 2004 is when we started Stratbase. We see challenges this year for our country. We see geopolitical, geoeconomic challenges, and we have defined them as, we call it risks. 8 geopolitical, geoeconomic risks. And we continue to track it because in Stratbase we are proud of our tradition of being data-driven, research-based analysis. But as we see risks, in Stratbase we see opportunities. If we have a strategic mindset, if we have optimism, though we continue to be challenged by what some would say cost of living in Filipino, presyo ng bilihin, challenges like jobs, income, and we have seen this as we have tracked quarterly most urgent concerns of Filipinos. And we do it across the Philippines with our research partner, Pulse Asia. We do it across demographics. We also see how another research partner defined poverty for the Filipino people. They call it self-rated poverty. When you see Filipinos defining themselves as poor and even borderline poor, they even use the Filipino term gipit. That means any experience on cost affects their day-to-day economic survival. But in Stratbase, we have always believed that not only government is the solution. We need different sectors of Philippine society. So in the first few months last year of President Bongbong Marcos Jr. administration, we decided to ask, who can help in generating economic growth? And data reflects that 86% of Filipinos, again, across demographics, across geographic area, says the private sector plays a crucial role. And the government and the private sector should work together. And that's why in the Pilipinas Conference, we bring people together. Our guests, our speakers, our panelists, even media, to help us say this to the broader audience. And when you look at my next slide, private sector is seen to help create jobs. Again, I'd like to remind the idea that jobs is a key concern of the Filipino people. Help uplift the lives of Filipinos from poverty and even expand livelihood opportunities. Our own president spoke about it, I think, when he visited Washington, D.C. last May. He spoke of economic security is national security. So the greatest threat at the end of the day is economic, and maybe collectively we can work together. So we started raising the issue of economic security in some of our advocacies. And we ran another question just last quarter where we said, can the private sector play an instrumental role in ensuring economic security? 70% says yes, 20% undecided. Maybe they still don't understand the concept, but only 5% disagree. That's a strong constituency for the private sector working with government. Because the private sector is seen as one that can make the cost of products maybe even affordable. We have a domestic market. I still dream of industrial growth, not only for export, but for the domestic market. You have 115 million people. So maybe the models of other neighbors might work for them, but we might have our own hybrid model. And in my next slide, who should we work with? And we're happy to have the ambassadors here to speak with us in our afternoon session. And when I see this result last quarter, it reminds me of a government data. Who our real economic friends are. This is not Stratbase data. Government data as of end of the last administration. I will go into geopolitics, not China. Because Filipinos tend to look and misunderstand this data. It's deficit with that country. When you look at investors also, of course with Singapore, these are multinationals from the US and multinationals from EU because of their regional offices. The reason I'm saying that is that we need to face the challenges of 2004. We will hear from our cabinet secretaries. And we need to transform this risk into opportunities. Just today in my regular column, and I've been writing this since 2016 in the business world, the title of my column is Thinking Beyond Politics. And a lot of people are surprised. For a political analyst, I say that. But I think on the core issue of economics, poverty, income, there's no room for politics in Philippine society. We need to work together. And I believe, as I've said in the column, it is important to know how we can take the path towards economic security. A condition where individuals enjoy a stable source of income and are consistently able to meet their basic needs. Presyo ng bilihin, trabaho, kita, by turning global risk into opportunities. We are facing, or we navigate what I call an increasingly complex geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape in 2004. And the interconnected nature of geopolitics and geoeconomic development triggers a domino effect with far-reaching consequences for global and national economies. Given the interdependence of nations for resources, establishing partnership and alliances on a global scale is essential for the Philippine Republic. Recognizing the pivotal role of economic security in state relations, it is crucial to fortify connections with our most advantageous partners to effectively navigate both current challenges and those on the horizon. Investments are crucial to unlock the Philippines' economic potential. Partnering with beneficial economic partners and focusing on sectors with great opportunities boost our chances of attaining investment-led growth beyond consumption that will pave the way for a more resilient, prosperous, and sustainable future. In Stratbase, we advocate not for a whole of government, we advocate for a whole of Philippine society. This is the guest that we have gathered today, the guest that we've encouraged to participate. through Zoom, involving government, the business sector, the international community, and even our civil society friends. We can not only contribute to achieving peace and stability, but also actively promote and sustain inclusive economic growth for the Filipino people. National interests of the Filipino people dictate that we work together. And hopefully, we play our little part in our institute as we gather people, as we continue this and move this forward to 2024. Again, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Professor Dean Domanhit, for that very insightful opening remarks. So, in this first panel that we'll have this morning, it's entitled Economic Outlook and Strategies for 2024. We are gathering the country's top economic managers to present their outlook on the Philippine economic landscape. Strategies to strengthen the country's ties with its most beneficial trading and investment partners, promote more investment-led growth, and create jobs will also be explored. So without further ado, allow me to introduce and invite on stage our first speaker. He is the Secretary of the Department of Finance. Prior to his appointment, he served as the Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas from 2019 to 2022 and Budget Secretary from 2016 to 2019. His policy expertise and research contributions extend to various areas of public economics, such as tax policies and reforms, public expenditure management analysis, fiscal decentralization, national budget, and public debt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Secretary Benjamin Diokno. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, all. I thank Stratbase ADR Institute for the opportunity to talk about the Philippines' economic outlook and strategies for 2024. My presentation today will cover 3 points: our economic performance for the first 3 quarters of the year, the projected growth for next year, and the Marcos Jr. administration's policy thrust to accelerate economic growth. At 5.9%. Slide? Next slide. Who's controlling this? Okay, at 5.9%, the Philippine economy posted the strongest third quarter growth in the region. For the first 3 quarters of the year, the Philippine economy expanded by 5.5%, faster than China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Singapore. With a strong rebound, our debt to GDP ratio improved to 60.2% from 61% in the previous quarter and 63.6% a year ago. We believe that our end-of-year debt ratio will fall below the 2023 medium-term fiscal framework target of 61.4%. For the first 9 months of the year, total revenues reached 2.8 trillion pesos, up by 6.8% compared to last year's level and exceeds the program by 3%. Both tax and non-tax revenues registered positive growth at 6.4% and 10.5% respectively. The emerging total revenue collections for 2023 is seen settling between 3.8 trillion to 3.9 trillion, above the 3.7 trillion pesos approved by the Development Budget Coordination Committee level for the year. The jobs market is bright. The unemployment rate declined to 4.5% in September from 5% a year ago. This brings our year-to-date unemployment rate to 4.6%, way below the 5.3 to 6.4% target for the year in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. The quality of jobs has improved too, with the underemployment rate dropping to a record low of 10.7%. 10.7%. Headline inflation eased to 4.9% in October from 6.1% in September. This is lower than the BSP's forecast of 5.1 to 5.9%. Still, the Interagency Committee on Inflation and Market Outlook remains vigilant against emerging supply shocks in the market to ensure timely and well-grounded policy recommendations on mitigating inflationary pressures. Despite external risk and domestic challenges, the Philippines remains to be one of the brightest spots in the region. In fact, the World Bank expects the Philippines to outpace its East Asia and Pacific peers this 2023 at 5.6%. Meanwhile, the ASEAN +3 Macroeconomic Research Office projects the Philippines to post the highest growth in Southeast Asia, both this year and next, at 5.9% and 6.5%, respectively. With a promising outlook on the horizon, we're confident that we will achieve the lower end of our growth target of 6 to 7% this year and accelerate further to 6.5 to 8% from 2024 to 2028. The economic team remains resolute in its pursuit of macroeconomic stability and fiscal sustainability through the passage of key reforms identified in the country's first ever medium-term fiscal framework. And these are, first, we have the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Bill, which aims to promote the development of a just, equitable, and modern real property valuation system in the country. A credible and transparent valuation system will boost investor confidence in the land and real estate market. We're also pushing for the Passive Income and Financial Intermediaries Taxation Bill, and this bill aims to boost our capital market development efforts by simplifying and rationalizing the tax regime for passive income, financial services, and financial transactions. In order to catch up with the digital economy, we will pursue the imposition of value-added tax on digital goods and services. This is to enhance the fairness of the tax system by leveling the playing field between traditional and online-based enterprises. We're also pushing for corrective tax measures on sweetened beverages and junk food to help curb excessive consumption of unhealthy foods while raising revenues for public programs such as the Universal Healthcare Program. We will pursue the imposition of an excise tax on single-use plastics to curb plastic pollution and generate revenues for solid waste management programs. Meanwhile, the proposed reform on motor vehicle road users tax aims to introduce a unitary tax rate applicable to all vehicles, simplifying tax administration and lowering compliance costs. Finally, we are proposing to rationalize the country's mining fiscal regime. This is to institutionalize existing transparency and accountability mechanisms in the extractive industries. Together, these measures aim to improve tax administration, enhance the fairness and efficiency of our tax system, and promote environmental sustainability to address climate change. We hope for your support on all these critical measures. In closing, with a brightening outlook on the horizon and a strong array of revenue-enhancing reforms, the Philippine economy remains firmly on the path to recovery and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Benjamin Diokno. Now, our next speaker is the Secretary of the Department of Transportation. He aims to transform the Philippine transport system and elevate it to global standards. Prior to his appointment, he served on the boards of directors and trustees in various sectors such as mining, banking, shipping, as well as resort and leisure property development. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Secretary Jaime Bautista. Let's give him a round of applause.
Professor Dean Dumani, President of Stratbase ADR, members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow workers in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank the Stratbase ADR Institute for inviting the Department of Transportation to this morning's discussion on the topic Economic Outlook and Strategies for 2024. I remember joining your conference last year also here in Makati. I believe the link between economic outlook and strategies is infrastructure. For us at the Department of Transportation, we are mandated to implement the policy direction of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who said that infrastructure development will be the driver of the country's economic growth. Our job is to build, upgrade, expand, and modernize those railway lines, airports, seaports, expressways, and road infrastructures. The Department of Transportation's portfolio of game-changing transport projects encapsulates the President's Build Better More philosophy that is anchored on infrastructure development. The Department of Transportation is virtually in a race with the Department of Public Works and Highways in implementing the most number of infrastructure projects. Transport infrastructure and DPWH's projects complement each other. We work together with other agencies as well. Today, we are faced with multiple challenges in the Philippine transport sector, which includes issues on tourism, road safety, environment, direct economic congestion cost, and high logistic cost. If transport bottlenecks and related issues are effectively addressed, we can only imagine the velocity of the country's economic trajectory. We want our projects to disturb the status quo. From the start, we said the status quo in the country's transport sector is unacceptable. We are rushing projects to reduce traffic, waiting lines, smoke belching jeepneys, flight cancellations, and many other passenger inconveniences. Speaking of traffic, a 2019 study by the Japan International Cooperation Agency or JICA showed that in 2017, the economic impact of road traffic was pegged at 3.5 billion pesos a day for Metro Manila and 2.4 billion pesos a day for surrounding provinces such as Bulacan, Rizal, Laguna, and Cavite. According to the study, the total annual direct economic cost of traffic congestion stands at more than 1.277 trillion pesos. This staggering amount of lost economic opportunities is pushing us to accelerate the completion of our projects, not just those that address road traffic. Equally important is road safety, an advocacy we cannot overemphasize. Data from the Philippine Statistics Authority indicate that road traffic deaths increased by 39% from nearly 8,000 in 2011 to more than 11,000 in 2021. Road traffic injuries are the leading cause of death among Filipinos between 15 and 29 years old, including children. The same study showed that driving under the influence of alcohol is the leading cause of road accidents throughout the Philippines. This is why we have vigorously intensified drivers' education, particularly for first-time applicants of driver's license, as well as ensuring roadworthiness of motor vehicles before the registrations are renewed every year. We have a thick portfolio of transport infrastructure projects that inherently contain multi-layered social components. Wherever we build railway systems, bike lanes, expressways, or airports and seaports, local communities benefit from long-term job opportunities, increased economic activity, even significant rise in real estate levels. The ripple effect of workers hired from communities located at and around project sites spills over to local markets, school hospitals, cascading the benefits to families and the local government. Some months back, the National Economic Development Authority, or NEDA, approved a total of 197 infrastructure flagship projects, or IFPs, which have a cumulative cost of more than 8 trillion pesos. Of that 197 IFPs, 73 are being undertaken by the Department of Transportation. In terms of total project cost, these DOTR projects are valued at 4.77 trillion pesos. Today, we handle more than 160 projects, inclusive of the 73 IFPs across the project development cycle. There are around 28 projects under the aviation sector, 26 under maritime, 59 under railways, and 47 under the road sector. We are also pushing for non-specific thematic initiatives that are all encompassing across the different sectors. Included in these existing 20 thematic initiatives are reducing logistic costs, create transport jobs, transport safety and security, carbon neutrality, disaster resilience, gender equality, disability, and social inclusion, among others. Other critical initiatives that we now regard as advocacies are digitalization, electric vehicles, institutional strengthening and right-sizing, and more. If transport bottlenecks and related issues are effectively addressed, we can only imagine the velocity of the country's economic trajectory. Recent data showed that the Philippine economy maintained its robust growth momentum in the first half of 2023, following a growth of 7.6% in 2022. This is according to the ASEAN Plus 3 Macroeconomic Research Office, or AMRO. Meanwhile, the World Bank recently said the Philippines will likely post the highest growth among Southeast Asian countries despite the projected economic slowdown for 2023. The growth of the Philippine economy, however, is projected to outpace Cambodia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Laos, Thailand, and Myanmar. Let me add, the September 2023 ADB reported the 2024 GDP forecast for the Philippines has been pegged at 6.2%, with household consumption and public spending on infrastructure and social services contributing to the economy's expansion. The key phrase is public spending on infrastructure that contribute to the economy's expansion. Let me give you a quick rundown of our major transport infrastructure projects. First is the privatization of the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, or NAIA, which has attracted so far 8 prospective bidders for the airport's operations and maintenance. Deadline for submission of bids is December 27 this year, and we expect to award the concession agreement by first quarter of 2024. Another project is the massive new Manila International Airport that is being built in Bulacan. We'll have structures rising out of the reclaimed land starting next year. The airport has a total project cost of around 735 billion pesos. It will decongest NAIA and complement Clark Airport. Other airports for expansion, upgrade, or modernization include that in Bukidnon, Catbalogan, Dumaguete, Tacloban, Calibo, Caticlan, Laguindingan, Siargao, Zamboanga, Masbate, and Cotabato. In Cebu, a huge new container port to be built in Consolacion is undergoing investment reapproval and restructuring. On top of the list of major railway projects is the North-South Commuter Railway, which is an elevated 147-kilometer long rail line being built from Clark in Pampanga to Calamba in Laguna, passing through Metro Manila. The other big railway project is the Metro Manila Subway that runs 33 kilometers with 17 stations and can accommodate more than 500,000 passengers a day. It will start in Valenzuela up to Terminal 3 and up to Bicutan. The next big ticket railway is MRT 7, which will deploy 108 rail cars over the 22.8-kilometer stretch of rail line with 14 stations. It will start from EDSA and will end in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Upcoming rail projects include MRT 4, MRT 10, MRT 11, LRT 6, and 2 phases of Mindanao Railway Project. In the road sector, we are modernizing public utility vehicles, establishing hundreds of kilometers of bicycle lanes, replicating the successful dedicated public bus lanes in Metro Manila, we call the EDSA Busway, to Cebu and Davao. We will also build eco-friendly elevated walkways along EDSA, which we call the EDSA Greenways Project, that connects an existing rail line to other modes of public transport. Our Philippine Coast Guard will acquire 5 97 multi-role response vessels to help assert Philippine sovereignty at our exclusive economic zone at the West Philippine Sea. We are directing our multi-sectoral project towards a common goal, a better travel experience for all. We need the cooperation of various stakeholders, including various foreign and local business groups who have expressed keen interest in our highly investable transport projects. We aspire for a better future with upscaled standards of living. The mission is clear: to make the Philippine transport system comfortable, accessible, safe, sustainable, and affordable for everyone. This is our commitment, and this is our pledge. But we have resorted to seeking private sector support because primarily of limited budget space. Our transport projects highlight the efforts of our government in pushing the infrastructure agenda of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who has directed the Department of Transportation to expand its pipeline of flagship projects that will transform the transportation landscape while improving mobility and connectivity. Armed with innovative strategies and tools, we plan to disturb the status quo in the present sector, in the transport sector. We are committed to follow the President's directive. We go full speed ahead. Thank you and good morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Jimmy Bautista. Now, our third speaker is the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. In his first year in office so far, he has led the implementation of various economic initiatives, including advocating for the ratification of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. leading the launch of the Philippine Export Development Plan 2023 to 2028, and managing the creation of the Philippine e-commerce platform. Previously, he served as the president of the University of the Philippines System and the president of the Management Association of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Secretary Alfredo Pascual. Let's give him a round of applause.
Esteemed conference participants, dear friends and colleagues, good morning. It's my honor and privilege to join the first panel discussion of today's conference. In the face of domestic and global economic headwinds, we at the DTI are working to uphold our country's growth trajectory through strategic programs and initiatives. Let me give you an overview of these endeavors within the 5-minute limit that I was told. And I'm going to categorize these endeavors into the three key pillars of DTI's mandate: industry development, trade promotion, and investment promotion. On industry development, we're pursuing a science, technology, and innovation-driven industrialization strategy as described in some detail in the Philippine Development Plan of 2023-2028. This strategy is rooted in our inclusive Philippine innovation and entrepreneurship roadmap and encompasses specific vital actions. Among these actions are the creation of inclusive innovation centers, the push for digital transformation of MSMEs and their onboarding on e-commerce platforms, the enterprise adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies, the integration of industry development, trade, and investment policies, enabling economic environment to attract investments, the upskilling and reskilling of our workforce, and regional development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We are negotiating a loan program with the Asian Development Bank to establish the DTI Innovation Gateway in Manila, a guiding light of integrated innovation for the Philippines. It will signify the country's unwavering commitment to fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. This innovation gateway will feature advanced technology centers, for example, Industry 4.0 Pilot Factory, with the support of some friends from European countries, the National Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, and a tech startup open innovation platform. The gateway will serve as an epicenter of collaboration between government, enterprises, and the academe, and make Manila a center of international collaborative innovation. We are also undertaking initiatives to promote our creative industries as we implement the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, or PCIDA, which was enacted last year, July 2022. The creative industries include audiovisual media, digital interactive media, creative services, design, publishing and printed materials, performing arts, visual arts, traditional cultural expressions, and cultural sites. We have gotten a recent report on the contribution of our creative industries to GDP in the third quarter. It grew 15.5% year on year during the third quarter and contributed 58 billion pesos in terms of value added. We are also leading a 9-government agency task force to develop our halal industry. We are eyeing a more significant share of the more than $7 trillion global halal market. From halal food, halal pharmaceuticals, halal-friendly tourism, and Islamic finance to modest fashion and halal cosmetics. We will tap growing demand for halal products and services from the Philippine domestic market and the 57 countries that are members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or OIC, spanning Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and the Americas. These are just examples of the two industries, new industries that we're trying to develop in our country. Of course, we're still working on the other industries that we said in my previous presentations present a good potential for us to develop our export market, like the industrial, manufacturing, and transport industry clusters, the media, telecommunications, media and technology industrial clusters, the health and bio sciences cluster, and the basic modern needs of a resilient economy clusters. The fourth cluster refers to the infrastructure project that Sec Jimmy just discussed earlier. Let me now talk briefly about the trade promotion efforts that we are exerting. These efforts are based on the recently approved Philippine Export Development Plan for 2023-2028, which underscores our commitment to boosting competitiveness of Philippine exports. The plan outlines 3 strategic actions to develop these export clusters. 1, addressing production constraints. 2, creating a strong and innovative export ecosystem. And 3, increasing the Philippines' mind share in the global market. In other words, being known globally, the country and its export products should be known globally. These actions will guide the implementation of industry-centric and firm-level interventions to support export growth. This is a major change we are introducing. It's not just policy. We believe that government intervention is needed in a type of economy that we have, and we cannot just pass or issue policies and expect the industry to follow or pursue the opportunities as initiated in the policies. We need to go to industry-centric and firm-level interventions to support export growth. Our participation in bilateral, multilateral, and plurilateral trade agreements, including the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, the ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand, or ANSPATA, Second Protocol, and the Philippines-South Korea Free Trade Agreement, reflects our forward-looking external strategy. These agreements open new markets, ensure preferential tariff commitments, and enhance supply chain resilience. Of course, we have exerted effort also for the continuation of our coverage under the EU GSP Plus. And the report I got yesterday is that the proposal of the European Commission for the rollover of the existing GSP Plus for another 4 years has been supported by the EU Parliament, the European Parliament, and the European Council. That's good news for us. We have at least four more years. Very important for our tuna exporters and producers of certain manufactured products. On investment promotion, foreign local investments play a pivotal role in driving our economic ascent. The recently enacted economic liberalization laws and policy reforms have made the business environment in the Philippines more attractive to investors, particularly foreign investors. We are banking on our investment promotion agencies, particularly the Board of Investment, BOI, and the PESA, to administer our investment incentives. Our investment promotion missions, many of them led by our own President, President Marcos Jr., to selected foreign countries, supported by our Foreign Trade Investment Service Corps in various countries as well, enable us to explain to prospective investors abroad the value proposition of the Philippines as an ideal investment hub. This value proposition consists of our strategic location, young and highly trainable workforce, abundant natural resources, large domestic market, and market access to regional markets in East Asia and the RCEP region particularly. We're also working with other government agencies to improve the ease of doing business in the Philippines. One significant initiative is the DTI-BOI creation of green lanes for strategic investments, which is covered by EO number 18. In conclusion, let me say, collectively, we can craft a narrative of hope for our nation's inclusive and resilient development. We want every Filipino to enjoy the rewards of our combined progress. Let us all, I call on our friends and colleagues here in the audience, let us all make this happen in the Philippines. Thank you, and again, good morning to all.
Thank you very much, Secretary Alfredo Pascual. So unfortunately, our next speaker, Socioeconomic Planning Secretary and the Director General of the National Economic and Development Authority, Arsenio Balisacan, won't be able to join us today as the country's representative signatory to the new UN Sustainable Development Country Framework for 2024-2028. He needs to be personally present at its dissemination today. So joining us instead is the Undersecretary for Investment Programming Group of the National Economic and Development Authority. He has been a consultant to various organizations such as the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and USAID. He specializes in public economics, development economics, and health economics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to have with us today Undersecretary Joseph Capuno. Let's give him a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First off, my sincere gratitude to Stratbase for putting together this 2023 Pilipinas Conference. Representing the National Economic and Development Authority, it is my pleasure to discuss some of the strategies employed by the Marcos administration for attaining inclusive economic growth, focusing on updates on infrastructure development and public-private partnership projects in particular. Next slide, please. As you know, all of the government's programs and policies are aligned on the Marcos administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda, which serves as the guiding framework of our Philippine Development Plan, or PDP, for 2023-2028. Among the PDP strategies for enabling socioeconomic transformation is to increase investment opportunities. Next slide. Next slide, please. On the left side of the screen, the following measures are those that have been passed by Congress already, while the critical reform and policy initiatives on the right are those being implemented by the executive branch. Together, these initiatives aim to make the Philippines a more attractive destination for investors. We aim to address the economy's chronic issue of low investment levels and create more and higher quality job opportunities for our workers to raise incomes, sustainably reduce poverty, and improve the quality of life. Next slide, please. The government has successfully revamped existing government frameworks for high-impact public-private partnerships, or PPPs. The revised 2022 Implementing Rules and Regulations, or IRR, of the BOT law will address the various concerns from private sector stakeholders regarding the financial viability and implementation ambiguity in the old IRR. The upcoming amendment to the BOT law, or now what we call the PPP code, will reflect the features of the revised IRR. The new PPP code shall harmonize all legal, policy, and regulatory frameworks in developing, implementing, and monitoring PPP projects with the aim of balancing public and private sector objectives. The Investment Coordination Committee guidelines for PPP projects also outlines the approval processes for these projects, while the 2023 revised NEDA joint venture guidelines aims to ensure that the full participation of our partners in the joint construction and operation of infrastructure projects. Lastly, the upcoming executive order or EO on expediting the processing of documentary requirements for the infrastructure flagship projects aims to simplify the requirements and clearances needed by implementing agencies for priority infrastructure projects. The EO will ensure the automatic approval of any pending application or request, provided all conditions and payments have been fully complied with. Currently, the draft EO is still being finalized by the Office of the President, but we expect it to be issued before the year ends. Next slide, please. The now 197 infrastructure flagship projects under the Marcos administration's Build Better More program currently amounts to about 8.7 trillion pesos or $156.4 billion in total. As the lead implementing agency for the IFPs, NEDA recently reported to the NEDA board that one of the 197 IFPs, specifically the Samar Pacific Coastal Road Project by the Department of Public Works and Highways, has already been completed, and more are on the way within the current year. If you have not seen it yet, I urge you to scan the QR code on the screen and check out our IFP dashboard to view all the relevant developments on this project. So the dashboard provides, updated status reports of all the 197 projects in our IFP list. Next slide, please. As for PPPs, 106 PPP projects in the pipeline, where 36 of them are included in the infrastructure flagship project list. And these are found in the sectors of transport, road, property development, information and communication technology, with some also being in the health and waste management sectors for social infrastructure. Next slide. Lastly, demonstrative of our commitments to realize IFPs and PPPs, NEDA board meetings are held regularly, at least once a month, with the president chairing the NEDA board. Under the Marcos administration, the processing period for the following PPP projects averaged only 40 days, or half the maximum prescribed time under the revised IRR, highlighting the effectiveness of our reforms and showcasing our institution's commitment to driving the administration's socioeconomic agenda. Expedited processes have allowed us to already approve 5 PPP projects, including the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, the Tarlac Pangasinan La Union Expressway Extension, and the newly approved dialysis renal center for the Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center. As we move forward, the private sector remains our steady partner in realizing the completion of these high-impact projects. NEDA, alongside the agencies that form the economic team, is ensuring the country's steady progress towards achieving economic security. The Philippines is currently host to numerous investment opportunities in infrastructure and emerging growth drivers. Thank you, and thank you very much, and good morning again.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa Capuna, and may I request that you stay on stage, sir, for the panel discussion. Take the seat, sir. And maybe we would also like to call back on stage Secretary Alfredo Pascual and Secretary Jimmy Bautista, please. May join us on stage for the panel discussion. All right. And to moderate today's discussion, we have a political and economic columnist from the Philippine Star and Business World. He is a board member of Morningtude Capital Partners, Trimec Trading Corporation, and the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. He is also the country manager of Waste Fuel Holdings. We are pleased to have with us today Mr. Andrew Masigan. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. What a privilege it is for us to interface with those who pull the strings in our economy, for our economy rather. And my job today is to ask the questions that is in everybody's mind. So hopefully I do justice by that. And I'm not going to waste time because I have 25 minutes to ask as many questions as I can. So I'm going to dive right into it. Can we get the ball rolling? Can we get the ball rolling with a question for Secretary Fred Pascual? May I? Okay. So, look, the economy is doing good. Growth trajectories is on our favor. The momentum is also working to our favor. But there are some things of concern, okay? And one of those things is our import dependence. The trade deficit stood at 58.43 billion last year. And the prospects for this year are not so good, no? The exports of goods, merchandise, and services declined by 6.6% in the first semester, which makes it unlikely for us to reach our 126 billion export target. What is the contingency plan of the DTI? And is there a recovery plan this year or next? What is the prospects here, sir?
Yeah, when you talk of deficit, you're referring to
Trade deficit. A trade deficit.
trade in goods,
Goods and services.
okay?
Yeah.
But with the services and remittances, we end up positive in balance of payment,
Correct.
okay? But it's not good, that we
Of course.
rely heavily on services because it can be volatile. So what's our approach? One is, and I've initiated this in a number of forums, that we should, when we talk of export, that's fine. But even just by producing products that will compete with imported consumer goods will be almost like exporting, because we reduce
In a
import.
way, it's import substitution.
Yeah,
in a
import
way.
substitution, but not the type of the 1950s import
Correct.
substitution policy.
Mm.
This is coming up with competitive consumer products. And there are many you can produce. Like even ice drop, I was surprised. My wife gave me a well-packaged Korean delicacy. When I opened it, it was just ice drop.
Yeah.
Still imported from,
Yeah.
sorry, from Korea.
Different.
So that we can produce, okay? And we're working closely with our MSMEs through our regional innovation, inclusive innovation center, one in each region, and in our provincial negosyo centers. And I'm very happy that for next year, we will have an allocation for shared service facilities, which will enable us to help our MSMEs produce competitive consumer products, particularly packaged foods.
I think packaged foods is one of the bright spots, no, that we're looking at in the near term. Let's talk now about to Undersecretary Capuno. Let's talk about the investment intake of the country this year. Well, the BSP reported a decline of 14.7% in the first semester. No, there seems to be a disconnect somewhere, and I think the audience would like some clarity on this, because despite the 14.7 decline reported by the BSP, the Board of Investments, on the other hand, reported a spectacular growth in investment pledges amounting to 18 billion. So it seems that the investment pledges don't really reflect on the BSP numbers. I have two questions here. Is it because of the gestation time? And how much of the investment pledges are actually drop off?
I'm not too sure about the answer to the second question, but
Okay.
regarding the first question, whether there's really a gestation period, definitely there's going to be a gestation period. Many of these pledges won't be realized until they really actually visit and see the sites, and what opportunities are really available on the ground. But we're seeing more and more of those being realized. They come in any, for example, on any given week, we accommodate requests for presentation to visiting businessmen or development partners for what opportunities are there.
So we're
regarding
now
investments.
actually the BOI is doing such a spectacular job. Yes.
Should I explain
Sure,
this
please.
apparent disconnect that you're
Yes,
referring
yes, yes.
to? Actually, we're talking of two different things, Net FDI data refer to actual inflow of money, okay?
Yeah.
Coming from investors that make investment decisions years before, even before the Marcos administration, okay? The ones that we are reporting as the investment leads generation during our investment promotion missions are still to be realized, okay? At the point, we started doing the promotion efforts in September last year.
Correct.
Okay, that's just about
Yeah.
from now. And out of the about 70 projects that's a number, 70 projects we have reported so far, 18 of them are already registered BOI. That's why BOI is showing spectacular growth in their registration of investments.
Yes.
And 9 are actually already operating.
I see.
Okay? Now, let me tell you why. The investments we are working on are capital investments. The gestation period is long. Okay, what are those that were implemented right away? 5 IT BPM projects.
Those
Very
are
easy to
easier to roll
implement.
out. Those are easier to roll out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a matter of weeks, a matter of months, you can set up. Or if it's an expansion, maybe even faster.
Sir, we did 9.7 billion intake last year, no, for direct investments. Are we likely to surpass that number this year, or
Well,
are we
we're
waiting
trying
for
to-
2024 for to realize the pledges that BOI has been successful to amass?
We're trying to build up the pipeline. So all these investment leads that we're showing and we're reporting, in effect, contribute to the building of a pipeline, which we didn't have.
Yes.
Okay, because of the pandemic, possibly. Now we're building the pipeline. So over the years, these various projects will be realized depending on the gestation period of the industry. For example, wind, offshore wind, how long does it take? 5 to 7 years. Okay, nuclear power,
Yeah.
at least 10 years. Okay, manufacturing, that's faster.
But
Within
sir,
weeks.
out of the second question, which is how much of the pledges drop off from pledge to actual money down and infusion into the economy?
Well, we cannot tell us yet. At least there is one that was already withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay, so we've seen that.
Yeah.
And we don't expect 100% realization within the gestation period. The other important thing to take note of is the data from the BSP consists of 3 things. Fresh equity investments from foreign investors,
Yes.
reinvestment of earnings,
And dividend
and
going out.
intercompany borrowings.
Transfers. Yes.
Okay? So the bulk is intercompany borrowing.
I see.
Okay?
I see. Yeah.
And a lot of reinvestment of earnings. If you look at the composition of these FDI numbers of BSP, you'll see the growth in equity investment. You'll see a growth in reinvestment of earnings. The drop is in the intercompany
In the intercompany. So in the
financing
whole-
because
Yeah.
of high interest rates, high inflation. And the fact that there are increases in reinvestment of earnings shows the confidence, the maintained confidence of existing investors in the Philippines.
which is a good thing, no?
Yes,
Which is a
these
good
are
thing.
good signs.
And it's
Because
also
Let's just look at the gross numbers. We have to look at
but
the
it's also
composition of the
reflected in the
numbers.
unemployment numbers, no? Which is dropping.
Mhm.
The unemployment numbers, which is
Yeah,
dropping. So it's
Unemployment
reflected there.
numbers are dropping.
I'd like to swing to Secretary Jimmy now. So, infrastructure projects can't come any faster. We are choked up logistically. We're choked up in terms of traffic, and that's because of a robust economy. We all know that, no?
So like I said, the projects cannot be rolled out faster. But the certain developments have occurred. The Philippine government recently canceled Chinese funding applications for 3 projects: the 142 billion PNR Calamba Bicol project, the 51 billion Subic Clark project railway, and the 83 billion Mindanao Railway project. What will happen to these, Secretary, moving forward? Are we dropping these projects from the priority list of priority infrastructure projects?
These 3 railway projects are important projects of the government. No?
Yes.
The Mindanao Railway will be the first railway system in Mindanao. No? So we will pursue the project. Actually, the loan that was initially discussed with the Chinese government was already withdrawn. No? Even before the Marcos administration came in. No? This is similar to the loans that should finance the Bicol South Long Haul and the Clark Subic Railway. No? But these projects are part of the 197 flagship infrastructure project of the government.
Still part of it.
It's still part of it.
Yeah.
We're looking at the possibility of financing it through other ODAs. We're talking to certain organizations right now. We cannot divulge yet. But there are interested parties to finance these 3 projects. No?
Yeah.
So
they are pushing through it, but delayed, no? Because we have to go back to the financing.
that's right. And at the
packages.
same time, because it's already delayed, we will need to again review the project. There will be a change in cost, no? And this will need NEDA approval. No?
Speaking of delays, obtaining the right of way is perhaps the biggest impediment to rolling out the projects on a timely basis. Although the state has the power of eminent domain, as enshrined by the Constitution, technicalities always get in the way. So is there any reforms in the pipeline to resolve this right of way issue, which has been festering really since time immemorial?
That's right, Andrew. No? Some of our projects are delayed because of problems getting the right of way. No? And we're working closely with the Office of the Solicitor General because it is the only office of the government that can work on expropriation cases. No? In fact, we will have a sectoral meeting with the President. It should have been last Tuesday, unfortunately, where it was deferred. No? But
regarding
we're talking
this
about
topic, regarding this topic.
regarding right
fantastic.
of way. No?
Yeah, fantastic. So it's in top of agenda.
Yes, it is
Top of agenda.
top of the agenda because right of way is one of the major issues in implementing infrastructure
Yes.
projects, not
Yes.
only for Department of Transportation,
Yeah.
but also Department of Public Works and
Works.
Highways. No? So it's on top of the projects that we will address. No?
Yeah.
This is one of the priority projects of the government.
That's fantastic. Good to know. Relief for those who want packages in the PPP packages for railways and for roads. This has been a problem, I know. Let me swing to Secretary Fred now. Selling the Philippines as a manufacturing hub has been challenging, to say the least. Many impediments working against our favor: expensive power costs, logistics bottlenecks, etc. My question is, you've been going on several roadshows together with the economic team and the president himself. How are you positioning the Philippines as an investment hub?
Well, I already enumerated some of the components of our value proposition: the young and highly trainable workforce, English speaking, our natural resources, our strategic geographic position, the market access that we can provide, locator in the Philippines, and the impediments, for example, high power cost. We are developing a way by which through incentives, we can reduce the effective cost of power. For example, enhanced deduction of power cost. We have tried that with one Japanese investor, and the investment is proceeding on that basis. There will be an within the fence solar farm to supply the needed power of the company. The other, the you know the I don't want to overemphasize the young population in Philippines, but that's really what's making the difference, in our attraction for investment.
That's a competitive advantage.
Oh yes, very
That's a
much so.
competitive-
Japan,
Yeah.
for example, average age 48.
Yes.
Philippines average age 25.
Fine.
They are recruiting our workers or engineers by the thousands. Okay. When I met my counterpart minister in Japan, I told him it would be cheaper for you to move the plant to the Philippines
Mm.
and hire Filipino workers at close to local
Yeah.
rates, and re-export to Japan. You can provide all the raw materials, but at the same time, we have started convincing some Japanese companies to locate their manufacturing plant here and bring along with them their part of their supply chain, which is good, and with commitments for them to develop our local MSMEs to become part of their supply
The
chain.
Supply chain ecosystem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is lacking in the Philippines. That's why it's very difficult to attract.
And how has that been working so
Well,
far?
it's working, but we have to accelerate it through. Well, our only effective weapon is incentives.
Yeah.
And of course, ease of doing business.
Of course.
So we have created the green lanes, which is being led by BOI, hand-holding an investor, through the mesh.
By the way,
base.
I can't compliment enough how the performance of the BOI. I've had firsthand experience. They've been very, talk about ease in doing business, very, very efficient, I must say.
Oh,
And
yes.
it reflects in their numbers, no? They're hitting 1.5 trillion in commitments this year.
The target probably will make more than 1 trillion, definitely.
Yeah,
More than 1 trillion now.
definitely. Yeah.
Okay. In dollar terms, for example, first semester of 2022, it's about 1.3
Yeah.
billion registration. Then second semester 2022, 4.3.
Yeah.
And the first semester 2023 jumped to 8 plus
Would you say
billion
that's the
US dollars.
result of the road shows that the economic
No,
team
that
has
we can
made?
quantify. As I
Yeah.
said, the 18 projects are already registered with the BOI. So there is
there you go.
contribution.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, what we report as investment leads do not represent the totality of what we are attracting into the Philippines by way of foreign investments.
I mean, there's more.
Because we run CEO forums,
Yes.
we run roundtable meetings participated in by companies who have no decision yet or
Yeah.
no expression of interest yet to invest in the Philippines, and they get convinced during our discussion.
Yeah.
So they will come later on. They will not be reported as part of the investment leads,
Mm.
but they will come and be
I-
registered with BOI, and there are such
And there are such
companies.
cases. I think it's safe to say that the medium-term prospect is quite optimistic, no, given the vantage point where we are. But let me ask Undersecretary Joseph a quick question about the demographic advantage that we have. 24 years old, young labor force. To many people, yes, it is attractive, but it's also been said that a young labor force really means nothing if they're not capacitated education-wise and skill-wise. And this has to redound to the economic planning related to DepEd and related to TESDA. I mean, they're all interconnected, right? So we may have a young workforce, but the skills development is lagging behind. What's your take on this, Undersecretary Joseph?
That's true. We're in that demographic, what we call the demographic sweet spot with a bulging young population. But if you cannot employ them, we will not be able to realize the demographic dividends, as we call it. So what the government is doing is that we have a chapter in the PDP that says we have to upscale, rescale the young workforce. So that's what DepEd and specifically TESTA is doing as well. Yeah. making sure that the firms get the right, workers that they demand, and we make sure that they are trained for the available jobs that there is. So there are two big thrusts basically: to get them employed, yeah, and to get them to high-paying jobs for those who can, for
But
those
that
who are.
necessitates skills.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
While we're training them, get them employed first, and then train them for
Okay.
higher, for high-paying jobs. So,
May I ask if you are satisfied with the reforms of the DepEd so far?
DepEd is doing the basic education. Is it what you mean, Ched or TESDA? TESDA and
TESDA,
Ched are the ones
yeah.
that are doing the higher education. TESDA, I think, has to align more its program with what is needed by the private sector, moving towards that.
More industry academe collaboration.
Yeah,
No?
that's true.
I mean, that's been the Israel model and been very successful.
Yeah, in
Yes,
fact,
sir, you wanted to
in
mention.
fact, DTI, we're not in the education field technically of the government, but we're doing a lot of work in providing upskilling and reskilling
Yeah.
through training platforms. We're launching one, job acceleration, which includes training to be able to provide the skills needed by some jobs that are not being filled right now. Globally, there is a demand for millions of experts in cybersecurity, given the mounting problem that we have against, brought about by hacking and other cybersecurity issues. And in our discussions with a group in the US, in San Francisco recently, we might be able to develop a training platform to be participated in by tech companies.
I think especially for the IT BPO industry, no?
Also for
there's no
IT BPO.
question, from what I hear, there's no question about investors wanting to come in. It's really the skills, no? And by the way, sir, congratulations. For the first time, IT BPO industries revenues are surpassing OFW remittances. I think round of applause, please, for DTI and the IT BPO industry. That's a first, ever. I'm gonna end with this one question because I'm under time constraint. I'm very sorry, but this is to Secretary Bautista. Now on the maritime sector, okay. So having a Philippine shipping line is vital for national security because we import most of our food, most of our raw materials, and even our weaponry. Okay, for the armed forces. But certain conditions make it disincentivize the setting up of a domestic cargo shipping line. Among them is the cabotage law, which does not allow local and foreign shipping to happen by the same firm simultaneously. And there's, of course, the documentation that the Philippine government does not, internationally accredited documentations are not allowed by are not honored by Philippine agencies. And also the issue of VAT for containers plying international routes. So these are some of the impediments that are disincentivizing the setup of a domestic shipping line. Two questions. Does the Marcos administration recognize the importance of having our own shipping line? And is there actions towards this?
Yes, the Marcos administration is supporting the modernization and improvement of the Philippine shipping line. No? In fact, the passing of the Philippine Service Act allowing foreigners to own shipping companies and operate in the Philippines will help improve the present situation of the Philippine shipping industry. We're working closely with the private sector on this. In fact, last night I had a meeting with we set up an advisory group, a maritime advisory group, which is helping us identify all these problems, all these issues. We're talking about, of course, safety. The need for legislation is very important. And this is one of the programs that we are now really concentrating so that we can have more players in the Philippine shipping industry, considering that most of our local ships are old. No? There are you can count from your fingers new vessels which are applying the domestic line. No? So we are
There's really a
working
need
with
for that. No?
Marina
Yes.
and the other government agencies to improve this domestic shipping.
Well, hopefully, not only the domestic shipping fleet, no, but also a one that plies international routes.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. We need to give incentives to Philippine registered shipping companies no,
Yes.
to operate internationally because
Yeah.
we cannot compete with international players if we don't give incentives to Philippine registered vessels.
Well, hopefully, sir, that they will come and that they will come soon. Gentlemen, thank you so much for answering the questions. I have so much more to ask, but due to time constraints, we have to cut this short. So once again, thank you very much. And to the audience, I hope I answered, or rather, I asked the questions that are on your mind. If not, well, you just have to make your way to the secretaries to ask them yourselves. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Secretary Pascual, Secretary Bautista, Yusek Capuno, and maybe request you to stay on stage, please, Yusek, for a photo opportunity. Sir, yes, as well. And maybe call on Stratbase CEO Dindo Manhit and Chief Operating Officer Sir RP Manhit. And a quick reminder as well to our guests here in the venue, we have snacks and coffee at the back. So feel free to get whenever you want to. Thank you. Okay, again, thank you very much to our first panel. And okay. All right, at this point, we will now hear the reactions and insights about what was just discussed by our cabinet secretaries from different business groups. All right. Let's just give everyone a minute to settle down. Maybe request everyone to please take your seat so we can proceed to our next panel, please. All right, again, at this point, we will hear the reactions and insights from different business groups about what was just discussed by our cabinet secretaries. It is crucial for the business community to provide their insights to the government, as this collaborative effort ensures that policies are aligned with industry and market conditions and aids in the creation of a responsive and favorable business environment. All right. So I think we're ready now to hear from our reactors. So allow me to introduce our reactors for today, starting with the Vice President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the largest business organization in the country that is composed of small, medium, and large enterprises, local chambers and industry associations representing various sectors of business, all working together to foster a healthier Philippine economy and improve the viability of business in the community. An architect and urban planner, he is the founder of Palafox Associates. He was elected president of the Management Association of the Philippines in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Felino June Palafox Jr. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Can I walk around? Yeah. Thank you for having me here. Thanks for inviting me here. It was PCCI President George and PCCI Director Philip Romualdez who asked me to be here. I was an instant replacement. Anyway, I was given 5 minutes for my 15-minute presentation I presented in the Philippine Business Conference last October. So, the Philippines, a first world economy. Ben Jokno tells us before 2028, we can be an upper middle income economy. Then 2030, we hope we'll be addressing more effectively the Sustainable Development Goals. 2040, RC Balikasan tells me we can be a first world country with the ambition 2040. At Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, thanks to my colleagues, they approved the theme for the Philippine Business Conference, the Philippines, a first world economy. That's 27 years from now. And thanks to the Philippine Development Plan 2028, I think it's the first time NEDA had external consultants. Asian Development Bank hired me, and my topic was seamless connectivity, transportation, and infrastructure. So very quickly, this is some of our projects as in the world. And 2006, just keep on these slides because this slide is 15 minutes. We have to shorten it in 5 minutes. Yeah, very quickly. 2006, I gave a presentation talk in the 2006 60th anniversary of the United Nations. There was a parallel forum, and I showed the map of the world. If you rotate the map of the world, the Philippines is in the center. It's no wonder for more than 350 years, we're the Asia-Pacific hub of Spanish Europe. 50 years, the Americans, 4 years, the Japanese, 2 years, the British. So it's already a given superpower countries will be interested in our beautiful islands. I presented this and I said we can interconnect the 6 continents of the world, railways, bridges, and so on. First reaction was, what's this crazy Filipino talking about? The next day, somebody computed it. It's less expensive than Middle East wars, Gulf War, Middle East wars. That's 2006. 2013, China announced the Road Belt Project. They excluded the Americas. Then the next slide is, even when we're a student, we can interconnect the whole Philippines with bridges, tunnels, and so on. I also presented that in New York. And Maglev of Germany came to see me in my office. A bullet train, Lawag to Davao would be less than 3 hours. And we can do that. I presented many interconnecting our islands. Fortunately, they're now doing the Bataan, Cavite, which I proposed, I think 40 years ago. Then the Guimaras, Iloilo, and Negros. So the whole Philippines can be interconnected. We just keep on these slides. And just to support the why we can do it, first world economy, number 16th in the world by 2050. That's not my forecast. It's Goldman Sachs and HSBC. And I tell them, even when I was conversations in the 2020-28 Philippine Development Plan, Dubai became first world in 15 years. Because I was named hard to help plan the desert town of Dubai. Sheikh Rashid, Royal Dubai, Prime Minister UAE, Vice President UAE, instructed us, bring Dubai into the first world in 15 years, the desert town. And they don't have as much oil. And This is the forecast of HSBC, and we are number 16. We should be there. And at Palafox, we did a SWOT analysis of our country. Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. We're so blessed. Uh, we have more strength and opportunities and less weaknesses and challenges. And if I may cite of them, we're number one in the world in marine biodiversity. We're number one in the world now in sailors, seafarers. We're number one in call centers. I like to believe we're number one in nurses. I think we are number two in geothermal energy. We're number two in BPOs. We have the third or the fifth longest coastline in the world after Canada and Indonesia. And we're number four in the world in gold reserves. Dubai doesn't have gold. They export more gold than we do. We are number five in the world in all mineral resources. And anecdotal research tell us our mineral resources is worth US 3 trillion US dollars. So with responsible mining, we can adopt the best practices in Canada, Australia, US, UK, and European cities. So with 3 trillion US dollars of worth of mineral resources, I think we can address poverty elevation, job creation, and so on. And we're number four in shipbuilding. I was told, thanks to the Japanese and the Koreans, the demographic soft spot, less than 25, 26 years old. And by 2050, average age will still be just 31 years old. And many other things that we're number one, like pineapple, bananas, etc., sweetest mangoes, and so on. So we have more blessings than challenges. We identified only less challenges. I'm also vice president for trade missions, director for infrastructure and construction and climate change environment, and Philip Romualdez is a director at PCCI. They got me here. That's why I'm here together with George. And so again, with responsible mining, US 3 trillion US dollars, if we can adopt the best practices in the world. And the Philippines is 400 times the size of Singapore, 350 times the size of Hong Kong, 8 times the size of Taiwan, 3 times the size of South Korea. So we should be there. There's so many advantages we have here. Yeah, and I just mentioned best practices in responsible mining is Canada, Australia, UK, and European countries. So we can really be a first world country if we have responsible mining. So there are so many things going for us, and people might wonder why Asian Development Bank is here. In the late 60s, early 70s, all Asian countries, or majority of them, voted Manila, the Philippines, as having the highest development potential as financial center. And I think we were competing against Tokyo and Tehran, with Shah of Iran. So that's one, we had the highest development potential. And if you look back from the 1930s to the mid 70s, we're number 2 in Asia, second only to Japan. 1946, we're number 1 in Asia. But again, 1954, Japan overtook us. And I've seen countries and cities that became first world in less than 15 years. I cited Dubai. It was because they have visionary leadership, strong political will, good appreciation of good urban planning, economic planning, good design like architecture and engineering, and excellent management. That's what they have. And if we have 4 good administrations, 2050, we're number 16 economy in the world. And like this week, we're meeting 3 business delegations. Albania, 3 million population, they have 9 million tourists. And then what is Taiwan? We're meeting them tomorrow. United Arab Emirates, a Dubai Abu Dhabi high-level delegation, and they will have a business forum in Shangri-La, the fort, on Friday afternoon. They're interested in airports, seaports, uh, um, food, and so on. Talking about food, there are agropolis, the farm and the city. I did those projects long time ago in Vietnam and India. And some of the projects we did, Ilocos Norte, Pampanga, Metro Davao, and so on, were into not just metropolitan approach to urbanization, but agropolis, the farm and the city, aquapolis, the water and the city, ecopolis, ecology and city, and so on. And I also mentioned in the Philippine Development Plan conversations, like elsewhere in the world, like I'm sorry, I keep saying Dubai. They look at the best practices in the world, then how many years Dubai would surpass them in our development planning better than last year. I think we can fast track transportation, like airports and seaports. We need 400 airports, 2050, and so on. And airports and seaports are the business cards of the country. How can you be an investor if you're not a satisfied tourist? Thank you very much. Time's up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palafox. And sorry. All right. Our next reactor is the chairman of the Makati Business Club, a nonprofit organization that initiates public discourse on major socioeconomic issues, key legislation, and also policy directions. He has had many years of experience in the petroleum business as the former country chairman of Shell companies in the Philippines. He is a recipient of numerous local and international recognitions, including Asia People of the Year 2013 and MAP Management Man of the Year 2013, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Edgar Chua.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'd like to say that the session this morning with the cabinet secretaries was very enlightening and gives us hope. In fact, we at the business community, we are actually optimistic of the future because the president has actually appointed a very good economic team. In the short term, we see high inflation and interest rates as perhaps the strongest headwinds, and this may persist for several years. This will definitely hurt businesses, jobs, and job creation, which we consider as the main mission of different businesses. We look forward to the initiatives from the executive in addressing the supply side of inflation, and we are also grateful that the president has finally appointed a full-time agriculture secretary. We heard the various policies and programs that government is putting in place to sustain economic growth a while ago. Some of them address the key issues we at MBC see. However, there are quite a number of long-term issues which perhaps needs to be addressed and really have public-private partnership. Number one is food. Prices are high, and food actually contributes a lot to inflation. In the basket of the inflation, food is about 50%. And of course, high prices of food results in poverty. And while earlier today there was this talk of demographics being very good for the country, I think it was also mentioned that it's only good if we're able to feed them and educate them properly. At the moment, there is about 30% stunting among the youth. So that is going to be a major problem for the country. And related to this is actually education. We are very, very concerned about education. And of course, children who are hungry are unable to actually absorb whatever it is that's being given to them in school. If our workforce is not well educated or trained, neither they nor the Philippines can compete for the jobs to uplift themselves, their families, and the country. PISA results, which jolted us 3 years ago, are due again this month, and we are bracing for data which may show further decline. This is not going to be addressed overnight. We talk of attracting high-tech jobs like AI. How can we do that when we don't have the talent? The other problem here is we see a huge migration of our top talent. We see this in the medical professionals. We see this among the teachers. And this is actually resulting in hospitals having capacity which is much less than the number of beds they have in the hospitals. The problem is we are actually exporting the best that we have, and that is actually going to give us much more problems. To address this, government has set up EDCOM, where business is very active, and reforms are being discussed. For instance, support for the apprenticeship bill. There is also a discussion in terms of lawmakers who are thinking of this no tuition, no exam prohibition bill. We are worried about this because it will hobble private schools. The vouchers that were set up for free education in the state universities and colleges is well-meaning, but the problem is the implementation. It has resulted in students moving from private schools going into public schools, state universities and colleges, which are now overcrowded, and there's not enough budget for government. It would have been better if a voucher system was set up so they have a choice of going to either public or private. The other view is that the cost to educate the student in the public school, unfortunately, is double the cost of educating them in a private school. In fact, building classrooms by the public, by government, is also double that if it were private. So there are quite a number of issues in education which needs to be addressed. The other long-term issues would be energy and infrastructure, and I think Secretary Bautista mentioned some of the infrastructure challenges and the programs which actually hopefully will enable us to address this high cost of logistics, supply, etc. And we're hoping that they will be able to implement the PPP Act and pass the Right of Way Act and accelerate the development of the grid. We should also review how we set up special economic zones, because at the moment it's left to the private sector, which is good. Unfortunately, in other countries, if you look at how it's set up, it's well planned, centrally planned, where they look at logistics. Is there a transport hub? Is there a ship? Is there an airport? That, I believe, is not present, or maybe there is something that needs to be improved in the way we do it. So lastly, I would just like to say that while at the national level, we're talking of ease of doing business, and I believe that a lot has been done. NEDA has shown that they have shortened it, but at the LGU level, we see that this continues to be a problem. And it is a serious problem which needs to be addressed so that all these PPPs can really take off. It's at the LGU where the rubber hits the road, as they say. So with that, I thank you very much for listening, and good morning to all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgar Chua. Our third reactor is the president and CEO of Bauer Group Asia, a Washington, D.C.-based strategic advisory firm working with the world's top companies across the Indo-Pacific region. He is also the chairman of the advisory board for Southeast Asia of Center for Strategic and International Studies, and a former president and CEO of the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. His career has focused on helping promote prosperity and security by finding ways to align the needs and aspirations of people, communities, and institutions in Asia, and the goals, capabilities, and potential of the world's top companies. Joining us through Zoom all the way from Washington, D.C., let's all welcome Mr. Ernest Bauer.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. We're preparing for Thanksgiving holiday here in the United States, but it's pouring rain and it's very cold outside. So I envy you the Manila weather. Thank you for the invitation. I want to share a perspective from where we're sitting. We represent about 150 companies from all over the globe. quite a few Americans because we're based in the United States, but companies from the rest of Asia, Europe, even the Middle East. And we have offices in 27 offices. We have offices in 27 countries around the Indo-Pacific. So we have a good perspective on where companies are going and why. And I want to say that the Philippines is being looked at very closely by the world's C-suites. I think there's a lot of interest in coming to the Philippines, particularly because of the global geopolitical situation where the United States and China are, although we had a good meeting between the two leaders in San Francisco at the APEC meeting last week, the two countries are competing and actually in many ways bifurcating the global economy. So there's a lot of competition. That's forcing a lot of companies to move their supply chains around Asia. And a lot of those supply chains and the investment is moving outside of China, or a new investment at least is happening outside of China. And companies are considering countries such as the ASEAN countries. They're taking a close look at Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand. I think the Philippines has not won its share of its fair share of that foreign direct investment, and that's because, quite frankly, of governance issues, an impression that infrastructure in the Philippines hasn't been on par with some of its neighbors, lack of clarity from government officials about where they wanted to go. And I think that's changed with the new Marcos administration. I think companies are really interested in what President Marcos is doing with the Philippines. His economic team, which we just heard from, are a very impressive group. I think well known to business, well considered by foreign investors. Their inclination that we heard about today to make some reforms, add some more clarity, I think could have very good results. But it was really too bad in San Francisco. I was there for the week. President Marcos meeting with the business APEC Business Coalition had to be canceled. I think for schedule reasons, but the Thai Prime Minister, the Vietnamese Prime Minister were keen and spending over an hour with the business delegations, telling them about their direction, where they want to see investment, and being very business minded. In fact, the new Prime Minister of Thailand comes from the business sector. I think the Philippines opportunity is great. The location, as we've discussed, is perfect. The high level of talent, and as Mr. Chua just noted, that talent has in many cases gone offshore and working with companies all around Asia and all around the world. But it would be great to see some of those talented leaders come back and join the outstanding people that are working and building businesses in the Philippines. So I think there's a really great opportunity for the Philippines. I would just encourage the new administration to be very clear about where you want to see investment. Spend more time talking to the private sector. Private sector-led growth, investment-led growth will grow deep roots in your economy. You'll create jobs faster. That money moves with more agility. And I think if government could move into a position of facilitating investment, having an open discussion with businesses who would like to invest in the Philippines, making some of the key reforms that I think this administration is already considering, I think you'd see a great uptick in foreign investment in the Philippines. There's a lot of money looking at Asia right now. That money comes not only from the United States, but all from around Asia, from Europe, Middle East. So I think there's a really good opportunity sitting in front of the Philippines right now. And we are poised, working with my my colleague Dindo and his team in Manila, we're poised to bring high-level investors into the Philippines in areas like energy transition, tech, fintech, not only just general tech, but artificial intelligence is not too far a reach for the Philippines, in my view. The level of training and education in the Philippines is relatively high to the rest of Southeast Asia. Certainly the English language capabilities are extremely high. And I think we could really make those FDI numbers turn way up in 2024, 2025, and 2026 with a concerted effort to focus on private sector, public sector partnership and investment-led growth. Thank you very much for including me today, and I wish you the best in your conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernest Bauer. Now, our last speaker for this panel is the Vice President of the Management Association of the Philippines. Both a certified public accountant and a lawyer, he is the Chairman Emeritus of Powerhouse Cooper Philippines and served as Chairman and Senior Partner for 8 years. He is the Managing Partner and Co-founder of the law firm Cabrera and Company and a member firm of the PwC Network. Let us all welcome Mr. Alexander Cabrera.
Thank you, Joyce. Good morning, ambassadors, special guests, dignitaries, and our friends, our colleagues. By the way, it's PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Yeah. Well, I'd like to echo what our secretaries have said. But I'd like to say that we can still be better and we can still be more. One of the indicators that the economy is upbeat is the number of M&A transactions happening in the country. There's a lot of M&A transactions happening in the country in the sectors of infrastructure, education, health, food production and food distribution, logistics, just to mention a few of these sectors. But I'd like to say that there's really something that's slowing down the M&A transaction. And it's really the ease of doing business. And I kid you not, it slowed down. It's also a showstopper for some. Because how can foreign companies come in if they're coming into a restructured company that didn't have the permit? And we've heard improvements in the ease of doing business. Probably the problem is not with the BOI or the DTI, but it is, for instance, with the SEC and the other local government units issuing these permits. No permit, no business. And that's really stopping the M&A transactions and slowing down the speed. And a lot has been mentioned today about the Philippines being aspiring to be that manufacturing hub. I'd like to share with you how foreign investors think nowadays insofar as manufacturing is concerned. It's not only simply about locating a factory offshore or locating a factory in the Philippines. They'd like to locate in geographically where the ecosystem is, that ecosystem that can support their manufacturing hub. And some of them would like to associate that ecosystem, so synonymous with the sector that they're in. For instance, the medical facilities or medical equipment, that's Malaysia, automotive, that's Thailand. And I think we need to find our own niche insofar as that is concerned. When trying to look for an ecosystem, these multinational companies are looking for, a few things. One is labor, the availability of labor and the availability of top-skilled labor. They're looking at infrastructure available in the place and including trade barriers as well. I think the resounding problems about inflation, energy, and geographical tensions. Multinational companies have, put it into three ways how to combat this. And number one of that is how to transform their supply chain. Number two would be leveraging on technology, digital technology that is. And number three is making ESG not a cost but a value driver. Now, insofar as transforming the supply chain is concerned, um, yeah, as I think there's a lot that can be done, and as I said, if we can develop that ecosystem, which begins with the labor force. A lot has been said about the demographic dividend, and Mr. Ed Chua mentioned about the malnutrition, but it is really a genuine problem in the Philippines, because if 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 3 in provinces, children in their first 1,000 days are malnourished, scientifically studied that their brain will not be able to develop. And that's the kind of workforce that we're delivering as demographic dividend, and that demographic dividend is dampened quite a bit. There's a big issue on education, and we need to skill our people well in science, technology, and mathematics. I think the supply chain is, insofar as the supply chain is concerned, um, are we going to impose business ethics in the supply chain? And are we going to do that despite of the cost? And I think we're now nearing the point of we cannot afford not to do that. One other thing stopping the M&A transaction is when, whether it's an American company or a European company, when they're buying a local company and the local company is non-compliant with their tax obligations, they can't understand that, and they don't want to take in the risks associated with the past years. And that is the problem, because when SMEs, they want to grow, they want to partner, they want to list in the future, they have to start their compliance today. And that ethics in the supply chain is very important. Insofar as digital technology is concerned, I think the DTI is on the right path, working with tech startups. Just like to mention, two, for instance, tech startups, just to give you an example of this. There's one tech startup that helps local manufacturers export their products. Export One, they help them with the branding, the compliance with the regulations outside. So even if they don't have any export experience, they can export through this tech startup. And Humble, for instance, is one concentrating on circular economy. The big ticket item is ESG. And so far as environment is concerned, there's some first world status is if we can cure the big issue of corruption. And we've heard about these confidential funds. Nothing is confidential about public funds. Nothing is confidential about public service. And if the government improves, there's no bribe taker without a bribe giver as well. So there's a private sector participation on this. And if we are able to cure this part of our governance, I have full confidence that the Philippines will be on its way to be a first world country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cabrera. And sir, may we request that you, sir? Sir, may we request that you stay on stage for the panel discussion, and maybe also call back on stage Mr. Palafox, sir, Mr. Edgar Chua, and again, sir, Mr. Cabrera, please, and our moderator again, Mr. Masigan, and I think we still have Mr. Ernest Bauer with us online. Sir, are you still connected, sir? Do we still have Mr. Ernest Bauer? Okay, he's no longer joining us for the panel discussion. So we have Mr. Palafox, Mr. Chua, and Mr. Cabrera with Sir Andrew Masigan.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to dive right into it because I have 25 minutes to ask the three gentlemen the questions again that we all want to ask. So here it goes to Architect Palafox. To Architect Palafox. Sure. But I'll ask my question first. The Metro Manila is in many ways calling a spade, the ugly neighbor to Singapore and to Kuala Lumpur. It's not a pretty city. It's not a pretty, and I know you're a master in city planning and in many ways involved in the betterment or pushing for the betterment of the Greater Manila area. How in terms of connectivity, in terms of logistics, and even in terms of aesthetics. Now, the problem is that there are 17 LGUs fighting for control, and so the policies are disjointed. Is there any other way, or is there light at the end of the tunnel, or is there a solution on how we can make how we can manage Manila in a more integrated fashion?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Andrew. Good question. In 1976, I was senior planner, team leader for the World Bank funded Metro Manila Transportation Land Use Development Project, and we're helped by British consultants, particularly in transportation. And Metro Manila is 17 political wheels. And Metro Davao, we plan it also, Mindanao Development, only one political wheel. So that's the difference. And we are so late. The light rail transit, number one, it was one of the best in Asia in 1984. The subway was proposed in 1972. Dredging of Laguna Lake spillway was proposed in 1974. That's why the cause of flooding, 80,000 hectares of land, Ondoy, the solutions were put forward. In fact, it was the Metro Manila World Bank funded and Manila Bay region UNDP funded project that I was invited and name hired to help plan Dubai. And we take pictures of the uglification of our cities and we prepare architectural perspectives and we call it postcards from the future. We send it to the mayors. 10% of mayors are very good. The 90% can be better. Thank you.
You know what? No argument. No argument and no follow-up question. Okay, to Mr. Chua, you mentioned about capacitation and education. You echoed what was mentioned earlier about that. But many of your members in the Makati Business Club are owners of universities. To name a few, Adamson, Philippine Normal, FEU, if I'm not mistaken, are all in private hands. How are they contributing to the capacitation? And in the first place, is there an initiative to elevate the standards of advanced education or higher education by these privately owned universities? Is there that consciousness, or is it a profit-driven initiative?
No, there is a consciousness because In fact, churning out good graduates is to the interest of business in the end. So all these companies, I give you an example. FINMA is another example that has gone into education. And I think FINMA now is the biggest private school with 150,000 students. But what you're seeing really is the private schools being squeezed out, especially tertiary education, because of this free state, free tuition for state universities and colleges. So quite a number have closed. In fact, there's this famous school which was run by nuns that has recently closed, and there are many others that have closed. So it's a serious problem, and I don't think that it is incompatible to make money and to come up with good education. So some of our state universities and colleges are also doing a good job, but actually it's I mean the PISA results is more for the basic education, and for tertiary, I've seen the results in neighboring countries like Vietnam. Vietnam has now overtaken the Philippines as well when it comes to education. They're investing significant amount of money. When I say they, it's the government, no?
Yeah.
For us, government provides funding from DOST. You have, as I said, state universities and colleges, but it's not at the same level as Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia.
Yeah, no, I understand. But there is that initiative, and there's the intention. I think that's what's important. It's the intention.
Yes.
Although, really, I must agree with you that it's really in the elementary level, the fundamental. Maybe if we stop spending on confidential funds, there'll be more money for actual education. No,
Totally agree.
could be. Okay, let me swing over to Mr. Bauer. Is he online? No more? Okay. So, all right. Mr. Cabrera, you mentioned that one of the indicators to measure the mood of how vibrant the economy is the amount of M&As occurring within the economy. How has it been since the start of the Marcos administration? And what is it? Quality M&A? Is it big ticket M&As, or is it MSMEs level? Can you give us a sense of where the M&A mood?
Many of them are big ticket M&As, but you can see that this is also a product of the pent up M&A since the pandemic. And now that they're trying to come into the Philippines, we see all these hindrances that are stopping the transaction, as I mentioned in my speech, the compliance of the local companies and the difficulty of getting government permits, for instance. Yeah, so they're not SME M&A, they're also big M&As.
They're big M&As.
Yeah,
That's a
because
good.
they're in infrastructure,
Yes.
medical sector, etc.
Yeah. Architect Palafox, you mentioned, and that study has been circulating since I think 2016, no? That the Philippines has the potential to be the 16th largest economy GDP-wise in terms of nominal GDP. And you've been part of the visioning of what the Philippines could be 25, 26 years from today. Where do you see the Philippines under the economic sun in 2050?
2050. I agree with the forecast.
Okay.
I mentioned about a long list of blessings, strengths, and opportunities. And as Vice President for Trade Missions PCCI and Director for Construction Infrastructure, people tell me it's no longer ease of doing business, but cost of doing business. And most of that is unreceipted cost. That's one. The other one is electricity. The third is logistics, seamless connectivity. So in the Philippine Development Plan, I mentioned that there are 32 modes of transportation. In our plan, less than 10. And we have about 20 kinds of infrastructure. In our plan, less than 10. And the title of my assignment from ADB to Health MEDA was seamless connectivity. It seems I had 105 pages of recommendation. The seamless was not mentioned anymore, just connectivity.
Just connectivity. I agree. Connectivity is vital for, for overall development. But
Sir, because it's no longer location, location, location. Accessibility, 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 mobility, 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 connectivity, connectivity. We have so many nice sceneries and tourist spots, but you cannot access them.
so it all falls into place with connectivity and accessibility. Got it. Seamless connectivity. Mr. Chua, I'm sorry, I'm talking fast because I wanna cram in as many questions as I can. It's been said, I've heard it from many economists that most, I'm not saying all, but most Philippine conglomerates are averse to international competition. And so they dwell on industries such as real estate development, such as banking, such as infrastructure where you collect tolls. And that's why, our conglomerates are those with the wherewithal to push industrialization. My question is, what would it take for our conglomerates to invest in high-ticket, high-impact, but low-yield industries like maybe iron and steel, petrochemicals, and other fundamental industries for industrialization? Because really, none of them are going that way.
Not exactly true. But first of all, on your first proposition that local conglomerates are against foreign competition, perhaps that was the case. Averse.
Yeah.
Perhaps that was the case maybe 50, 30 years ago. But remember, the conglomerates now are actually headed by second, third generation who've all studied overseas. The world also is now globally connected.
Yes.
So there is the understanding that you need to open up to be able to grow. It's not, you cannot just be in your own, local country or shell. So you need to go. And we have a number of conglomerates that are international. There's Ayala, there's Razon, there are a few others. Jollibee is an example.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's true. Now, in the case of going into, let's say, basic like manufacturing, we have one, JG Summit Olefins is in petrochemicals.
But not upstream. Sorry, not downstream. No, only upstream petrochemicals.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But then the problem in our country is there are manifold. There's energy costs, which was mentioned earlier, very high energy costs. The other one is smuggling. There's a lot of smuggling going on.
Yes, yes.
So it's very difficult for local manufacturing to thrive in a situation where there's a lot of smuggling. The second one is, again, because this is now a global, you cannot say simply that I want to satisfy the local requirements. You need to look outside.
Yes.
And this is where the cost of supply logistics comes in. And so there are quite a few elements which needs to be addressed before we can really say, we can attract all these manufacturing investments to come in.
It all boils down to governance, no? And policy.
Governance policy,
governance and
infrastructure.
Because I remember we were one of the leading steel exporters in the 70s, National Steel Corporation.
In the old days, yes.
In the old days. Unfortunately, smuggling, did it in. Mr. Cabrera, you mentioned that investors are inclined to favor a country if the ecosystem favors it. And the ecosystem, meaning to say the supply chains, the labor and infrastructure must align to make it hospitable for certain industries to thrive. Where do you think the Philippines' place is? Or if we don't have such an ecosystem, integrated ecosystem yet, what are the potential industries in which we can develop that ecosystem?
Well, first I'd compare it to, what are the strides being created in Vietnam and Indonesia, because they seem to be favored more. But I would say that, Secretary Fred Pascual mentioned about, the qualities of the Philippine workforce. But I'd like to see that this is the first place that the Philippines should begin. When foreigners come in here, they want to see, a sustainable supply of resource, and that sustainable supply should also be a skilled and intelligent one. The infrastructure is is very important. It lowers the cost of doing business, helps their logistics as well. And then the regulatory side, for example, there are a number of investments that did not come in after they've experienced what the Philippines did during the pandemic, that they stopped all businesses, and it's really a prolonged lockdown and they couldn't operate. So they wanted not only sustainability but continuity in their business operations.
But adjunct to that, do you think there's potential in the electronic sector?
Well, certainly there's a potential in the electronics sector still, no? And manufacturing is never the easy answer, but that's always the correct answer. So
It's a correct but not the realistic answer. Well, unfortunately, but we have to, again, it's policy and governance, no? So, the good thing about all of this is that this particular or our set of economic managers are very well cognizant of what it takes. And I can see the intention to elevate Philippine industries, services, and industry and services and even agriculture to the next level of development. So I think that's a start, no? The intention. But I'll close with this one question, running short in time. Mr. Chua, you talked about ease in doing business, and I couldn't agree more that it's a vital component to attracting investors and making it easier for all of us to operate. I'm in business as well. During the Aquino administration, there was a Philippine Competitiveness Commission, and it was headed by Bill Luz, and we made great strides in practically all development indices. But that was scrapped during the Duterte administration and replaced by, to a certain degree, ARTA took the cudgels. No? Were we better off with the Philippine Competitive Commission? Do you recommend that we restore that office? How do you feel about that?
This may be a biased reply because I was part of that competitive commission.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
I didn't know, huh? I didn't know.
And it was co-chaired by, it was half government, cabinet members, and half private sector. And I believe it was very useful, especially in the absence of ARTA. I think with the presence of ARTA, we can actually have a slightly different setup where the private sector continues to be involved. But remember, also this current government has set up PISAC, the Private Sector Advisory Council. It's not quite the same.
Not quite.
Not quite, because the focus of the Competitive Commission was, really benchmarking with the rest of the world.
Plus, they had a say in policy formation.
Yes, because it was half private, half government.
Correct.
So I think that was the beauty of that.
Yes.
So the government was listening to the private sector, and that's why I believe ARTA hopefully can consider setting up something similar where they get advice from the private sector, comments and feedback, so that it's not just self-serving. Because sometimes where in government, perhaps you're tempted to show all the good things so that you're showing,
Of course.
And I think the private sector will be there to provide sort of a balance to all of this. So I would certainly support if government can bring up a group that can help ARTA in the competitiveness aspect.
I agree because they deal, Philippine Competitive Commission deals with, it's really the report card. It's really the report card of how efficient or how effective we've been performing in several indices of development domestically and in terms of business.
And it was also focused on LGUs.
And focus on LGUs,
because
correct.
we saw LGUs as the main challenge in terms of how we can get them to standardize and simplify. Because at the national level, I think it's easier to do that, but local is harder.
But as Architect Palafox said, there are 10 good ones, but 10% good ones. Well, we'll end with that, okay? And hopefully we've been able to give value to the audience with this question and answer and this from our reactors. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your inputs. They've been very valuable for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again to our panel, Mr. Masigan, Mr. Palafox, Mr. Chua, and Mr. Cabrera. Okay, we'll have a photo opportunity first with our CEO and COO. Okay, so while we await the arrival of our next speaker, Budget Secretary Amina Pangandaman, I have just been informed that she is already on her way here from the Office of the President in Malacanang. We are opening our buffet table outside, so please feel free to get your food while we wait for our next speaker. And we'll see you again at 12 noon for our lunch keynote address. So thank you very much. For our VIP tables, 3 and 4, you will be served a plated lunch. Okay, thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. We will we will start our lunch keynote segment in 3 minutes. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon again, everyone. And as I mentioned earlier, hope you are enjoying your lunch. So we will now proceed to the lunch keynote segment of today's program. Our lunch keynote speaker is the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management. As the chief of the DBM, she vows to support the administration's mission towards a broad-based and inclusive economic recovery, bringing the Philippines back on track to achieving a high middle income status. She consistently champions financial inclusion and key budgetary reforms to further promote good governance, fiscal transparency, and accountability. Previously, she served as the Assistant Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to introduce to you today Secretary Amina Pangandaman. Let's give her a round of applause.
mics here. Hold on. There's another mic. A pleasant noon to the officers and members of the Stratbase ADR Institute, panelists, special guests, and all the participants of the Pilipinas Conference 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to thank the Stratbase ADR Institute for once again staging this conference and inviting us to discuss our economic outlook and strategies for 2024. This event provides a very good platform for the government and the private sector to come together in shaping our investment climate as partners in realizing our aspirations for a better Philippines. In a recently concluded Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or the APEC Leaders Summit, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. emphasized that for the Philippines, the partnership of our governments with stakeholders, especially the business sector, must both broaden in scope and deepen in commitments. He added that equity calls for moving away from traditional mere shared financing to formulating frameworks and adopting models that will enable the mainstreaming of sustainable practices in an inclusive manner. He likewise recognizes that national security is no longer simply about territorial defense. For PBBM, economic security is national security. Hence, in support of the administration's pursuit of a future-proof and sustainable economy that will usher in the dawn of a new Philippines, ang bagong Pilipinas, where no Filipino is left behind, we have been working double time to implement key structural reforms to promote transparency, efficiency, and responsiveness in public service. Through this, we will foster a conducive business environment to ensure sustained economic growth. Most notable is our proposed amendments to the 20-year-old law Government Procurement Reform Act, one of the priority bills included in the Common Legislative Agenda of the 19th Congress. These amendments include various strategies and procurement planning, including market scoping and early procurement activities. We will likewise leverage digitalization and innovation to make public procurement more efficient and transparent through our modernized Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, or MPhilJEPS. If all goes well, we will soon also have an electronic reverse auction or an electronic e-marketplace, which we will expand to not just common use supplies, but also to non-common use supplies. This will be similar to online shopping platforms such as the Shopee or Lazada, making our procurement more convenient. To secure not only a future-proof, but also a sustainable economy, we have also started to make our procurement systems go green. We are adopting a green public procurement strategy in the procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services to ensure reduced environmental impact throughout their life cycle. In addition, we aim to integrate green practices and environmentally relevant criteria in the procurement design of a project and effectively establish a local market for green products. And towards transparency, especially because DBM is the head of the Philippine Open Government Partnership Steering Committee, we will make procurement transparent by mainstreaming public participation in the procurement process. We will invite at least 2 observers from the private sector and 1 from the civil society to sit in our procurement proceedings. In addition, we have significantly advanced open contracting reforms and enriched participatory spaces for improved transparency and accountability in the government. Procurement, and in line with the recent institutionalization of PHOGP through Executive Order Number 31. This EO is a momentous win for open government in the country, especially since the Philippines is one of the 8 founding members of this unique global movement, which recognizes the importance of partnerships between government and the civil society in espousing transparency, accountability, and public participation in governance. We are also lobbying for the passage of the National Government Right-Sizing Program, or the NGRP, and the Progressive Budgeting for Better and Modernized Governance Bill, or the PBBM Governance Bill. The NGRP aims to have a responsive public workforce and raise the overall productivity of our public sector. Meanwhile, the PBBM Governance Bill seeks to reform the budget process by enforcing greater accountability in public financial management, promoting fiscal sustainability, increase budget transparency and participation, and ensuring the swift and efficient delivery of government programs. This will institutionalize the cash budgeting system alongside the budget and treasury management system, a key digitalization measure to further enhance the integrated financial management information system. As you know, the full adoption of IFMIS, a consolidated platform of digitalization used in financial management processes, was directed by the President through Executive Order number 29, issued June of this year. In line with this, and as we wait for the PBBM governance bill and the NGRP to be passed, we are also doing our part to begin the transformation towards a more transparent and efficient government. As such, the Department of Budget and Management is gearing up to launch its digital transformation roadmap, which promotes data governance and digitalization of all fiscal-related documents and government processes. This will enable us to create one primary tool and single source of truth for all fiscal-related transactions and prevent red tape and other corruption-related activities through paperless transactions, among others. We are also relentlessly working for the passage of our fiscal year 2024 national budget, which amounts to 5.768 trillion pesos, or equivalent to 21.7% of our GDP, and is 9.5% higher than this year's budget of 5.268 trillion pesos. I am happy to share that the House of Representatives approved the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act last September 27, while the Senate plenary budget deliberations ended a day ago, and the Senate version soon to be passed this coming week. Together with Congress, we are not only ensuring the timely passage of the budget, but also the realization of the government's priorities anchored on the 8-point socio-economic agenda. Hence, continuing the gains from this year's priority programs, the fiscal year 2024 national budget will prioritize shovel-ready projects, investments in human capital development, sustainable agriculture and food security, and climate change adaptation, mitigation, among others, ensuring that each peso of our national budget is spent for the welfare of the Filipinos. To ensure that we do not neglect socio-economic objectives even as we achieve high growth performance, our social services sector, comprising of education and health, will be given the highest budget allocation with 2.183 trillion pesos, or 37.9% of the proposed 2024 budget, while economic services will be given the second highest share with 1.709 trillion pesos, or 29.6% of the budget pie. We are determined to make our agriculture sector the source of food security and a driving force for growth while boosting infrastructure development. As the backbone of the economy through the Build Better More program, covering physical, social, and even digital infrastructure. We are also well aware that climate change is now a national security issue. That's why our Secretary of DNR is here. Hence, in anticipation of its threats, the administration is prioritizing climate change expenditures with 543.5 billion pesos or equivalent to 9.4% of the total national budget. We believe a green future will contribute to boosting the competitiveness of the Philippines in attracting green foreign direct investments. So as you can see, the administration is working very hard. We are more than prepared with strategies to strengthen our ties with our economic partners towards our agenda for prosperity. And I am very proud to note that we have the numbers to back this up with our employment rate registering at 95.5%, our inflation rate significantly easing to 4.9%, and our economy growing to 5.9% in the third quarter of this year, significantly up from 4.3% in the previous quarter. Thus, allow me to share some of the government's efforts attributed to this growth. As proof of our commitment to the President's Build Better More program, our overall infrastructure spending as of the third quarter has risen to 12.4%, as public construction growth registers an impressive 26.9% year-on-year. Further, the DBM has already released 97.2% of the 5.12 trillion pesos of our fiscal year 2023 national budget as of end September. Our government final consumption expenditure accelerated to 6.7% this third quarter, as we pursued greater efficiency in budget utilization through a whole of government approach. Nonetheless, all these achievements would not be possible without your unwavering support, our dear partners in the private sector. As such, as we work towards single-digit poverty levels and upper middle income status, two of our major goals in our medium-term fiscal framework, we invite you to continue joining us in our journey so that we may sooner achieve our economic transformation towards an inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous economy. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq walidaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mina Pangandaman. We are requesting, yes, ma'am, the Secretary to stay on stage for a while for a short fireside chat or question and answer segment with our moderator. And we are pleased to have with us the hosts of CNN Philippines' The Way Forward and the Director and Chief Legal Counsel of Softcap Partners PE. She brings a wealth of expertise and experience in the areas of environmental and climate concerns, and also currently serving as a senior disaster risk management consultant for the World Bank. With her legal acumen and deep understanding of different challenges in the country, Attorney Jimeno plays a pivotal role in shaping strategies for different or for disaster risk reduction and resilience, and also economic security. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Attorney Karen Jimeno.
Thank you, Sec. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, we'll get the microphone here. Secretary, in your presentation, you showed in the past 8 years, there's been incrementally double-digit growth in the budget that's being passed by Congress. And this year, we're looking at 5.67 trillion pesos. How
768 trillion pesos.
Sorry. So how will the DBM ensure that this national budget for 2024, in terms of the government's projects, activities, and programs, will really reach every Filipino? And how do the reforms of DBM ensure that that will happen?
Well, first of all, maybe I just like to mention to note that the all the projects programs that is incorporated in our national budget, which actually proposed by our department secretaries and agencies, are all shovel-ready projects. We would like to note that. So once the budget has been approved, we ensure that on day one, when we release the budget, and incidentally, on day one, we release more than 70% of the budget. We would hold only a few items of the budget, which are um, which are added during the congressional hearings, because the agencies will have to go through it and then ensure that these are ready to be implemented. So on day one, the DBM already released the budget. So on day one, the agencies can already procure their projects and programs. And also, when we released our national expenditure program mid of this year, we emphasize that all agencies can already do early procurement, short of award, meaning they can already go on with their procurement process, but they can only award once we have the budget, once we release their SAROS, their budget on January 1. So given that, what our data shows is that of the total NEP and projects in the national government, roughly 40% has been bidden out in the form of early procurement. So meaning 40% of all the major projects and services, goods and services in the national government can already be awarded and can already be implemented. So I think that's important innovation. Second is that if the agencies won't be able to use their budget, they will have to go to us and defend their budget for the next year. So they won't get their request for the next budget. For example, this year, for example, DNR, Seculo is here. So she will request a budget of 5 trillion pesos, for example, for 2025. But as of date, in the first quarter or first semester of the year, her utilization is only around 20%. So it will be quite hard for us to approve their budget request. I'd rather put that money to agencies who can actually use the budget and implement their projects.
Thank you, Secretary Amina. With respect to some agencies that have huge budgets, like, for example, Department of Transportation.
Their utilization is high.
Yeah, it was a bad example for Secretary. Okay, so it was
high
a
utilization. They're not part of those who are.
So, Secretary Amina, I'm wondering if the DBM has any initiatives to also help departments that have poor absorption rates. So I feel like when we were discussing this, a lot of the focus is on the absorption rates when you were talking about shovel-ready projects. But for example, departments like the Department of Transportation, historically, especially when former President Duterte started the Build, Build, Build program, they've had huge budgets, but the absorption rate has been low for a various amount of reasons, including sometimes right-of-way acquisition or some of the project delays. How can the DBM help these departments have better absorption rates or project utilization of their budget so that important projects also can move forward despite the delays? Because I feel like if they get punished by not getting their budget the next year because of their poor absorption rate, it becomes like this vicious cycle where they're just unable to implement projects that are crucial for the economy.
When we studied siguro I'll just make kwento. The second quarter growth was only 4.3%. And Sec RC called me and then he said, Sec Mina, the government spending contributed a lot to the downward trend of our GDP growth. Because I guess you did not, the national government agencies, departments did not spend much. So after that, of course, the president is very well on top of all this. We asked all the agencies to do their catch-up plans. And then when we were when we were trying to look at their submissions, majority of the issue that we saw is the procurement process. That's why one major revision really is for us to amend our 20-year-old law, the Government Procurement Reform Act. And as of now, while we're still working on the amendments, the GPPB, of which I chair, are doing their double time, working hard to really go from one agency to another to help them on how to properly procure and make their membership in their banks more efficient. So I think, much of it is really in our procurement process. It's quite tedious when you're part of the national government. That's why we have to make it more accessible and more efficient.
Thank you. In terms of the reforms you mentioned earlier, for example, the PBBM governance bill and the right sizing program, what are the challenges that the DBM faces in pushing for these reforms, and how have you overcome them?
Okay, like for the right sizing, I think it's more on messaging and communication. Because when we first started talking about this, there's a lot of backlash happened because they thought right sizing is actually laying off people from national government. That's not the intention of the law. It's actually making the national government more responsive and then maybe putting the right skills sets in the national government. So it's more of, I think, communication and messaging. On the PBBM, it's basically more on digitalization efforts. And when we say digitalization, it will really cost a lot. The investment will be quite a lot. And when you invest on your applications and systems to make your processes more efficient and transparent, and then you'll have your data there, your AI, your cloud services, I think another major problem will be the cybersecurity. And one of the major issues perhaps of cybersecurity again is the funding, because it's quite expensive to invest on those.
Thank you, Secretary Amina. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have now. But this was such a pleasure to see Secretary Amina. When I was Undersecretary for Public Works, she was Undersecretary for Department of Budget and Management. So it's a nice homecoming for her now to be the Secretary of DBM. Thank you, Secretary, and
Thank you. Nice to
congratulations
see
on
you.
all
Thank
your
you.
initiatives.
Thank you. May we request to stay on stage, please, for a photo opportunity with our CEO, Sir Dido Manhit, and our COO, Mr. RP Manhit, please. All right. Again, thank you very much, Secretary Amina Pangandaman and Attorney Karen Jimeno. Thank you. For our next keynote session, it's called Unlocking Philippine Natural Wealth, Sustainable Utilization of Resources for Economic Prosperity. So we will delve into a critical discussion on strategically and sustainably harnessing the abundant water, mineral, and forest wealth that the Philippines has. Now, this topic holds paramount importance as it lies at the intersection of economic growth, climate action, and long-term sustainability. This session aims to explore how public-private partnerships and private sector-led investments can propel economic development while also aligning with environmental and climate goals. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker for today. She is the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Today, she brings a wealth of expertise to our discussions, being a seasoned scientist with a specialized focus on climate resiliency, natural solutions, and sustainability. Since the start of her term, the Environment Secretary has steered the DNR with a resolute commitment to strategic decision-making rooted in scientific rigor and data-driven insights. Her leadership has been instrumental in shaping the department's approach to critical environmental issues, ensuring that the Philippines navigates these challenges with a keen understanding of the scientific intricacies involved. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga.
Good afternoon. I have the unenviable task, and then perhaps Sekmina has a little bit of an edge of speaking to you after lunch, which is just the time for some of us, the lucky ones anyway. Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, of course, the president of Stratbase, Secretary Amina Pangandaman, Secretary of the DBM, His Excellency Luc Varon, Ambassador from the European Union, His Excellency David Hartman, Ambassador of Canada, His Excellency Peter Kell, Ambassador of New Zealand, and of course, Her Excellency HKU, Ambassador of Australia, Mr. Philip Romualdez of the mining community, resign. Other members of the diplomatic corps and partners from the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Inclusive and resilient, as well as sustainable development requires, as we all know, many stakeholders to balance the needs of today against those of generations to come. This must be done amidst the complexity and uncertainty due to climate change impacts, geopolitical shifts, and the limited capacity of life to thrive on our planet. Governments cannot accomplish this vision alone. The private sector is both a strategic and a critical partner in this global journey. This is especially true as we work, as Sekmina has said, within the context of the Philippines as a low middle income development country towards our future, which is a middle income developing country. As our climate changes, societies are changing too. In our context, we have an increasing urban, digitally driven, and consumer-led growth. Yet our natural resources development and agricultural and fisheries sector, as well as the environmental protection needed to sustain our society and our economy, are lagging behind. This is what this administration is facing today. And as we are fortunate, in fact, to have a president that understands the inextricable link between climate, biodiversity, and sustainable development. This forum, as I see it, aims to catalyze actions and investments that will determine our ability to survive and thrive in this fragile planet. I see it as an attempt to adopt a systems lens towards building the kind of nexus governance needed in an interconnected and surprisingly at times interdependent world. The DNR's mandate is to protect the environment and strategically utilize the country's natural resources by integrating environmental considerations into our economic and social policies that will foster sustainable development. This dual mandate is as challenging as it sounds, and this is evidenced every day by the constant conflicts we face when implementing policies that seemingly pit development against conservation and protection. This balancing act must be done by us on a daily basis. It can be accomplished only by adopting that systems lens I mentioned earlier and the kind of nexus governance that really is adaptive, science and evidence driven, and visionary. This governance must build agency from collaboration and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So we are talking about not just whole of government, but whole of society ahead of us. I wish to reiterate my message that I gave since the beginning of my term at the DNR. Our task has been to measure what we treasure. The science that is built upon the intersection of our natural resources, geospatial database, which is one of the first projects that we put online, and the Philippine development goals has really set the course of our work. The natural capital and wealth accounting process we are pursuing is, however, impacted by a number of forces that you already know. Climate change impacts and the accelerated drive to both decarbonize and adapt, the surge in global commitments towards equitable and inclusive and resilient development under the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Kunming-Montreal Agreement on Biodiversity, as well as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which are just a few. Advancements as well in science, engineering, technology, and innovation, and rapid digitalization are impacting our work, as is the promise and the perils of artificial intelligence as applied to our work on a daily basis and in the future. We now also have greater access to space-based information, and we are working within a global geopolitical environment that is volatile, complex, and interconnected. This last factor is keenly felt in our region, where there is a great need to establish stronger development and security partnerships with like-minded countries in order for us to foster a stable and rules-based order. We are a country rich in minerals, water, forests, land, and also our seas. The DNR's office is 30 million hectares of land, over 36,000 kilometers of coastline, and over 2.2 million square kilometers of territorial waters. This natural capital must underpin and spur our socioeconomic development, but it requires all hands to be on deck. And that means the private sector must be a proactive partner of government. While we have 15 million hectares of classified forest lands today, our forests used to cover 70% of our land area. However, forest cover is now down to an estimated 23%. We have managed to increase this in the last few years, but it has not been that significant. In the meantime, we have almost lost all of our timber production with the wood industry, now resorting to importing 70% of our wood requirements from neighboring countries and beyond. The same situation also applies to forest products. Abaca production, which is vital in many industries, has not increased, and we are missing the bus on the huge potential of the bamboo industry. To counter this trend, within the first quarter of 2024, we will be announcing 1 million hectares of classified government forest lands that are currently open for investment because they are no longer forested. These are in open or production forests where timber production, bamboo, abaca, coffee, and other forest products can be cultivated. Investment terms, however, will involve direct proponents required to reforest a portion of their areas, which in turn can be eligible for carbon credit purposes and help increase our permanently protected forest cover. A similar announcement will also be made for areas within closed forests exclusively for carbon credit purposes and low impact activities such as ecotourism. The physical dimension of the country's carbon policy framework and implementing program are currently being developed by the DNR in partnership with the UNDP, ADB, and the World Bank. The World Bank's work comes to us by way of the DOF, which is developing a carbon pricing policy as well as a carbon tax and other instruments. We look forward to launching our own registry and platform next year for such credits, but there are already a number of forests for carbon projects being developed with the private sector on the voluntary carbon market. On water, in April of this year, the President established the Water Resources Management Office under the DENR to coordinate all government-related water initiatives. Very shortly, through Yusek Sipitavid and his own presentation, the DNR will announce the fruits of the first significant agreement in the water sector, which has resulted in the preparation of 135 potential water projects for possible private sector investment. This is analyzed regionally and broken down per province and river system. Through this, We hope to increase the number of persons with access to drinking water significantly and generate inexpensive hydropower to add to the renewable energy mix of the country. A portion of the government's receipts collected from these projects will be used to enhance the very watersheds that support these water resources. By next year, we shall also be releasing priority investment areas for minerals and terrestrial, coastal, and marine resources for green and blue carbon. Further on minerals, resource development, as we all know, requires environmental protection as well. You all know the richness of our country's resources. We are the fourth largest in terms of nickel exports, and we host one of the largest copper gold deposits in the world. Thank you. Recent estimates put our untapped resources at a value of over 1.1 trillion US dollars. We realize the urgency globally of securing these resources for decarbonization and other industrial and security-related processes. To date, we have been approached by many countries in the developed world. And as you know, there has been a strong recent history of mineral exports to China. We here would like to note invitations from the EU towards joining the Critical Raw Minerals Club and recent conversations in the Indo-Pacific economic framework requiring all to somehow strategize in terms of these supply chains. The geostrategic value of these minerals is well understood by this department, as are the geopolitical impacts and significance of securing processing capabilities and robust supply chains. There has been keen interest in minerals on land as well as in our seas. In all of these instances, environmental security is also of paramount concern. The critical task at hand today is to engage the private sector in the responsible and sustainable development of these resources. We are fostering these partnerships for the responsible utilization of minerals and other natural resources through two internal efforts. First is the streamlining of our processes for transparency and accountability and effective compliance monitoring. We have enlisted PwC to review our processes and our people to transform us into an organization that is fit for purpose. This has begun first with the Mines and Geoscience Bureau and the Environmental Management Bureaus as well. The second effort is on digitization of our minerals-related data at the MGB. Through a State Department grant, Deloitte is working alongside with their own information systems group on the digitization of minerals data, and will link this digitization towards our permit processing so that we in fact can see the impacts of these efforts by 2024. We are also reviewing the policies and practices regarding the social development management plans and programs of mining companies, and enhancing the environmental certification, compliance, and clearances processes by directly addressing SDG targets on poverty, water, energy, land, and climate action. More specifically on environmental monitoring, while corporations are expected to do their share by ascribing to their ESG principles and the guidelines of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and to TSM. The DNR, for its part, has developed remote sensing tools to monitor the progress of all projects through daily satellite imagery, which we are able to collect and process. And here we thank some of our country partners, such as, for example, the country of Canada, for helping us access this type of input into our decision making. We aim to establish a near real-time system where changes on land and sea that has happened yesterday can be detected as early as today. Currently, these are done by 9 analysts in the Geospatial Database Office, but recently we have graduated an additional 31 GIS operators through our own internal training program. The adoption of AI tools will make change detection even more efficient, possibly automate all of this and enable us to anticipate possible violations through forecasting of the risk. A further step would be then to implement a spatial financial approach that will allow us to estimate the cost of environmental impacts by intersecting imagery with financial analysis. I hope I have given you a brief glimpse of where the DNR is heading in 2024 and hopefully beyond. I have to say that a number in the private sector have been constant and responsive partners to our efforts. And I'd like to especially cite the private sector's contributions to the implementation of the Extended Producers Responsibility Law towards our circular economy and the acceleration of our disaster risk reduction efforts as well. We are also grateful for the support towards the upcoming COP28 in Dubai. We've had corporate leaders work with us in various corporations such as Nestle, San Miguel Foods, Energy Development Corporation, of course, Ayala and SM, as well as Shell, in the areas of circularity, plastics pollution management, clean and renewable energy development using our environmental resources, and in building a climate resilient infrastructure together with biodiversity and forest conservation. For those who are not yet working with the DNR, we trust that you may soon consider us a partner, given the many diverse challenges that we face and the plan and vision of this administration. It may not be an easy journey, but it will certainly be worthwhile. Para sa bayan. Thank you and mabuhay.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. And as the Secretary said earlier, we are also honored to have with us today the DNR Undersecretary for Integrated Environmental Science, Carlos Primo David. He is not only a scientist, but also an accomplished geologist, bringing a unique and invaluable perspective to our discussions. In his role as Undersecretary for Integrated Environmental Science, he has played a pivotal role in guiding the DENR through scientifically and data-driven approaches, particularly in the areas of water, mineral, and forest resources. The Undersecretary's expertise extends beyond his position, as he also serves as the lead of the Water Resources Management Office, an interagency entity dedicated to managing water-related activities and programs at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Undersecretary Carlos Primo CP David.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Next slide, please. We have long looked at water as a disadvantage to this country because it brings flooding, damage to our crops, traffic jams, and all the inconveniences that comes with it. However, the annual rainfall that we receive, totaling to about 2,500 millimeters per year, or 2.5 cubic meters, is actually one of the greatest assets of the country. And it's about time that we actually capitalize on this natural asset and make it work towards economic development and progress for local communities. Next slide, please. Next slide. Through this event, we wish to announce 135 water projects available for private sector investment. And I wish to explain to you how we came about this project. Next slide, please. It is actually a three-step process. The first part, our Secretary, Sec Tony, already mentioned. The first part really is to quantify and locate all our water assets in the country. And we have done so in the last 11 months. we have mapped out all water assets of the country, rivers, lakes, groundwater, as well as where and how much water is being extracted by industries, by communities, and the LGUs. And so this is all mapped out. This is the first step, and we have completed this, at least for water resources. Next slide, please. The second step is to actually bring together players in the water sector, particularly in government, that have been in conflict for the longest time, which unfortunately, this allows any water projects to be developed. No? And this has happened for the last 40 years. And one of these key issues between two government agencies is the issue that most of our water is actually being used by a single sector, which is the agriculture sector. And understandably, it requires a lot of water. But 70%, more than 70% of the water of the entire country is allocated for agriculture, no, through irrigation. However, everyone knows that we do not irrigate 365 days of the year. In fact, during the entire rainy season, there is no use for irrigation because all our farms are rain-fed. More than that, there are some areas, provinces, wherein farms have since been converted into communities, and yet our water is still locked for agriculture or irrigation use. Last October, through our little water group, facilitated by Malacanang through the Senior Deputy Executive Secretary, we crafted a very important agreement which now allows all irrigation waters under the National Irrigation Administration to be used for multi-purpose use. What this means is that any excess water in irrigation structures such as dams and impoundments can now be utilized for other beneficial uses such as for potable water supply, hydropower, aquaculture, even ecotourism, and so on and so forth. The 135 projects are 135 water rights of the National Irrigation Administration, totaling to 1.2 million liters per second. Now, it's very hard to comprehend what 1.2 million liters per second is. Next slide, please. And so I'd like to, so that was the signing just last October. And now NIA water rights can now be easily assigned for other purposes, whether it be hydropower or potable water. Next slide, please. As mentioned to you, 1.2 million liters of water is equivalent to 12,000 cubic meters per second. And still, that number doesn't mean anything until I tell you that, did you know that the entire requirement of Metro Manila for its drinking water supply is 50 cubic meters per second. And now we have 12,000 cubic meters per second available for multipurpose use. So this is the amount of assets that we are now opening up for development. And we need the third step in unlocking this natural asset, the third step of which is the participation of the private sector. And that is the reason why we are here today. Without the third step, we cannot go from having all these natural assets to using it for economic development. Next slide, please. Some pictures, some examples of these potential investment areas are actually no-brainers. Now, this one is called the Alawihaw Dam in Daet, Camarines Norte. It still is providing irrigation water, but the excess amount of water in the dam can very well be used to provide water to the entire city of Daet, which is now a water security issue. Next slide. Here's another example. This is Tayabas in Quezon, and NIA holds the water rights in a river called Dumakaa River in Tayabas, Quezon over there. The distance to Tayabas, the town of Tayabas, is about 4 kilometers. Is this something viable for the water sector to develop? I see Crisel saying, yes, it is. If we are only able to develop Dumaca River and provide water to Tayabas, then our work is done. And therefore, there are 135 of these kinds of projects all over the country. Next slide. Some are not as obvious as the other examples. This is Tago River in Surigao del Sur. No, there are no nearby large cities, but if you can see the number at the bottom, it says 22 CMS or 22 cubic meters per second, almost half the amount of the water requirement for Metro Manila. In other words, this amount can supply roughly 10 million people. If there are communities that need that supply, obviously there's none in Surigao del Sur. Is this something that can develop for hydropower? And I'm now looking at my friends in Aboitiz and First Philippines. No, is this something that is viable to be developed along with the 24 other impoundment dams of NIA for hydropower generation? And so I see them there nodding. Next slide. Aside from dams, in the list are two lakes. No, both are in Bicol. This is Lake Buhi. It's used for aquaculture. But as you can see, Lake Buhi straddles big towns of Buhi and also over there, I believe is, or maybe there, well, one of the towns is Iriga as well, no? And they also need and require potable water. Next slide. The entire list of the 135 locations of these projects are plotted as a Google file, Google Earth file, which can now be downloaded as we speak in this site. By having the Google file also downloadable, you can now access the actual location of these infrastructure that belongs to NIA and search whether this is whether there are LGUs that may be off-takers of the water. Next slide. What you will be downloading are several Excel files as well. And so here I'm showing you just an example. What I tried to do is to put my consultant hat and try to package all these projects as much as I can in order to encourage our private sector companies present today. So other than the locations, next slide. So I provide you the location, municipality, the source of water, long, next slide. The total volume of water available for multi-purpose use in liters per second over there. Next slide. And also some information about the nearby LGU, including population in thousands. So as you can see in this example here, for Region 4A, there are 5 projects, potential projects. Baler, 43,000 people. Infanta, 76,000. And in our earlier example, Tayab, 112,000 people. These are the locations or sources of water that may provide water supply to those LGUs. On top of that, next slide, please. I also provide to you, because we cannot access the whole amount of water because it's still being used for irrigation, part of it. So the next question you will ask me is, out of the total volume of water, how much can be appropriated for domestic supply, right? And so here in this example here, and this is completely downloadable for the 135 projects. Take, for example, Tarlac River. The first column that you see here is duty, or the amount of water that is needed for irrigation. And from January to December, how much water is coming in to the dam. And therefore, anything in excess of the duty or what is required by irrigation is available for development. And apart from March, April, and May, which are the dry season, and mind you, it's not the whole month that we are, the whole 3 months that we are irrigating anyway, no? So just several days out of those 3 months, you can see the excess water, no? 22 cubic meters per second requirement, and yet in July, you have 190 cubic meters per second, 300 cubic meters per second in August, and so on and so forth. This is actually what results to flooding. And therefore, if we are able to access this water and use it for other purposes, then we actually also reduce the amount of flooding downstream. All this data, all Excel files, maps, Google Earth files are now downloadable in that link I provided to you. Next slide. So catchment, for hydropower, you need these information as well. So I packaged everything already for the 35 location. Next slide, please. Oh, and by the way, because you will ask me, are these areas in difficult to develop areas, in particular because of certain permits, which I will not name, but it's actually there. I also placed as columns whether those projects, each of the 135, are in indigenous people's lands, because that is going to be an extra permit. So as you can see, it says outside ancestral domain, outside, within. Okay, so just as a guidance, I guess. Also, there are extra permits required if the project will be inside a protected area. And so I also provide to you information whether the project is within a protected area, and therefore it will have to have several permits as well, or outside a protected area. So as you can see, everything is pre-packaged. Now it's your turn, the private sector, to provide us unsolicited proposals for the development of any of these projects. Next slide. Finally, okay, so some examples of LGUs that are near one or several of the 135 projects. Big towns such as Bacolod, Iloilo, Tagum, Butuan, and Gensan. Medium-sized LGUs, Baliwag, and the nearest dam there is a kilometer away, Bustos Dam. Daet, Lawag, Coronadal, Capas, Tuguegarao, many of which require water supply. And even smaller LGUs all around the Philippines, Calibo, Suralia, Rojas, and so on and so forth. Now, we want you to invest in these projects because they are viable, but more importantly, these communities need that water for them to progress. And therefore, hopefully with the partnership with the private sector, we are able to provide very important water to communities, at the same time, make it work for economic development. Finally, next slide, please. We are not stopping in this particular event. Mark your calendars already, because on December 15 of this year will be the last water summit, at least for this year, organized by Malacanang as an investment forum. And here we will talk more about other water investments in the sector, as well as guidelines for private sector to be engaged with government, what type of proposal you will be submitting to us, and so on and so forth. So December 15, if you are in the water sector, you should be in this particular event as well, organized by Malacanang. Finally, last word, I guess. What we try to do is to open all our natural resources. You've heard Sec Tony speak to you about opening investments in water. In January, 1 million hectares of forest lands open for private sector investment. By middle of next year, mineral areas will also be open. Other than the NIA water rights in the water sector, there are a few other areas that will be opened up for private sector investment. And this includes about 3,000 water rights that are non-performing, therefore they'll be canceled, and it should be utilized at some point in time. Maybe water from protected areas and watershed reservations to be developed for water supply. That's a whole new list of potential projects that we should engage the private sector in if we want to improve and move to the next level, the water sector. I think this is the way to go. Hopefully, I can count on the commitment of the private sector present today. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, USEC CP David. And sir, we would like to call you back on stage for the panel discussion. And also may we invite Secretary Tony Loizaga, ma'am, to join us on stage for the panel discussion. And again, you would like to call back on stage as well our moderator, Attorney Karen Jimeno. Okay.
Thank you, Secretary Tony and USEC CP for your time. Secretary Tony, you gave a very excellent overview of the direction of the DENR for 2024. So I will be asking items that were not covered because, for example, it was clear to us that the DENR is balancing the utilization of mineral resources while protecting the environment. So this question comes from Mr. Nono Ibazeta, who's on table 4. So he specifically asked me, can you please ask what the direction is of the DNR when it comes to reclamation projects? Because this is also a very tricky situation where it's balancing the ecology with protecting the environment, but also the question of encouraging investments.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Mr. Bezeta for that question. Reclamation, we know, is part of a sustainable development program in many countries. And in our country, as you know, certain elements of the city of Manila and the adjoining cities are really part of reclamation. I should point out that Luneta and the Intramuros area are reclaimed areas. And then, of course, the Cultural Center Complex and, of course, MOA and that whole section. Basically, the position of the DNR is there needs to be a real balance between ecological integrity and what is done by way of these projects. We realize that there is an economic benefit, but we do realize that the ecology needs to be sound, and therefore any type of project will need to meet some very strict environmental rules and regulations. What we have, and maybe just to hit the nail on the head, I know behind that question is of course Manila Bay. And so what we have at the moment is two parallel processes that are ongoing. One is the review of environmental and area clearance compliance among all those projects that were in fact processed in the previous administrations. And secondly is what we call a cumulative impact assessment, where we are developing a scenario that will allow us to actually understand the cumulative impacts, meaning the intersecting impacts between these projects as if they were totally built out, and the ecology of Manila Bay. So those two processes are being run in parallel. And we have also expressed and articulated to our legislators as well as to some of our practitioners the need for a development of a sound national policy on reclamation. There is none. And that, in fact, is linked to the national land use policy as well. So we're looking at reclamation, in fact, as something that has to do with both urban and regional planning. But at the end of the day, this has to do with the whole sustainable use of resources that the country needs in order to maintain that trajectory towards development.
Thank you, Secretary Tony. I think it was well answered, Mr. Ibazeta's clapping. And just a follow-up question on that. This is also related to predictability. So, for example, Architect Palafox raised the some feedback from investors where there's more predictability in countries like Vietnam when it comes to policy direction. When we're talking about reclamation, for example, you're right, Secretary Tony, that some of the projects that are ongoing were approved in the last administration. So once there is a call for a clear national policy on reclamation, there might be instances where some projects that were already approved will then face some restrictions that they were not aware of at the start. How do we balance that with being friendly?
Thank you very much. I think what we have in this administration is a particular dedication to evidence-based and data-driven decision-making. And so what we are looking at this point, and it's not just projects that were approved in the previous administration, but in earlier administrations as well, because as you know, there were projects that were approved quite early in the past. No, the idea here is to establish some very good baselines and to understand what the intervening events actually mean for this kind of policy. So in terms of predictability, our contribution to that and our investment in that as the DNR is to produce the data that is needed in order to actually establish the proper context within which these investments can be made, and also rate and evaluate what has been decided on in the past in the context of climate change. The knowledge on that is actually developing, but also taking into consideration environmental considerations that were not, I would say, given due consideration in the previous evaluations. And let me be very specific here. When we looked at the different clearances, we realized that in the assessments, there was always reference to the West Valley Fault and movements to of the West Valley Fault. Well, there is a Manila Trench, and that Manila Trench is there in Manila Bay. We did not see reference to the Manila Trench. And if you look at the DOST scenarios for possible tsunami events, they do too, West Valley Fault and Manila Trench. So these are scientifically based factors that need to be taken into consideration in order to make a sound decision moving forward. We are not wanting to change the rules arbitrarily. We want to take the body of evidence that is necessary in order to make a sound environmental and economic decision. So that's where we're coming from, Kai.
Thank you, Secretary Tony. That makes it very clear for, I think, for everyone listening here. USEC CP, you did an impressive job packaging a lot of the potential investments in water. Is there any initiative also from the DNR to help on the side of hastening whatever bureaucratic challenges are when it comes to obtaining permits?
Permits, yes. Thanks, Karen. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge that they're here in the crowd. Members of the water group that meets almost on a bi-monthly basis. I saw Admin Vince Reveal of LUA, Local Water Utilities Administration. You have to talk to him if you want to develop bulk supply. And also Admin Engineer Eddie Gillian is here of the National Irrigation Administration. You also would like to speak to him if you are interested in any of those projects. Speaking of permits, the first permit that, and the water sector knows this very well, that's quite difficult to secure is a water rights permit. In this scheme that we had with NIA, it is an assignment of water rights by NIA through a MOA, and therefore it will not take very long. No, I would say a couple of weeks at max. The second permit that will be required would be an ECC for the projects. And this takes a while, as everyone knows. I'm happy to announce with the clearance of our secretary here that the 135 projects are green-laned in terms of ECC assessment. And therefore, we have a dedicated review committee for the ECCs just for this, just for the water projects. Beyond that, NCIP, I don't think I can help you with that, but we will try to speak to our counterparts in NCIP. And the other one, if it is in a protected area, that's also a DNR permit. we green lane that as well.
I think that's really great to hear for our investors here. Secretary Tony, on another topic that was not covered by your speech, waste management, are there initiatives by the DNR to utilize other methods or technologies? Incineration has not been allowed up to date. What other ways are being explored by the DNR to manage the waste of the country?
Thanks, Karen. So let me just start with the Extended Producer's Responsibility Law, which is something that we have started to implement already. And maybe just a call to the private sector here. If you haven't registered as an obliged enterprise, which I'm sure most of you belong to that category, having a capitalization of 100 million or more, we urge you to please register as onto the platform for the EPR law. The EPR law really mandates that each corporation that uses plastic packaging in many different forms, almost every different form, must register and recover what they have actually used in their own course of business at the rate of 20% a year. So by 2028, we should be at around 80% recovery for corporations. There are penalties associated with that. I don't think that's going to be a problem to the corporations. But for us in the DNR, this is just one part of a larger issue. The solid waste management sector should not be referred to as a sector. It should be referred to as an industry. Because actually waste management in the context of the Philippines must be established as a source of income and as a source of contribution to, of course, our GDP. The World Bank estimates that over $700 million of plastic waste economic value is actually lost every year because, in fact, it's found in our rivers and streams and oceans, where, in fact, if it were recovered and repurposed and recycled, it would actually generate another type of product, which would be part of that whole circular economy scheme that we talk about. So let me just say that with our country partners and our bilateral, multilateral partners, there are real efforts to actually implement the EPR law under our work with the Green Economy Program with the EU. There's a large emphasis on building local government capacity, for example, in that whole waste recovery and repurposing scheme. What is missing in our solid waste management industry as a gap is industrial scale recycling technology. We do not have this as a particular element of our solid waste management practices. And that makes all the how do I say, the recovery basically go wherever it can go in order to be managed, either in the landfills or in the rivers and creeks and oceans. But also today, we do have certain companies that are taking waste, segregated waste, from local government units and using them in what we call waste to fuel activities. So cement companies such as Cemex, Holcim, Republic, all of these companies are actually accessing local government units' segregated waste, non-biodegradable, so primarily plastics and other elements, and using them as fuel in their cement production. So these three companies, as well as a local company that is now working to reorganize its own practices in order to be able to take non-segregated waste and actually use that as fuel. This is only one way of processing. A lot of our sugar and other agricultural industrial scale operations use waste to energy in their own particular operations. So we do have biomass, for example, that is being used in the production of energy in some of these large-scale industrial agricultural corporations. What we do not have yet is a straight incineration or thermal treatment plant, such as what they would have, for example, in Japan or in Europe. And there is a law which is subject now to review, the Clean Air Act, but there also has been a Supreme Court decision. And in my discussions with the Supreme Court Chief Justice at the time that that decision was actually issued, he was the primary ponente, Governor Presbyterio Velasco, now of Marinduque. he has clarified that it does not ban incineration outright. And that decision basically clarifies it. What is banned is incineration that actually produces the toxic emissions, so dioxins and furans, etc. So here we have a situation where we need to actually clarify and update the legislation. But we also have a Supreme Court decision which actually elucidates and articulates what that decision and interprets what that legislation actually means for us. In terms of the DNR, we are open to examining all waste treatment technologies, and we welcome investments in this area.
That's excellent, Secretary Tony. I heard a statistic that 7 out of the 10 most polluting rivers in the world, 7 are from the Philippines. So I think with this direction from the DNR, we can really change that.
Yes, and we have to debunk that statistic.
That's great because I heard that from Architect Jude, and but he said that's anecdotal. So that's why I said I heard that. That's it would be great to be clarified by the DNR.
We'll actually do that. We're actually, and there has been also been a how do I say, a pronouncement that the Philippines is one of the top 3 most plastic polluting countries in the world. I'd like to say that that pronouncement has been withdrawn by the particular organization that actually made it.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Secretary Tony. And as you can see, there's a benefit to sitting next to the moderator. You have the ear of the moderator when it comes to questions and other inputs. USEC CP, there were 135 NIA potential projects. Can you give us like a brief overview of what the guidelines are for proposing projects? Are these unsolicited proposals? What would be your tip for the investors here?
Karen, there are actually 292 projects all in all. And therefore, 135 is just a subset of that whole amount. On December 15, we'll announce the whole list. I should also mention, I forgot earlier, in terms of ease of doing business, I already also made a call to our friends in the Department of Energy for hydropower projects, and they are open to also green laning the 135 projects that I presented today for hydropower. So the question is, sorry, again.
What would be some of the general guidelines for proposing?
It will be through unsolicited proposals. And we wanted to follow competitive bidding for sure. We wanted to follow the model of the Bulacan bulk water project, wherein the winning bid actually is the one that proposes the cheapest bulk water supply to the LGU. No, so in other words, it's not how much can be provided to government, but how cheap they can provide water to the beneficial LGU.
Thank you. That's all the time we have right now. It's 5 minutes, so we'll have one more question. Secretary Tony, you mentioned the carbon credits as something that the DNR will come out with regulations for. What timeline can we expect for these regulations to be out, considering the gestation period it takes from the time trees are planted and then the carbon credits are realized?
Thank you. So just to clarify, at the moment, there are a number of voluntary carbon credits activities already ongoing, with some corporations investing in forested areas, in fact, for their future credits, and having that internationally verified by companies such as Vera, for example. What we are trying to do is establish the national platform, and therefore the ability to do G2G type transactions. We are working with, as I said, UNDP, the ADB, the World Bank, and the DOF, which is the principal body that will establish the pricing. So the DNR's job is to establish the physical basis for being able to do that. And of course, the basis would feed into the pricing process. We're looking at mid-year next year to actually begin to see whether we could road test the platform.
Thank you. So Secretary, when you say that right now a lot of the initiatives are private sector, what arrangements are they being made under? Is there revenue sharing with the government, or is it just a matter of paying certain fees and then it's all government private sector when it comes to reaping the revenues from carbon credits?
So it's a case-to-case basis on the way that these transactions are actually designed. And so in some cases, there will be revenue to the government as well as services rendered for government to actually begin to realize that conservation and that protection function. And some will be primarily, of course, the private sector will have that gain. What we want to do is minimize that, of course, but we welcome the interest and we welcome the partners that we've had so far. The intention is really to optimize what the Philippines has by way of not just carbon credits, but the emerging biodiversity credit market. There is another type of credit called a transition credit, which actually is an instrument that will allow investment in the accelerated exit from coal. That, in fact, is also emerging in terms of some companies actually going that path.
Thank you so much, Secretary Tony. And as final words, I'll give the floor to USEC CP. Perhaps you can invite people to the investment forum on December 15 and say if they need to register.
Yes, thank you, Karen, for reminding me. December 15, it is on a per registration basis. It will be in ADB, and Malacanang is the one organizing this, and this is how serious we are in pushing for investments in the water sector, because it hits several birds with one stone: water for our communities, even hydropower, flood control, and so on and so forth. And we just have to maximize the assets that were given to us. And this is just the first step for DNR. In January again, forest areas, forest lands, 1 million hectares, and then the mineral sector come after that.
Yes, Secretary Tony.
So I just like to close. USEC CP has made a very strong and clear pitch for the water sector, and of course we have those succeeding resource sectors. The idea is to have our natural capital actually contribute to GDP. If we're not able to do that, then we will be stuck in this lower middle income status that we now have. And here we have a wealth of natural capital in this country. There is a system that is now ongoing to actually value and inventory this wealth. And so we would like the private sector to be proactive partners. The president is leading the way. And yesterday we did have a conversation about the water projects where he resoundingly said, go. And the social aspect, especially the service to communities, of course, is paramount as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Secretary Tony and USEC CP, and congratulations to the DNR for all your initiatives.
Thank you very much, Attorney Karen Jimeno, Secretary Tony Loizaga, and USEC CP David. Yes, a photo op first with our CEO and COO. All right. Thank you very much again to our DNR panel. And that concludes the first part, the very comprehensive first part of our Pilipinas Conference this year. So again, let's give all our speakers a round of applause, please. All right. We still have two equally important panels. So, all right. And to start the second panel of our Pilipinas Conference 2023, economic security plays an important role in state relations. Results of the September 2023 survey commissioned by the Stratbase ADR Institute show that Filipinos are keen for the Marcos Jr. administration to work with like-minded states in strengthening economic security. These include the United States, Australia, Canada, the European Union, and the United Kingdom. With robust trade relations, the Philippines continues to elevate its ties with these countries, and initiatives are expanding. So our next panel discussion is entitled Strategic Cooperation for a Secure and Robust Economic Architecture in the Philippines and in the Indo-Pacific. So in this session, we are honored to be joined by members of the diplomatic community in the Philippines. As we move forward with the Philippines' foreign policy direction, the distinguished ambassadors will share with us their respective countries' ongoing and upcoming initiatives that may touch on economic cooperation, trade initiatives, and maritime security. All right. So it is our honor to introduce our first panelist today, representing Australia, with which the Philippines has forged a strategic partnership. A key component in trade relations is the inclusion of the Philippines in invested Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy of 2040. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ambassador of Australia to the Philippines, Hei Kyong Yu.
Well, thank you all, and thank you for staying. The room's looking much more sparse than this morning, but that's good. We've got the true believers still in the room. I'd like to thank Dindo for inviting me to speak today. This is a topic that is very, very dear to my heart. When President Marcos said, economic security is national security, I could not agree with him more. Why? Because one, economic power equals strategic power. Without economic growth and economic weight, countries cannot even build their defense capabilities, can they? Countries cannot get a serious seat at the table of rules-making processes. That's why economic power equals strategic power. There's also a second reason why economic security is national security. In a world where we live in a globalized, intertwined world economy, it is actually a matter of fact that one's national sovereignty can actually be affected through means of economic activities. What do I mean by that? We saw that when we were faced with even the pandemic, many countries who did not have access to their own manufacturing sector, for example, struggled to actually acquire some of the most basic equipment that was needed to handle the pandemic. This is what I mean about how through economic activities, it could, if not done well, pose threat to the sense of your sovereignty. Through economic activities, if not done well, you could face an economy that is no longer functioning well. So thus, economic security is national security. So how does one achieve economic security, one may ask? Well, the first way you do that is all the amazing plans we've been talking about this morning. And let me tell you, as an economist, I feel so energized and so optimistic about the future of the Philippines and your economic growth. It's through sustainable economic growth and focus on sustainable. This is not about achieving the highest economic growth you can achieve at all costs. It's about sustainable, long-term economic growth. And this is why listening to DNR Secretary Loizaga was so powerful. It's about making use of your natural resources in a way that contributes to your economic growth, but in a sustainable way. And the Philippines is well into your pathway to achieve that. I absolutely believe it. It requires sound fiscal and monetary policies. Once again, tick. It requires good regulatory framework where it's providing certainty to investors. Once again, on the way there, tick. It requires active private sector that is willing to take partnership, responsibility for this sustainable economic growth. Once again, we just have to look around the room to say tick. So you are well into the path of sustainable economic growth. Economic resilience. This is where I like to think Australia has quite a bit of experience in this space. And certainly since around 2015, we started to realize that absolutely the way to growth is to be open, right? To have no barriers, literally no barriers to trade and investment. But with that came certain risks. And that in order to ensure the resilience of our economy, that we had to put in some very finely tuned and targeted measures in place. And that's what Australia has continued to go into developing and implementing for our economy. So we have a lot of information, a lot of experience that we can share with the Philippines. So let me turn to now how Australia is working with the Philippines to achieve your own economic security. As long-standing, good friends, strategic partners, and good neighbors would do, we have been on this journey with you for the longest time. Australian government has been really focused on one, helping you achieve your much needed economic reforms in a way that is sustainable, that stays with you. And we've had some amazing, great successes in this through the work of the Coalition for Change, for example, and many other partnerships we form with individual departments really grappling with difficult reform challenges. Two, through our development program, which is Australia's 5th largest in the world, by the way, we have been actively building your capacity of the most important input, human capital. Right? We've had real focus on helping you with that, helping you develop the skill set that the new vibrant Philippine economy needs. 3, in the introduction you heard, we have just launched a very targeted Southeast Asia economic strategy to 2040. In it, the Philippines really very high in our priority. Australian government is going to put money where our mouth is to help increase the bilateral trade and investment between our two countries, because we know that's what you need from a good friend. And that's what we need from you as well, okay? And finally, our Prime Minister, my Prime Minister and President Marcos signed an elevation of our partnership to strategic partnership on 8th of September. That's a clear indication from both our countries that we are absolutely committed to working hand in hand, not only in security, in development, in people-to-people links, but also in economic security. That's what that is actually indicating. And through that process, what we want to share with you is our deep learning in struggling with economic security. We are learning as well in Australia. And I think this dialogue is going to be more and more important going forward. And what we've learned through our lessons so far is that diversification is absolutely important, whether it's for supply chains or for your export markets, please, the private sector, you have to be in on this. Think about what it means to diversify your risks. Second thing is really about building the resilience of your economy to ensure you've got very finely tuned measures to protect those elements that are critical. So for example, Australia has introduced a critical infrastructure investment screen and operations screen. And we've identified sectors that we regard absolutely critical. If it didn't exist, our economy would not actually function, right? And we have special rules in it. But just a point of warning, this is not an excuse for you to protect your industries. This is not an excuse to create barriers for foreign investors. This goes truly to the heart of your sovereignty and has to be used very carefully. So with that, I'm really looking forward to our panel conversation and the views of my peer panelists. And thank you so much for creating this forum, Dindo, which in my view was much needed, and looking forward to further engagement. Maraming salamat po.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador at HKU. Our next panelist represents the United Kingdom. It shares an enhanced partnership with the Philippines and complemented this with its British investment partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ambassador of the United Kingdom to the Philippines, Laura Bofis.
Thank you very, very much. And magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And I'd like to start also by saying thank you to Dindo and Stratbase for convening this afternoon, in fact, today's event. I couldn't think of a more important and timely conference than the one that we are having today. When I think about economic security, I think about understanding the vulnerabilities of our economies, but also ensuring that these economies have the flexibility, the resources, the structure, and the incentives to manage potential risks, whether these risks be domestic or indeed global. So I think it was great that, Dindo, in your introductory remarks, you started with a slide on 8 risks, because this is indeed what this is all about. What I'd like to do now is do 2 things. First, offer a few reflections on some of what we've heard since this morning, and then also offer a few reflections from the perspective of the UK on how do we work on some of these issues globally and here in the Philippines. So in terms of a few reflections on today thus far, the first thing is very much like my friend, the Australian ambassador. I'd like to start by saying I was deeply impressed and energized by what we've been hearing so far. I think what has been happening here since the beginning of this administration has been incredibly impressive, and we are indeed on a really strong path in terms of economic security. We spoke about trade. Our bilateral trade with the Philippines is the highest it's ever been. It's going from strength to strength, both trade and investment. And I think that's a testament to how positive a lot of our exporters and investors are about the state of the Philippines now and in the future. A few other reflections. First, I'm really delighted that we spoke about environmental issues and natural resources and land use. Secretary Loizaga, you spoke about the importance of natural capital and how it contributes to GDP. But your remarks also reminded me of the risks associated with capital, with natural capital, if we don't look after our environment and biodiversity. And this reminded me of the flagship World Bank Climate Change and Development Report, which came out perhaps 6 months ago, which said that unless we invest in climate change adaptation on a business as usual trajectory, the Philippines would lose 7.6% of its GDP by 2030 and 13.6% of its GDP by 2040. So basically that's saying on a business as usual scenario, all the growth that Secretary Jokno was telling us about at the beginning of the day would be wiped off. So that's a reminder of the fundamental importance of working together as governments, as the private sector, and obviously as other partners in academia and civil society to really invest in climate change adaptation. And I'm delighted that the government will be launching its national adaptation plan at COP in just a few months. And we've been honored to be working with you on that. My second reflection is on economic development and growth. So as you can imagine, I speak to businesses on a regular basis, and I'm delighted that some have indeed chosen to invest in the Philippines, but some are still a bit cautious. And some of the companies that are divesting in China are not yet choosing the Philippines over the likes of Vietnam. And when I talk to them about it, the bottom line is it's still very much about the ease of doing business, very much about predictability when it comes to taxes, as well as legislation or regulatory environment. And so we're really delighted. We've been working with ARTA over the last few years, but I would encourage the government to continue to invest in that predictability, in addressing red tape and corruption. Again, some of these issues that were mentioned over the course of the morning as fundamental to securing those additional investments. And I think, you know, one of the wonderful things about the economy in the Philippines is it's not saturated, unlike other countries in the region. So there's so much space to do a lot more, and we really want to be working with you on that once that's clear. The third point I want to mention, and again, I'm so happy it came up this morning, is education. Someone that I was speaking to recently, and I won't name him, referred to the education situation as that with a tipping point. And you'll all know that the word tipping point is one that we generally use for climate change. And by that we say, if we don't invest now, it will be too late. Because in the case of climate change, well, you know the climate change, but in the case of education, the next generation won't have been educated enough to drive forward the economic progress that we want to see here in the Philippines. So education, education, education. And by that, I mean not just TESDA and CHED, but basic education to ensure that all the Filipinos that are not benefiting from high earning jobs are nonetheless able and empowered to partake in economic development. And this is all the more important because some of the areas that have led to the Philippines' success, such as the BPO industry or OFWs, may not be able to continue on the same trajectory looking forward. So for example, on BPOs, we know that AI is going to transform the industry, and it may do so faster than we think. I don't think we have the data just yet on how that will happen, but I think it would be something to look at and to think about how does the industry adapt and how do we ensure that our workforce is ready for the future so that there are jobs for them and that they can then contribute to continued lasting growth. Now, moving to the second part of my remarks, the conversation that we're having today obviously does not happen just in the Philippines. It happens everywhere, and it happens in a world that is increasingly volatile. In the past few years, as the UK, we've noticed 4 significant trends. First, of course, the fragility of our supply chains. This has been highlighted by COVID, but other disruptions, including, of course, climate change. Second, significant challenges that come from greater protectionism and the risks of economic fragmentation. Third, increased competition for markets, natural resources, and technologies. And fourth, more states adopting economic statecraft as a lever in systemic competition for geopolitical influence. And what I want to suggest to you today is that these issues don't come on top of good economic development practice, but should be integrated in tandem with and as part of economic planning and thinking. This field is really new. And let's face it, we're all on a journey and we're all learning and thinking about what this means for our particular context. In the case of the UK, this is all thinking about supply chains, of course, but also export controls, sanction regimes, investment screening, economic coercion, etc. And I just want to pick up on 3 of these issues. And you'll forgive me, there's a tiny little bit of repetition with what HK said. The first on supply chain resilience and diversification. Again, of course, one size does not fit all. What we've done is started with identifying key sectors of our economy and then doing some supply chain mapping. We've developed what we call a supply chain resilience framework, which sets out the range of options that are available to us to develop stronger supply chains. And these involve diversification, demand management, international partnerships, maintaining stocks, surge capacity, onshoring, etc. And we've developed toolkits for the private sector in order for them to also be able to think about these issues. And come December this year, we will launch our critical import strategy. I'm really pleased that we've been able to talk about, well, to engage with DTI here about some of these issues, and we hope that that conversation will be going forward. I've no doubt it will, because it's a really, really critical one. Key to that, of course, internationally is critical minerals. And this is, of course, as we know, such a big area of opportunity for the Philippines. And again, Secretary Loizaga was telling us about this, and I know that there's a lot of interest from many of them to continue to partner with you as you develop that industry. The second area I want to highlight is around investment screening. Many of us have developed tools for this. The Philippines obviously has the PSIA. In the UK, we've started implementing new legislation called National Security Investment Act. This started at the beginning of 2022, so as you can tell, it's still very recent. And what we do in this area is that we've identified 17 particularly sensitive sectors of our economy, for example, civil nuclear, quantum technologies, defense, etc. And in those sectors, when there are proposed investments, the government has to be notified before the investments are completed. The difference between our regime and many other similar regimes across the world is ours is nationality agnostic. So we don't look at any particular country, but very much at the investment. Now, the idea is not to stop investments, as is the case with Australia. We are very supportive of investing and ensuring there are more investments into the UK, as we really are committed to liberal market-driven economics. And when we've done our first annual report of our National Security Investment Act, we found that we received 866 notifications, but only 5 of the deals were not allowed to go through because of some of the concerns we had. So again, it's a tool for screening, not a tool for preventing investment. And last, you'll be happy to hear this is last, I want to talk about economic coercion, because this is the really big issue that many of us are grappling with right now. There's no internationally agreed definition of economic coercion. When I think of it, I think about the threat or the use of abusive and arbitrary economic or commercial measures for political or for policy ends. What we know is that this is happening across the world. We've seen many instances of this happening. And what we also know is that we need a collective response to think about this and to respond to it. Earlier this year at the G7 Leaders Summit in Hiroshima, the G7 agreed what is called a coordination platform on economic coercion. And this is to work together to develop early warning, rapid information sharing, collaborative scenario assessments, and to explore coordinated G7 responses to deter and to counter economic coercion. As the UK, we're very much committed to doing that. We've worked with our partners that have already been at the receiving end of economic coercion, but we will also want to work upfront to push to the right the thinking of any of the economies that might be thinking about using economic coercion and deter them from doing so, and not just to react to instances of economic coercion. I think I'll leave it at that. I do want to say that no country can work on these issues of economic security by itself, as is the case in all that we talk about in diplomatic circles these days. It's all about partnerships. It's all about cooperation. When we talk about security, we often talk about the rules-based international system. In economic terms, that's translated into the international rules-based economic order. It's very much similar. It's about our values and how we see the world and how we can work together to protect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Laure Bofis. Also with us today is the delegation of the European Union in the Philippines. This year, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen visited the Philippines, and both countries signed the 60 million euro green economy program under the Global Gateway. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ambassador of the Delegation of the European Union in the Philippines, Luc Veron.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. And also, of course, congratulations to Stratbase for organizing this very timely conversation. I must have misread the instruction received by the organizer, but because I'm not prepared to make a speech. But however, I would like to use this time to make a few remarks and probably tell you about the context, but also the strategic elements of how we see economic security from the European Union perspective. Let's start with a few words about the context for economic security in the European Union. The COVID-19 pandemic, the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, the rise of geopolitical tensions, hostile economic actions, crisis in the Middle East, cyber and infrastructure attacks and disinformation have exposed vulnerabilities in the European Union economies and the risk inherent to excessive economic dependencies. Deep technological shifts in the world are adding to the complexity of security challenges. And I guess not only for Europe, but for other parts of the world as well. And I'm using this first remark basically to tell you the perspective of the European Union to see where we converge. It's not necessarily about repetition, but it's where we converge and maybe when we have a few differences, but what is also pertinent for our partnership with the Philippines. In the current geopolitical context, dominated by increasing technological competition, actually the boundaries between the economy and security are increasingly blurred. And as such, the EU seeks to maximize the benefits of its economic openness, while at the same time minimize the risk from economic dependencies. And this is actually the dilemma that we are having. The risk from economic dependencies can challenge actually the functioning of our democratic societies and our economies by limiting our ability to act. At the very core, this is about freedom, it's about sovereignty. And I know for sure that the EU is not alone in trying to manage these risks. So what are we doing on that front? The EU is sharpening its instruments and engaging its partners and friends as it adds towards a new horizon for the EU's economic, foreign, and security policy. The security challenges faced by the EU have led to the formulation of a common strategic framework, and I will say a few words about that. And the objective is to make the EU and its member states better equipped to commonly identify the risks and to use strategically the available tools that we have, and sometimes creating new tools. As in every policy, the key guiding principles are compatibility with our international obligations, our reliability as an international partner, and definitely also what we call proportionality. I would like to reiterate that we want to maximize the benefits of our traditional European openness while minimizing the risks that stem from excessive dependencies and vulnerabilities. We do not want to limit the development or prosperity of any country. The EU doesn't want to fuel dynamics, as other colleagues said, towards an increased fragmentation of the world economy, nor will we catalyze the potentially self-fulfilling prophecy of the world divided in two different economic blocks. So the key word of our strategy is what we call de-risking. And in our risk analysis, there are four different risks that we want to tackle. The risk of linked to the resilience of our supply chains, including energy security. Two, the risk of the physical security and the cyber security of critical infrastructure. Three, the risk related to technology security and technology leakage. Four, the risk of weaponization of economic dependencies or economic coercion, as was aptly defined by law before. This can entail market manipulation, deliberate supply chain disruption, for example, in energy, raw material, or even pharmaceutical components. And we have observed recently in our relationship with key partners, this kind of behavior. So what is our strategy vis-à-vis these risks? Basically three P's: promoting, protecting, and partnering. First, we want to promote the competitiveness of the EU by bolstering our 450 million consumer market, innovation, technological and industrial capacity, and making our economy and supply chain more resilient. Two, we want to protect the economic security of the EU through a range of existing and new tools. Currently, we have very few tools at our disposal. The foreign investment screening mechanism as well, export control, and the recently agreed anti-coercion instrument. We can also add trade defense instruments and foreign subsidy regulation here. But we're also developing new tools as the CHIP Act, the Net Zero Industrial Act, and the Critical Materials Act. Third, we aim to partner with others to strengthen economic security, and notably by working with reliable partners to address shared security concern through diversified and improved trade agreements, strengthening international rules and institutions, and investing in sustainable development. But let me elaborate on the third point. We do not believe that the EU can achieve economic security on its own. And we don't believe either that our policy response can be unilateral. The global economy remains integrated, interconnected, and effective protection of the European Union depends on cooperation and coordination with others. So we remain strong supporters of open, rules-based world economic order and of multilateralism. This very much forges the view of that the EU is as its economic relationship with the Philippines. So I will stop here. We need to adapt to a more dangerous environment. At the same time, we need to continue to be reliable partners. So I'm looking forward to our discussion further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Luc Veron. Our next panelist represents Canada. A major boost in the 75 years of Philippine-Canada relations is the signing of the Dark Vessel Detection System to ensure maritime security. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ambassador of Canada to the Philippines, David Hartman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon, bon après-midi. I detected a very notable, palpable low ebb of the energy this afternoon, so I will keep my comments brief. I think there's a reason why everyone refers to our countries that are represented here this afternoon as being like-minded. So you'll detect a lot of commonality very much in what we have to say. So I think it's very clear to us all here today, we're all well aware that the Indo-Pacific is the world's fastest growing economic region, and its importance will only continue to expand over time. The region, however, is also uniquely vulnerable to supply chain disruptions, as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic security for Canada in the region and around the world is facing increasing threats from protectionism, economic coercion and weaponized trade, malign foreign influence, growing cyber attacks, geopolitical shocks like the conflict in Ukraine and health emergencies, and of course, last but not least, the impacts of climate change. Cooperation among states in the Indo-Pacific region is central to our collective ability to effectively address these and other issues. International law provides the framework through which we can cooperate to address the challenges that we define for ourselves and for our future. Our collective prosperity relies on a fair, predictable, and open international trading system. As Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has highlighted for our European allies, we also need to avoid over-reliance on a strategic threat actor for critical economic inputs. And I think that's something that many of my colleagues have mentioned already today. From a policy standpoint, building economic security necessitates the following: trade diversification, developing new commercial partnerships, investing in supply chain infrastructure, supporting a rules-based international trade system that is stable and inclusive, developing a robust national security review system, protecting critical infrastructure, and investing in cybersecurity, protecting intellectual property, technologies, and data. I'm very pleased today to speak about some of the ways in which Canada is addressing these factors in its Indo-Pacific engagement, and specifically here in the Philippines. In November of last year, in fact, almost a year to the date, Canada unveiled its Indo-Pacific strategy, which is a 5-year whole of society initiative intended to reinforce and expand our engagement in this vital, dynamic, and rapidly evolving region of the world. Part of this strategy includes positioning for the Philippines, Canada as a reliable supplier of clean energy, both here in your country and throughout the region. Working with partners to build their cybersecurity capacity, expanding our natural resource ties, strengthening Canada's science, technology, and innovation partnerships with key economies in the region, including here in the Philippines, and working to improve market access through new comprehensive free trade agreements, such as those currently being negotiated with ASEAN, and as we are negotiating with India and Indonesia, and hopefully soon to be in the future with the Philippines. In support of the blue economy, Canada will also work with its partners on fisheries, funding sustainable infrastructure, biodiversity protection and conservation, food security and agricultural technology, and energy transitions and climate finance. Canada will also share our expertise on natural disaster resilience and recovery and promote clean technology to prevent and mitigate the impacts of climate change. The Philippines is very much at the core of our Indo-Pacific strategy as an essential partner for Canada in the Indo-Pacific, as a democracy that shares our commitment to a rules-based international order, to peace, stability, free trade, inclusive multilateralism, and fundamental human rights. Canada will continue to stand with the Philippines in asserting its sovereign maritime rights and upholding international law. Furthermore, we will make targeted investments in areas that meet the Philippines' top economic security priorities. This includes food security, energy security, combating and mitigating the effects of climate change, educational partnerships, maritime domain awareness, and defense procurement. As we build on these partnerships with the Philippines and the broader region, I want to be explicitly clear this afternoon. Canada will continue to advance integrated approaches to economic and national security that seek to enhance prosperity, safety, and sovereignty in a period of heightened geopolitical risk, both here in the region and here in the Philippines. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ambassador David Hartman. Our last panelist represents the United States, which is consistently the most trusted country by Filipinos across the Stratbase ADR Institute's commissioned surveys. It initiated the Indo-Pacific economic framework, of which the Philippines is a part of. To represent Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson, please welcome Deputy Chief of Mission and currently the Acting Ambassador of the United States to the Philippines, Mr. Y. Robert Ewing.
Thanks so much and good afternoon, holding everyone from the panel here. I want to thank everyone and fellow panelists and friends and partners from the Philippine government and the private sector here today. It's no surprise from the introduction that the Indo-Pacific is vitally important to the United States. The Indo-Pacific supports over 3 million US jobs and is the source of nearly $900 billion of investment to the United States. In the years ahead, the region's importance will grow as the Indo-Pacific is expected to generate as much as 2/3 of global economic growth. Again, 2/3 of global economic growth. But for the Indo-Pacific to flourish and reach its full potential, stability, both economic and political, will be key. And what do I mean by stability? I mean a region free from shocks that could affect the pace and trajectory of economic growth. These shocks are not limited to territorial disputes or national level conflicts. They also include the impact of issues that we've heard about today, such as climate change, cyber attacks, transnational crime, energy, food shortages, supply chain disruptions, global health challenges, or other disruptions that we cannot predict. The United States is working throughout the Indo-Pacific to address these potential issues. Here in the Philippines, 30 US government agencies represented at the embassy, one of our largest US embassies in the world, work daily with our Philippine partners to help ensure the country is secure, the economy is strong, and that we're coordinated to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. And we are not just working bilaterally. Many of our efforts in the Philippines are in coordination with other friends, partners, and allies, such as my colleagues represented here today. Cooperation will be critical to ensuring the region flourishes in the 21st century. It won't be easy. It never has been. But the United States, as an Indo-Pacific nation, is committed to working to ensure principles, norms, and standards of the international community are upheld to ensure a stable and prosperous region. I look forward to sharing more about the US perspectives and initiatives during the question and answer session. Thank you very much, all.
All right. Thank you very much, Acting Ambassador Y. Robert Ewing. All right, at this point, we would like to invite our speakers or panelists back on stage for the panel discussion. May we call on Ambassador Yu, Ambassador Bofis, Ambassador Veron, Ambassador Hartman, and also Acting Ambassador Ewing, please. And to moderate the discussion, we have a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines Asian Center and a non-resident fellow at the Stratbase ADR Institute. Some of his published works include Asia's New Battlefield, US, China, and the Struggle for Western Pacific, and the Indo-Pacific, Trump, China, and the New Struggle for Global Mastery. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Richard Haydarian.
Yes, please, ambassadors. An acting ambassador. Thank you. Have one. All right, good afternoon. Let's get the ball rolling. I mean, we have kind of a Justice League situation here. All of our great friends and allies and partners are here. So what we're gonna do is first I'm gonna just throw out some questions to all of the representatives from respective allies and partners, and then we'll go one by one to each of you based on the specific nature of our bilateral relationship and how to move forward. First of all, perhaps we can go from whichever direction. All of you obviously have discussed that already, the issue of economic security and how it's entwined with national security. But how particularly is your country? Because you shared your country experience. I think Australia has been one of the gold standards, according to our friends in Taiwan, in dealing with sharp power operations, interference. I'm glad that our friends in Britain have also explained that it's agnostic, when it comes to approach, but it's still very robust. And of course, our friends in all different partner nations have their own versions of making sure that supply chain resilience is there, protection of their critical infrastructure is there. But I think the question right now is, what is the future in terms of helping the Philippines to move in the right direction on that front? Maybe we can start from our acting ambassador from that side.
Thanks so much. And I couldn't agree more with sort of the overall framework here in terms of when I go back to what President Marcos said, that economic stability is absolutely national security, and it is a foundation for a country to invest in its people and its security. I want to highlight a few things here. For the U.S. contributions to the Philippines are not new. We have a long and shared history. I recently attended the 100th general meeting of AmCham, and that it was the 100th general meeting, but AmCham itself has been here for 120 years. And when I was in the room and talking with those companies, they made the point, and I asked them on the investment environment. And I can say from conversations with them that I suspect there will be several important investment announcements soon. They are very bullish on the Philippines. And just to highlight a few other things, if some of you were likely following APEC and APEC in San Francisco, so some key announcements from the US on that in terms of a 1-2-3 agreement, paving the way for nuclear cooperation, as well as announcement on chips and so semiconductors, when we talk about supply chain and the importance of supply chain diversification. So maybe I'll stop there. But just
you don't want to spill the beans, but we saw some announcements on semiconductors. Yeah,
and we'll a few other announcements that came out of APEC, and perhaps I can talk about those a little bit later. Thanks so much.
Yeah, just a general question. I mean, is this part of a broader interest in Southeast Asia as a general? Because we see also booming bilateral relationship with Vietnam, especially a former nemesis of America, but also with other traditional partners like Malaysia, Thailand. Is this more about just rediscovering how important the Philippines is to the broader American strategy in this part of the world?
For the United States, it's about the Indo-Pacific, and we're all partners, friends, allies here, but the stability of the wider region and the importance of the wider region, including the Philippines.
Yeah,
thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, because just last night at 3 a.m. I was having back and forth with former Ambassador Scott Marcial. I mean, who used to be based here and also now in Stanford, and they had this very important talk with the Vietnamese President Vu Van Tong, and about how amazing the bilateral relationship has improved over the past 10 years alone. And me being me, I was teasing him like, yeah, I hope the Philippines also kind of catches up, considering the kind of special relationship we have. But we'll go back to that. But thank you very much for sharing your votes, your ideas, Robert. Next, Ambassador.
Thank you. I gave you earlier the sort of risk analysis framework from the EU, and when you look at the, it's not for me to say, but when you look at the risk profile of the Philippines, there are a lot of commonalities in terms of potential risk to supply chains, to physical and cyber security of critical infrastructure, technological security, weaponization of economic dependencies or economic coercion. This is something that could also resonate for the Philippines. So the phrase of the president, economic security is national security, is very pertinent, including to our relationship with the Philippines. It was mentioned earlier that the president of the European Commission visited the president, the Philippines, on the 31st of July and 1st August this year. It should be noted, this is the first time ever that a president of the European Commission visited the Philippines.
Right.
And I think this is a sign that we are in a new era of cooperation between the European Union and the Philippines, both in terms of economy, but also in terms of our security. We definitely have strategic interests in the Indo-Pacific, and we share many values and interests. And both sides' policy direction are generally aligned when it comes to economic security. So it is my belief that the Philippines is also trying to de-risk and diversify in order to mitigate its own risks. And definitely, we are in the category, I suppose, that President Marcos called the non-traditional partners.
I think you're more going to be traditional. I think, Ambassador.
Thank you. I covered the answer to this question in my opening remarks.
Right.
But perhaps if I could just go back to what you were saying about businesses opening up just to the Philippines, or is that broader Southeast
regional,
Asia? From Australian businesses' perspective, the way I see it, they have actually seen opportunities in the broader Southeast Asia for a number of years now. And we have seen active engagement with Indonesia and Vietnam. But in more recent years, they are starting to pay serious attention to the Philippines as well. So this is very much about focusing on the Philippines. And the reason for that is because we are sending the world the right signals in terms of your economic reforms, your regulatory framework and consistency in that, and opening up to foreign investment, right? And carrying through with the implementation of Public Services Act in a way that is meaningful for foreign investors. So I wanted to just cover that off,
right,
that the views about the Philippines is changing. There is still more work to be done,
right,
but it is changing. And together, I believe we can bring more Australian investors, Australian companies here. And to that extent, I wanted to add one more to all the things that I said we were already doing to help the Philippines achieve economic security. And that's through helping Australian companies and Philippine companies to connect together. Even for the private sector, it's really important more than ever that you are working with trusted partners, reliable partners. And that has been a very big emphasis put by the government, but also by the Australian community more broadly, to do more business with the Philippines.
Ambassador Kyung, I mean, as I said, I mean, even neighboring countries like Taiwan would cite Australia, and especially during the Turnbull administration, 2017 onwards, you blocked certain big companies from coming Huawei. I mean, among others. I mean, is Australia, willing to more proactively share that experiment in terms of if the Philippines is going to move towards certain legislations on building certain institutions to protect its critical infrastructure from nefarious or potentially negative investments? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that sharing is already happening in various ways. Our view about this partnership is why repeat the mistakes we've made, right? And only pick the good bits that actually worked. And collectively, I think we can offer that to the Philippines. In some ways, you have a really big challenge ahead of you because you've got to grow and at the same time be mindful of climate change, be mindful of geopolitical tensions, all of which affect your economic activities. So you have to literally chew gum, walk, dance, and balance dishes all at the same time in your hands. But in that environment, you're not alone. You've got a bunch of countries like us right here in front of you who's been grappling with these issues. Like I said, in Australia, since around for a long time, but really seriously since around 2015, that's actually really taken shape. So we've got a lot that we can share with you. So absolutely it goes without saying.
Thank you. Ambassador Bufis, I mean, probably also, I mean, the Philippines has the first Anglophile president in quite some time, or someone at least who was educated. I mean, maybe that's also part of the attraction right now of the Philippines to UK. What's going on there? Because UK is obviously reaching out, TPP negotiations, special partnership with ASEAN, more presence in this part of the world. But where does the Philippines fit into that? Or maybe it helps that we have a president who at least attended one of your top universities. Yeah.
Well, it certainly is not an hindrance. So we absolutely welcome that the president has such a soft spot for the UK. It's definitely something very, very positive. But obviously, we would have been deeply interested in investing in the Philippines otherwise as well. Yeah. And for me, when I think hard about economic development, economic security, I gave you my definition earlier, but really the components are economic development and human capital development, right? You have to have both in order to have economic security. And on the economic side of the house, I said that our trade has never been higher, and that's because we've invested in quite a few tools. So we have a new developing country trading scheme, which has really boosted exports from the Philippines to the UK, so much so that our trade is pretty much balanced, which is really important. Again, back to the point that Secretary Jokno made earlier today. We're developing a JETCO, which is something that's really novel for us, and a new G2G agreement, which will also boost our trade. So we've got a lot more tools that mean that we'll have even stronger levels of trade and investment. And I think that's important because in the same way that in more hard-edge security, one talks about diversifying partnerships and alliances, I think that's also what we need to be talking about in economic security when we talk about diversification. So that's great. But on the economic resilience side, we've also done a lot. So sharing information about the National Security Investment Act when our foreign secretary was here. We've had a senatorial delegation go to the UK recently, meeting both houses of parliament when they spoke about these issues. We've done a lot of work on supply chains with DTI. We've got a cyber program. I think, there's a lot of interventions. It's in a way, economic security is this catch-all phrase that you could put a lot of things underneath. And that's the point. We have to work through different channels to ensure that the resilience is there and that we understand vulnerabilities and address those risks, be they current or potential.
Thank you, Ambassador. Maybe
Yeah, I think in a very similar vein, for us, ultimately, it's about capacity building. It's about working with all of our partners and stakeholders in the Philippines, both public sector and private sector, to make sure that they have the tools and the skills necessary to confront some of these issues that challenge us. For example, we're actually already working on a state-to-state basis. We're doing a lot of work in cybersecurity, not just, again, to augment the capacity of the government of the Philippines, but most importantly, or equally importantly, the private sector. We will ensure that we will send the right economic partners here to transact in the areas that are of primordial importance to the government of the Philippines. Those economic engines of growth here will be the ones that we will prioritize. We've articulated a lot of this already in our Indo-Pacific strategy, but candidly, your question earlier about, well, how does the Philippines, compare to the wider region? For us to use a bit of a crass analogy, the Philippines represents an opportunity of low-hanging fruit. We have tremendous complementarities between our economies. We have tremendous complementarities between your interest and our interest, our alignment, committed multilateralists, et cetera, like many of my colleagues have said today. So I think the ability for us to achieve mutual success, the pace and scale at which that can be achieved here is far more achievable for us in a tangible way. And like our colleagues, in the United States now, Canada and the Philippines have had a nuclear cooperation agreement since 1983. Right. So in the very short order, we will be sending over many stalwarts from our industry here to help the Philippines meet its economic, its energy security requirements for the future. Our belief is that small modular reactors, medium, modular reactors are the clean energy solution that will help the Philippines grow its economy in a sustainable way. And so there's lots and lots of examples. We're already collaborating amongst, frankly, even colleagues from our security and intelligence community coming over, briefing officials here about our Investment Canada Act, the way in which we screen for foreign investment, both for net economic benefit to the national economy, because we have an open capital market economy, but also increasingly for national security. And we are also country agnostic, but we do have special provisions around the treatment of state-owned enterprises, right? Because the crass reality is those entities do not always work on commercial principles. And so you disadvantage your own industry by unfairly advantaging the other. And so there's just a lot of themes that we are engaging in here robustly now, and we will continue to engage robustly, in the future months and years, but mostly along that general theme of capacity building. How can we work together? Like our colleagues in Australia and elsewhere, how can you learn from our experience, right? While you are embarking on new processes and new ventures, no need to reinvent the wheel, as they say, right? Learn from our experience, and we're more than happy to share. So that you can sort of, with some of the additional challenges I think that people have mentioned, the base from which you're starting to expand a little bit more, you can, again, leverage our experience to your own success.
Ambassador, I want to start with you with the next round of questions for all of you folks. I mean, there's this conversation about the rules-based international order, and some people sarcastically say it's like the Roman Empire under the Austrians, like it's neither Roman nor a real empire, right? And there are questions about, whose rules, which rules are we talking about, how universal these rules are. And the reason why I also want to start with you is because Canada has been having run-ins with not one, but two giant nations over the past few years. Yeah. So you have been kind of the flag bearers for upholding an international rule of law kind of thing over the past few years. And it just happens as Prime Minister Trudeau, since
very good questions and very good points.
Sorry, I meant Holy Roman Empire,
Holy Roman Empire,
nor
yes,
Roman,
course,
nor an empire.
Happy to respond to that. I mean, look, from a realpolitik perspective, let's be very candid. Canada is blessed to be a prosperous nation, but we're a trading nation, right? If our businesses don't have stability, predictability, transparency, rules, we cannot prosper, right? So fundamentally, from a realpolitik perspective, it ultimately comes back to that. But the rules-based system you're talking about is one to which we have all subscribed as co-signees of the United Nations conventions, right? Whether or not you're looking here in the region about, maritime law, UNCLOS, we've all subscribed to those. We want to work to counter a narrative that when it's, politically expedient, those are universal approaches to a rules-based order. And when they're no longer politically expedient, that they're somehow Western values, right? So when you talk whose rules, whose laws are they? These are all laws to which we've all agreed. Right, we've all agreed upon these for many decades now, right? Particularly since the establishment of the post-war order. So these are not things that we're trying to impose on others, but these are rules through which we've been able to prosper. We've been able to do well by. It's served our people, our democracy well, and it's served our partners well as well. So when you talk about whose rules, I mean, they're the universal rules to which we've all signed up.
Can I pick up on that, even though it wasn't my question? So when I think of the rules-based international thinking system, I think of those rules as the scaffolding that kind of holds our world together. In the absence of such scaffolding, everything falls apart and you have chaos. That said, I think your question is absolutely fundamental. Whose rules? And our then Foreign Secretary made a speech on multilateralism recently, where he celebrated the fundamental importance of the multilateral system, but recognized the need for reform. And you can have both very, very comfortably. What we need to do is ensure that the voices of all countries are represented in a modern multilateral system. And that's the case in UN in the UN in general, including in the Security Council, where we've called, for example, for a permanent seat for the AU, but also, and very importantly, in the IFIs, the international financial institutions. So it's absolutely critical that we have these conversations, and it's absolutely essential that when we talk, we don't say that these rules are static, rather that the multilateral system is static. It is evolving, and we are evolving with it. But that's not to say we should, it's certain actors would have us been the rules-based international system because of some of these challenges, which I think is also playing to certain hands.
Yes, Ambassador.
The same point I wanted to make.
And Ambassador Verma, I want to put you a little bit on the spot on this because you have seen a lot of memes about, von der Leyen's response to the conflict in Eastern Europe versus von der Leyen's response to the very tragic situation right now in the Middle East, and people are saying, what rules-based order are we talking about? There seems to be a double standard. What do you have to say about?
Well, I haven't seen those memes.
I'll forward them to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Please do. But the art of diplomacy, I think, allows for repetition. When facts on the ground are being repeated, we should not be afraid to repeat ourselves. And this is what an international rule-based order is about. It's not about making new headlines. If the facts are the same, we should repeat ourselves. And we should repeat that we advocate for international rule of law, UNCLOS, that we believe in the freedom of navigation and overflight. We should not get tired of that. Because after all, this is what we sign up to, as David and Laura said. These are our rules, our common rules. Now we should, as you pointed to, always be mindful of not being perceived as having double standards. Therefore, we should always, and it keeps repeating, we should repeat ourselves, and we should repeat that we believe in international law, we believe in international humanitarian at every turn of the game. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, we'll have more conversation. Please, Ambassador.
And can I just add, coming back to the rules-based order, I think the critical thing is that you always adhere to it even when it doesn't suit you. So the Australian government has demonstrated support for rules-based order by subjecting ourselves to our own territorial dispute with Timor-Leste.
Right.
And it was the first case that went through the conciliation process under UNCLOS. We lost, but we fully respected that decision and assisted Timor-Leste in making the most of what is now their territorial space. So I think that's the critical thing. When we talk about rules-based order, that means you're signing up to it, even in cases, you can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose the rules that you want to follow. You're signing up to it, but even in cases where it actually works against your country.
And Robert, I want to ask you on this. I mean, of course, United States being the superpower, there's sometimes accusations that, America, for instance, has not ratified the United Nations Convention of the Sea, although of course it follows as a matter of customary international law, or questions about to what degree is international law has been guiding America's, interventions all around the world. What do you have to say about that? Because people are raising, this more relativist understanding of rules-based order. There's the global South rules-based order, there's a West rules-based order, and that puts us in the Philippines in quite a, quandary because we share values with the West, and at the same time, we're supposed to be a global South leader. So how do you see that question, perhaps?
Ultimately, I see this as what we're really talking about here is a order and a region for a region to stay prosperous, to stay connected, secure, and resilient. And I think we all, in terms of what I'm hearing here, that's a unifying theme and message on that. And no one can do that alone in the 21st century. And we've heard a number of the challenges raised today from climate change. There are a number of 21st century problems out there. And cooperation and collaboration is key. And under the sort of the fundamental themes that have been outlined here as well by my colleagues. And I'll say that as in terms of also increasing security here in the Philippines, expanding on high-level dialogues, such as our bilateral maritime dialogue, looking at, that was launched in 2022, and also starting new dialogues and initiatives such as cybersecurity, focus on climate change as well. Again, if a prosperous region that's connected, secure, and resilient benefits the world globally.
And what mechanisms are looking at? I think Ambassador Bufis a while ago mentioned that, it has to be dynamic. It cannot be static. It has to reflect the evolving balance of power and balance of economic power and even moral power to a certain degree in the world. What are the mechanisms through which this rules-based order should be enforced? Because otherwise it's just a symbolic set of statements. Is it the United Nations? Is it G7? Because if you look at the statements by G7, they do not necessarily overlap with the G20 statement. And then you have the rise of BRICS and other alternative institutions with very different take on things. What do you think is a constructive and effective way of managing this multifarious spaghetti ball, different organizations with different conceptions of international order, to make sure we indeed keep that objective of a resilient, prosperous, and stable order, especially in our part of the world, Indo-Pacific?
And if I look at it in terms of focus here and focus on the Philippines, I think key to me is also on this stage in terms of, and I would say expanding, I would call it minilateral partnerships.
Minilateral
partnerships, including with all of those here on the stage, and with many others as well, as just one key. Thanks.
Right. So more, like-minded, partners working across a range of issues, almost intersectional, right? Ambassador?
But you raise a really good point, Richard. So, which rules through which fora should the international community be adhering to?
And the meta rules
and the meta
overruling,
rules, sure.
the negotiation.
I think that's a very, very good question. And this is where what law said comes in. Even those international organizations and fora, they have to reform themselves. If I can give you a very good example, that is actually the voting powers of the executive board at the IMF.
Right.
Following the global financial crisis, there was recognition by the world that it was no longer G7 that could actually get to just set the rules on financial markets and regulation. And it was no longer the, if you like, more advanced, developed European countries who at the time had overrepresentation at the IMF board. So this became a very big issue through the G20, which then stepped up. And it was actually with the blessing of the US, UK, members of G7 that recognized that this crisis actually needed the work of the developing and developed countries, that it could not be determined by the G7 only. And this is why G20 became a leader level summit at the time. And the number one thing they tackled during this period was to shift the voting power from developed European small countries to emerging dynamic developing economies like China, India, and Brazil. And through that process, those countries got more votes, and Australia, through our experience, have given up our votes.
This is the SDRs, right?
Yes, that's right. Because we recognize the importance of IFIs and international organizations to truly reflect the global economy, the composition of the global economy. I think that's really, really important. So to answer your question, we have to fully support the multilateral system. And in the process, we have to all fully commit to continuing to push them and reform them
Right.
so that it reflects the global economy that we actually live in.
And just to build on that, so I completely agree with the most recent manifestation of that desire to reform the international financial system in particular is the so-called Bridgetown Agenda, most notably led by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. And what she is telling us is that the global economic system as it doesn't really work for all countries when it comes to debt in particular, when it comes to special drawing rights, etc. And why do I highlight this? Because it's important to say that these conversations are happening, right? Again, it's to the point that the system is not static and that developing countries do have a voice and that we are listening actively and engaging in these discussions. So we veered very much off economic security to economic development and partnerships. But I think it's really important to stress that because, as I was saying before, unless we say that these conversations are happening, that we're having them, that these reforms are happening to the point where because it is sometimes a 0-point game, right? We lose power and for the greater benefit. Unless we stress that, then we play to the narrative of poor countries that are all victims of rich countries. And that's not a constructive, helpful narrative, and it plays to the hands of certain actors. But I don't think it's to the benefit of countries like the Philippines.
That's right.
And just to add to that, I think, from the preface of your conversation, Canada, some of the geopolitical challenges that we've been having, largely as a result of our desire to remain strongly adhered to law, right? To international law. As Ambassador Yu has suggested, that sometimes you're going to lose. Right? Yeah. Literally and figuratively. But you have to be prepared to stand by the system that you've endorsed, that you support. Yes, I fundamentally agree that the systems that we have in place now need to continue to evolve. But there are some of the fundamental principles to which we go back to that, those organizations, many of them, do have to remain sort of evergreen and evolve with the times. But there are just fundamental tenets that if we don't have those and don't respect, I think most importantly, don't adhere to and don't respect some of those fundamental tenets, then you end up in an era where we're increasingly witnessing now, right? You have a lot of asymmetry, you have a lot of fragmentation, none of which I think by any measure of reasonableness is in the global community's interest, right? So again, we want to continue to evolve those conversations to be more inclusive. I would be remiss if I didn't, acknowledge that it was former Canadian Minister of Finance and Prime Minister Paul Martin who was really instrumental behind bringing the G20 together as a recognition of needing to be much more inclusive, right? Which I would argue is fundamental to how we approach the global commons today.
Right. I'm sure we can also credit the Obama administration. Let's talk about the maritime security part, because clearly this is the pivot of our expanding and deepening bilateral security cooperation and unilateral, for that matter, as Robert mentioned. Ambassador Hartman, let's start with you. To what degree is this maritime security really pivotal and springboard? And how do we also make sure that this is not all just about maritime security cooperation? I mean, all of you have mentioned a while ago that you're looking at different kind of developmental initiatives to make this a comprehensive partnership. Because as I put in a number of my works, we don't want the Philippines to be the Pearl Harbor, the new Pearl, in a sense, like everyone investing in our military capabilities, but because the Philippines is a maturing, thriving economy and democracy. And how do we make that comprehensive?
So I'll start with a very recent example. So yesterday, the government of Canada, working in collaboration with the government of the Philippines, unveiled our dark vessel detection program.
Right.
So it's a program developed by our Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which is intended rather to target IUU, right? Illegal, unregulated, fishing. And, we've implemented it around the world. It is a powerful tool that allows, countries to have greater, awareness and consciousness of what's transpiring in their territorial waters, but it's used often for fisheries enforcement, right? So it's used for biodiversity protection. It's used for enhancing and augmenting economic opportunity in the fishing zone as well. So, I mean, again, it's just one example. Yes, I think we've seen the manifestation of a lot of these great power politics and the tensions through other means, but, the territorial sort of implementation of some of your interests via maritime just happened to be very much, rightly or wrongly or unfortunately, very much apropos here. So it goes well beyond just the pure national security, right, the law enforcement. It goes into the economic realm, right, of an archipelagic country like the Philippines, which has a massive coastline. We have the second largest coastline in the world, right? 3 oceans. And so we're very conscious of how, taking care of that, ecosystem, right, is fundamental to your national interest, your economic security.
Blue
interest.
economy. Yeah,
But your blue economy,
Yeah,
the
exactly,
entire,
yeah.
which for the Philippines is an area in the space of tremendous economic opportunity.
Right.
So it goes well beyond just the hardcore crunchy bits of national security or law enforcement. It really does get into the realm of the blue economy and economic development.
Yeah. Ambassador Briefings, of course, you had the Balikat exercises, Observer Nation, United Kingdom, Kamandag, more recently, again, UK was one of the 5 key partners there. How is the maritime security aspect really bringing this together, and how do we go beyond that, as important as that maritime security aspect is from a UK perspective? Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. So maritime security is important to us for a variety of reasons. When I talk about it, I have to highlight, of course, we are not a Pacific country, unlike many of the people in this room today. But it matters to us because, as others have said previously over the course of the day, the region is so important. We have 1.7 billion Brits in the region, not 1.7 billion, sorry, 1.7 million. And that would be sadly
secret ones here we don't know about.
But and trade in the region is colossal for the UK and for others. But it matters again from a principle perspective, right? So this is where fundamental issues of rule of law are important. We stand by unashamedly for our belief in the fundamental importance of international law, which is about territorial integrity, the UN Charter, sovereignty. And if we don't stand up for this here, again, it's about consistency and reliability, then why would others stick up for it elsewhere? So we have to be consistent. And this is really very important. Now, I want to come to your Pearl Harbor point. Yeah. This is important, right? None of us want that situation here. We are cognizant that there may be risks here, right? So are there long-term risks if one doesn't stand up for territorial integrity? Should the Philippines not be in a position to stand up for its sovereignty and for the UN Charter, that also is not a risky approach. So as is often the case in these situations, it's the fine balance, it's being aware of those risks, and it's thinking about how do we de-escalate them and work collectively to make that happen. But here I do want to celebrate the position that the Philippines has taken, right? Its position has been to shed a light on what's happening in the South China Sea.
Right.
I keep saying sunshine is the best disinfectant. I think it's worked in terms of highlighting what's going on, and it's enabled more partners to speak out when they've seen what's going on in support of that rules-based international system. And the idea of that is to shift thinking and calculations to de-risk, right, actually, and to contribute to peace and stability in South China Sea and in the whole region, which is in all of our interest. So this is very, very considered. You know, this is not foolhardy on behalf of the government of the Philippines or any of its partners here. Least of all, I suspect the US, given the Mutual Defense Treaty. So this is just really important to stress that.
Ambassador, I mean, I saw your drone shots with Secretary Gibo during the military exercises between Australia and the
Yes,
yeah,
yes. So you know how active we are.
Exactly, yeah.
That's right. You know how active we are in the military space. So the exercise Alon, which was held this year bilaterally with the Philippines, it was the biggest amphibious exercise Australia has ever carried out outside Australia.
Yeah.
So absolutely, there is more and more military cooperation happening in the maritime space. But as you said, it's much more than that. And Australia is certainly working very actively with the Philippines to help Philippines understand the richness of their maritime zone. So we have a number of initiatives such as measuring marine plastics, you know, working out how to do the base measure and then working out what policies will actually help counter that.
Right.
We also have really useful things such as coral reef restoration and governance around coral management as well. So I think all these things are extremely important in ensuring that we help the Philippines understand its rights and understand how to make the most of the marine resources as well. But we go beyond that because we also have a number of really useful courses around law of the sea and practical courses that help officials involved in different aspects of it actually apply to real life cases, about how the law of the sea actually can work for the Philippines. So I think these are a number of things that we do with the Philippines in maritime space, and I suspect this will continue to grow. But as Law said, you know, the South China Sea in particular is such an important international waterway. We're not doing this just because we are good partners and friends of the Philippines. Of course we are, but it goes well beyond that. It's about Australia's national interests as well. And without the international waterway operating the way it should, it will directly impact us with our trade, of which, you know, more than 80% is basically through ship, you know, transfer of goods and goods.
Interest in the sense that we don't want a single country to dominate it like a domestic lake, in that sense, right? I mean, aside
we
from
wanted to work
instability
by
and
the
conflict.
rules, right?
Right.
That are predictable and consistent. And so that we can all engage in this open trade that benefits all of us. That's what we're after in the end.
Ambassador, in European Union, of course, you know, von der Leyen coming to the Philippines, how much of a big deal that was? How much does it reflect EU's crystallizing foreign defense policy, you know, playing a more important role internationally? And how do we go even beyond that? Because EU is a big trading partner of the Philippines, big source of development aid. And how do we bring all of those things together to build a really comprehensive partnership?
I very much share what Ambassador HK just said. For the European Union as well, as much as we are, we believe in our values, we also have interests, and we have interests in the Indo-Pacific. A sizable portion of our trade transit through the South China Sea. So this is not completely selfless, what we say about the South China Sea and the freedom of navigation. But of course, every challenge to international rule-based order affects all of us. And as was said before, it's also very important when we believe in international order and its dispute settlement mechanism, that we abide by the results of those mechanisms, whether it's in the WTO, where sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, and we abide by the results of the dispute settlement. In the same vein, the European Union and von der Leyen, when she was here, repeatedly said, underlined that the 2016 arbitral award on the South China Sea is legally binding for the same reason, for the very same reason. As to how we cooperate with the Philippines in maritime security, this is definitely one of the things that President von der Leyen said when she was here. This is an area where we want to collaborate more. We already have a very important project called IORIS, the Indo-Pacific Regional Information System, which is a platform of communication on maritime awareness, which the Philippines has adopted a couple of years ago, which is very useful for communication between different agencies of the Philippine government, in particular the Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine Navy and other agencies. But potentially, this is also something that could be of interest for other ASEAN countries for communication on maritime awareness. So definitely we are both reaffirming our principles, including on the dispute settlement, but we're also trying to collaborate in a very concrete manners with the Philippines.
And Ambassador, I mean, a while ago Robert mentioned unilateralism. To what degree you're like trying to integrate? I mean, we have our Canadian partners also trying to help us with maritime domain awareness. How do you put all of these things together? Are there efforts along those lines?
I think many of the efforts, and I don't want to speak for other partners, but
Right.
we definitely compare notes.
Yes.
We know what others are doing. We meet outside this room as well from time to time, and we know what partners are doing in terms of, for example, as the law saying, exposing some of the facts on the ground or at sea.
Right.
We know that partners that are not even in this room played a critical role.
Robert, I mean, going back to this, I mean, the thing is you're a treaty ally. I mean, that's the difference with the rest of the folks here, as special as everyone is, but some are, more special than the other. And not necessarily these are the best times, in a sense that we have a very tricky situation, at the very least in the second Thomas Scholl, right? I mean, some would say we have multiple ticking time bombs there, not only the education crisis in the Philippines, unfortunately. How is the United States approaching this? I mean, without divulging confidential, what are the contingency we're looking at? What are the ways do you think we can have a more effective deterrence against even more aggressive action by a certain actor in this part of the world?
Exactly.
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, but I mean, as treaty allies, we're undertaking several efforts, multiple efforts in terms of security assistance.
I think the microphone is,
in terms of security
yeah,
assistance to the Philippines and Philippine maritime capacity. And I'll say, but if you look at this question in terms of and what you ask, and I would say in a broader sense, it's also about the broader Indo-Pacific.
Right.
And if I look at the broader Indo-Pacific and some of the common themes we talked about here, as a Pacific nation, but the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework,
right?
14 nations, one of which is the Philippines, working to increase ties on trade and investment, and IPEF reached a very important milestone very recently. While negotiations are still continuing on the trade pillar, the supply chain pillar announced conclusion, and the other two pillars in terms of fair economy and clean energy are at substantial conclusion as well. And so if I look at, yes, you mentioned there's the maritime security piece, but I take it to a broader in terms of, it goes back to me to wider economic security, because it's once IPEF and other such things are implemented, it is positive impact on the flows of trade and investment across the region, which is greater stability, it's greater maritime stability, but it's greater stability for this region as a whole as well.
There was supposed to be a special trade mission in October posted to Manila, right? After the May meeting between President Biden and President, that this is going to be a special. What is the status of that? I haven't heard much in news
and
about
I
it.
look forward to announcing very soon, as you
Okay,
noted,
yes.
President Biden and President Marcos announced a special trade mission coming up to the Philippines, and further details soon. And the Indo-Pacific Business Forum will also be here
Right.
at the same time, the 6th, here
Right.
in Manila as well.
Right.
So related.
So IPF is alive, right? So because I saw some, hashtag IPF or RIP or something like that. There was a Financial Times report about, bipartisan. So what you're saying is no, IPF is still there. Let's just wait for the good announcements.
Trade relationship is very alive.
Yes, yes. And yeah, going back on the maritime security, is there anything you want to share over it, or you want to just dodge that?
I would also say there are other programs in terms of looking. When I mentioned the maritime assistance,
Right.
working with the Philippine Coast Guard and beyond.
And what about the aspect of unilateralism, right? Proposals for joint patrols, like we partners working together. Of course, one important country not here is Japan, of course, and there are even conversation about what I call JAFUS, right? Japan, Philippine, U.S. trilateral security cooperation, more and more important because of the situation to the north. Just as we develop other trilateral AUKUS with Japan and Korea, what's going on there? And does America welcome more joint patrols, participation by partners more proactively in the seas or on the ground?
I think to me,
Right.
and also multilateralism important here.
And you don't see any mutual exclusivity between the two. The two could work in parallel in that. Thank you, because in ASEAN, when we use the term unilateralism, people see it as a code for we want to circumvent you, work with our other partners. But the issue of ASEAN silence, relative silence, is a different thing. I don't want to put you guys on the spot on that. Now, let's just go one by one to each of the country, more specific questions. Of course, United Kingdom, former Foreign Secretary James, now Home Secretary, I think, James Cleverly was here. I'm looking forward to David Cameron perhaps dropping by town. He was here not very recently, perhaps that was among the first, right, by a British foreign secretary in recent memory, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a lot of discussion about enhanced partnership to move towards enduring partnerships with the Philippines and like-minded countries across the region. Some of the things we discussed, and there was also the launch of the British Investment Partnership (BIP) to support resilient growth and the UK's trade investment in the Philippines. What are we looking forward to? Is there like a timeline? Is it like what Robert's saying? Watch out for announcement, or what's going on there in terms of the concrete agreements and things to look forward to?
Well, there's loads to look forward to, actually.
Yeah.
I wouldn't point to a particular moment because actually we're constantly developing new partnerships, signing new MOUs, etc. So you mentioned the then Foreign Secretary's visit. It was not the first in recent memory. It had been 6 years, but still notable that such a visit happened. You mentioned British Investment Partnership, which we launched here with Secretary Jokno in March. That is the UK's big initiative to support investments in green infrastructure. And we've already seen numerous investments and indeed partnerships, including with the Philippine Stock Exchange, really creating those relationships with the City of London and the London Stock Exchange in particular. The beauty of British Investment Partnership is it's not just about attracting private capital or indeed development finance, but leveraging resources and capital from a variety of places, including development finance institutions, and combining that with technical assistance and expertise coming from the UK. Capacity development, but unlocking problems where they exist. And that formula is working really well. And we have what we've developed centers of expertise across a number of areas. For example, resilient cities or on tech, indeed one on education, where the government can draw on particular expertise from the UK to address and unlock some of its critical challenges. But that's just in the space of investments. Earlier, I was talking about trade. In the same way that others are doing a lot more on maritime, so are we. We now have a permanent defense attaché based here. We've seen, as you were saying earlier, Richard, first time that we were observers on Balikatan, we are participating in more exercises. We've got new partnerships on cyber. We're doing a lot more on research. The Philippines is one of our key focus partners for a big new international science partnership fund, which is about £250 million. So there's a lot happening.
That's with the leading research institutes in the Philippines?
That's
like
actually
ours?
working, exactly. So some of our key research
Yeah.
institutions in the UK working straight with researchers in the Philippines
Right.
on a variety of themes that are predetermined. So there'll be a lot, and in health as well, working on pandemic preparedness. So I think that was what we were trying to say when the then Foreign Secretary came, that the relationship is deepening and broadening, and we're doing a lot more together that didn't exist just a few years ago. And indeed, the size of the embassy is growing, which is a testament to how important the relationship is for us.
Right. Look, maybe I'll go back to European Union. I mean, what's the status with the GSP Plus? There was a lot of noise around it in the previous years that was under review and consideration. Or is that already settled? And I know that, of course, you finished already free trade agreements with Singapore and Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken, and there are ones being negotiated with Thailand, Philippines, etc. What is the status of those kinds of negotiations, and what are the big things we should look forward to? Is Christmas going to arrive early?
Many big things.
Or maybe
Many
next
big
Christmas?
things.
Yeah.
Let's start with the easiest, probably GSP Plus, still in the cards. There's been a rollover of the basic regulation for GSP Plus. And actually, the reports on the Philippines and other countries was adopted yesterday. So it's pretty much still in the cards. But one of the reasons why Ursula von der Leyen came to town, and she made a speech not so far from here, was to announce the intention to relaunch FTA negotiations with the Philippines.
Right.
What is happening now is what we call stock taking. So basically measuring the level of ambitions per chapter. It's very important. It's a very important phase because if we want to be successful in a reasonable time for negotiation, you need to calibrate where you want to go, where you want to land in terms of ambition. So that's taking place now. I was in the room where the two presidents tasked their team to complete the process by the end of this year, and it's on track. It's an important element. We are a market of 350 million people, consumers. So definitely a free trade agreement with the European Union is a big deal. Global Gateway is the second element. I had the pleasure to sign a letter of intent with Secretary Tony when President von der Leyen was.
This is a 60 million euros.
This is 60 million
yeah.
euros in grants, but there is a
Green economy.
multiplier effect, obviously, in terms of loan. It's on the green economy, starting with
Right.
plastics, as she mentioned during a speech. So this is also something quite big. The next project, Global Gateway, should be about connectivity, digital connectivity, building on our sort of pioneer project, Copernicus Space Earth observation. So that's very important also in terms of the future. And a third element, probably in terms of Global Gateway, should be extraction and processing of critical raw material. How we can partner with the Philippines to improve and to help the Philippines grow in the value chain for critical raw material, and how we could also de-risk some of our supply chain.
Thank you for that. Australia, Ambassador Kyung, we already had the status of visiting forces agreement, right? I mean, it's not like our alliance came out of nowhere. I mean, our partnership came out of nowhere. So what was the added value with this comprehensive partnership to strategic partnership? We already signed another one in 2015, of course, between Prime Minister Turnbull and all that. Someone has been following this. Like, what is the added value with the latest one with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese? And I don't want to put Prime Minister Turnbull in hot waters, but I think he had some issue with people saying this was the first visit by an Australian because he was here in town, right? Like, so we had to make a distinction between what was special with Albanese's visit when Turnbull was here, because he follows me on Twitter, so I know his issues with that. And then we can go back to the 2040, Australia and the Philippines and the broader Southeast Asians. You mentioned that a while ago in your speech, but can you a little bit expand more on that? What are the Christmas is coming, so we're here to talk about good things to look forward to.
Absolutely, and we've got a lot of presents.
Yes.
First, just clarifying, it was the first bilateral only visit by the Prime Minister of Australia in 20 years. Former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, whom I used to actually support and work very close to, he was here twice in the margins of APEC and ASEAN. EAS
2017, yes.
2017 and 2015. Coming back to the strategic partnership, what's the value add? Just as the name suggests, it's a shift of our relationship to one of strategic nature. And to be honest with you, I would say we were basically pseudo-strategic partners anyway. So this is really a formalization of how we were already working together. And it then also provides a framework and commitment from both countries to do more in whatever way we can, in whichever areas we can work together. So that's really the strategic partnership. So it provides, with all our countries, we've got lots of countries to deal with, right? We've got lots of other countries to deal with. So it's one of working out how to prioritize those where you want to do more. And having the strategic partnership, I think allows both our countries to put even a greater priority in this relationship to do more. Then going into your second part of the question about, so then how does that actually manifest itself in real world? Our Southeast Asian strategic partnership is full of really practical measures. And when that was launched, our government put what I call a down payment of 3 specific measures with the launch of it. And by the way, many more to follow, because we are about to celebrate 50th anniversary of the ASEAN-Australia Dialogue Partnership next year. And there will be a summit held in Melbourne, and President Marcos has already agreed to attend, and it's going to be early March. And I suspect during that time, we are going to see even more measures coming out in support of our economic relationship with ASEAN and, of course, the Philippines. But 3 measures, just to give you a sense of how practical and useful these measures are going to be. The first one is what the government is calling investment teams. They're going to set up investment teams all around this region, and Manila will be one of them as well at my embassy, where the team's job will be to analyze the business conditions, opportunities, and help businesses actually make deals happen. We're actually calling them investment deal teams. So that's the first announcement. The second measure that the government announced is to actually help facilitate, both with money and with effort, business missions both ways. And one of the first business missions of Australians going overseas will be to the Philippines. So we are busily working towards making that happen early next year. The third measure that the government announced was to help businesses get to know each other by doing a pilot program of internships both ways. Right. So we are willing to finance young up-and-coming business people in the Philippines to go and be embedded in Australian companies on internship, and thereby facilitating relationship, but then also real business opportunities between 2 countries. So these are some examples of what the Southeast Asia economic strategy is going to do. It is basically a roadmap for how Australia is going to engage with ASEAN countries, Southeast Asian countries, to increase our 2-way trade and investment. And for the Philippines in particular, this strategy highlights a number of sectors that we want to focus on. Mining, no-brainer. Green energy. Good. Education, especially upskilling in terms of vocational education, and digitalization, and food security. Right. These are the areas that we really want to help the Philippines expand and increase 2-way trade and investment. And already we're doing this in a really practical way. Just this week, I hosted a roundtable between Department of Finance in Treasury and Australian Treasury and Western Australian Government Department responsible for mining to discuss fiscal regime, right, for mining sector. We went right down to nitty-gritty of what types of rates are applied for royalties at state level, because in Australia it's done at 2 levels, and the nitty-gritty of how mining companies are taxed at federal level, and the nitty-gritty of the downfall of windfall taxes, to be honest. Australia had also struggled with that in the past, but we have found that through our experience, a really good simplified combination of royalty tax and income tax for corporates more than ensure there is fair share of profits and benefits for all.
Just a quick follow. I mean, Prime Minister Albanese was also in Beijing recently, and many people discuss what is the broader meaning of that. And I remember very well a few years ago when China imposed the sanctions, everyone was saying, "Oh, Australia's going to go downhill," but it looks like your trade actually expanded to more than 300 billion, right, Australian dollars over the past few years. And you have shown tremendous amount of resilience. And it looks like China more or less accepted the reality of Australia doing what is good for his own national interest. Is there a lesson for the Philippines? Because I felt that was a very important thing with the visit to Beijing.
Absolutely, Richard.
And he was treated like a
Absolutely, there is-
celebrity, right? He was like
Pardon? Yeah.
running, and I mean, Albanese was treated like a celebrity running around the street. And
Look, Australian government's policy on this has been very clear and consistent. When it comes to our relationship with China, it is in both our interests to keep talking. Dialogue is really important
Guardrails, yeah.
between country to country relationships. And both my prime minister and foreign minister and other ministers had made it clear. When it comes to China and Australia, we will agree where we can. We will disagree where we must. And at all times, we will engage in Australia's national interest. It's that simple. And through that, what they adopted was policy of patience and calibration and engagement in order to achieve stable relationship, which is definitely in the interest of Australia, but more broadly in the interest of the Indo-Pacific. And that is exactly what my Prime Minister has achieved with his recent trip to Beijing.
I think Prime Minister Howard gave an advice along those lines also, right? I heard some news about, your Prime Minister now taking some wisdom from previous ones. But we can have a long conversation on that. Thank you very much for that, Ambassador. Ambassador Harden, David, I mean, for some reason, I feel always guilty because I don't make it to our meetings, I'm always out of town or something, but you launched your Indo-Pacific strategy. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And more recently, of course, His Majesty's Canadian ship Ottawa was also in Zambales. So,
Yes.
Canadian Maritime Security Cooperation is also
so
building
I think,
up.
General, I just wanted to add quickly to a point, the last
Please,
point
yeah.
that was asked about the China relationship. I think people are referenced earlier. We've had some tremendous geopolitical challenges with China in the last number of years. But ironically, through the midst of all of that political crisis, our bilateral trade grew by 6% annually. So the crass reality is our advice is always play to your strengths.
Exactly.
Right. In our instance, Canada is blessed to have an abundance of energy security and food security. So candidly speaking, we have what China needs. And China is perhaps one of the world's best practitioners of realpolitik. So I do think, when it comes to engagement with the support of your like-minded partners here and the support of the international community, the transparency policy that's been adopted by the government of the Philippines is a remarkably brave one, but that you're not alone. Literally and figuratively, you have a treaty alliance militarily with the United States. You have all the rest of us, of the international members of the like-minded community who are very, very keen to be able to support you in that. So it does show that, even though you can be in difficult, challenging times politically, where it counts, you'll always be able to engage. In terms of our Indo-Pacific strategy, so yes, our government announced it just about a year ago.
Yep.
It's kind of like a whole of society initiative that involves the national government, our provincial governments, municipal governments, civil society, etc. It's a really candid acknowledgement that for Canada, we are indeed a Pacific nation, and that for historical reasons, we've been very Euro-Atlantic centric in our mindset and our mentality, our familial connections, etc. But the Indo-Pacific strategy is a new acknowledgement that all of the new sources. Canada remains one of the few large migrant receiving nations in the world. All of those largest sources of migration to Canada come from the Indo-Pacific. It's acknowledging the economic realities of what exists here in the region, the potential that exists. So our embassy, frankly, we've been on a bit of a tear in the last year. If I may be so bold, I mean, we've grown by about 30% since 2019.
Right.
Our embassy here in Manila is now our 4th largest globally. It'll soon be our 3rd largest globally. And I think that is, indicative and illustrative of the opportunity that exists for us here in this region. We have also now with us a resident defense attaché. Canada, after the United States, Japan, and China, has the 4th largest naval presence dedicated to the Indo-Pacific all year round. Right in the waters in and around the Philippines. So we do operate here all year round. We have 5 warships that are dedicated to the region, including a refueling replenishment ship. We have reconnaissance aircraft, etc. So for us to be able to participate this year in the Sama-Sama exercise, I think was a real privilege and an honor. We are on the cusp in early 2024, which, by the way, will be the 75th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Canada and the Philippines. Implement a memorandum of understanding on defense cooperation, which we hope will be a segue to a visiting forces arrangement as well. And so what we're trying to do is to be able to very palpably and very tangibly demonstrate to the people of the Philippines how committed we are to the region. We've committed billions of dollars to the relationship in the region. We're proving it and ideally putting our money where our mouth is. We've had 5 ministerial visits to the country this year. We've invited President Marcos, who has accepted to come to Canada for a state visit next year. So again, across the entire spectrum of our interests here, we are very fully committed and again, hoping to be able to prove to our partners very tangibly. The last note I will say, as I mentioned repeatedly today about our dark vessel detection program, from a bureaucratic perspective, the fact that within a calendar year, we will be able to negotiate, implement now today is quite a remarkable feat. It shows where there's a will, there's a way that you can navigate through the systems when you have a dedicated, focused commitment to your partners. And so, yes, we're looking forward very much to 2024 and very future looking. And you know, as I think many people in this room will know, in Canada, we have 1 million Canadian citizens of Filipino heritage, right? 1 out of every 40 Canadian citizens is of Filipino origin. And so for that's, you know, what happens here geopolitically, geoeconomically, geostrategically is of paramount importance as a trading nation, but also what happens here matters at Canadians' dinner tables, right? So on a human level, we have a familial relationship as well that we're very, very keen to be able to capitalize on and to be there for our partners in their time of need. Canada is not a very jingoistic nation. We don't rattle what humble sabers we have, but we are always there for our partners in their time of need. And we hope to be able to do so and are proving that now.
Thanks, David. Robert, last but not the least, I mean, speaking of Filipinos, a lot of them are also in California. There was the APEC summit in San Francisco. Pretty interesting meeting also between President Biden and paramount Chinese leader Xi Jinping. And of course, President Marcos was also in town, and he became one of the, few foreign leaders to have visited Indo-Pacific, if I'm not mistaken. What are the things to look? I mean, you already said just watch out. I don't want to spoil, you know, the surprise. But what are the things you pick from the APEC meetings and summits, and what are the things we have to look forward to?
No, and I couldn't be more excited, and we were very pleased that President Marcos was at APEC in San Francisco and was able to then go to Honolulu as well. Exciting time and friend, partner, ally. Yes, with I want to highlight the U.S. is the largest export market for Filipino goods, $20 billion.
Right.
And in addition, economic diplomacy, the economic relationship growing and growing rapidly. And each of the last 2 years, total trade hit record highs between the U.S. and the Philippines. Some of the announcements at APEC, just a few. Astronis, with a local partner here, Orbitz, will bring 2 satellites to the Philippines, enhancing internet connectivity to rural areas. Also in cancer treatment, AC Health and Varian Medical also signed an agreement at APEC, which will make cancer treatment more widely available. I mentioned those, but to go back to some of the other things, also cyber cooperation.
Right.
Looking forward to an upcoming bilateral cyber dialogue, as well as
part of the revised guideline in our MDT, which was discussed also earlier this year. Yeah.
And beyond that, in terms of focus on 1, 2, 3, business to business ties. The trade mission you mentioned, Indo-Pacific Business Forum. It's an exciting time, but the relationship broader than that. Education ties, just last week I was at an event on water and water sanitation. So spans a wide range, and it couldn't be a more exciting time for me to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we're almost exactly, because there was a 5 minutes delay, so I kept it exactly at 3:35. And that, thank you very much to Ambassador Kyung from Australia, Ambassador Laura Bufis from United Kingdom, Ambassador Luc Perron from the European Union, Ambassador David Hartman from Canada, and Acting Ambassador Robert Ewing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the fantastic panel. Looking forward to more of this.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much again to our panel, and maybe request for a photo op with our CEO and also. Okay. All right.
There you go.
Tagal pa. Ilang minutes pa? Ilan pa? Okay. All right. Yeah, for sure. All right, thank you very much again to our distinguished panel members, Ambassador Yu, Ambassador Bofis, Ambassador Veron, Ambassador Hartman, and Acting Ambassador Ewing. And thank you as well to our moderator, Mr. Richard Haydarian. All right. So we'll just give our guests a couple of minutes to greet each other. All right, do their pleasantries. And okay. Okay. So may we request our guests in the venue to please settle down so we can now proceed to our third panel.
All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. It's been a very long and insightful day so far, but we're finally down to our last and um, one of the most important panels, I would say. So finally, the last panel will explore ways to elevate the private sector's role in maximizing regional economic opportunities. Entitled Partnerships for Long-Term Growth, Contributions of the Private Sector in Development, this corporate leaders dialogue features the country's top business leaders who will share how their organizations contribute to national prosperity through job creation and higher productivity. Every year, Stratbase concludes its Pilipinas Conference with a panel discussion with some of the country's top business leaders. And this year, they are coming together to discuss how their organizations contribute to national prosperity through job creation and higher productivity. This panel also forms part of the Stratbase ADR Institute's quarterly business roundtable discussions. So to introduce our panelists for today, the first panelist is the president and CEO of Ayala Corporation. He has governance roles in most of Ayala's operating companies and is vice chairman of its largest listed companies, Bank of the Philippine Islands, Ayala Land, Globe Telecom, AC Energy, AC Health, and AC Industrials. He is an investment banker who served as the president and CEO of the Bank of the Philippine Islands for nearly a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Cesar Consing. Our next panelist is the Executive Vice President and Global Corporate Head of the International Container Terminal Services Incorporated, the world's largest and independent terminal operator across 6 continents that has been helping most nations to maximize their port infrastructure investments and boost trade to drive sustainable development. Aside from being the company's Chief Compliance Officer and Chief Sustainable Officer, he also serves as president of the ICTSI Foundation and is a director of Bloomberry Resorts Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Christian Gonzalez. Our next panelist is the Regional Director of Infrastructure in Southeast Asia of Acciona SA, known for developing and managing sustainable infrastructure solutions, especially in renewable energy, with the goal of leading the transition towards a low-carbon economy. He is also the president of La Cámara, the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Ruben Camba. Our next panelist is the executive chairperson of Insular Life Assurance Company, the first woman to hold such top position. Leading the largest life insurance company in the Philippines, she is driving its transformation to adapt to the evolving market and future-proof its operations. Recognized as one of the women of power by the Philippine Daily Inquirer and named one of the 25 Asia Power businesswomen by Forbes magazine in 2019, she brings over 35 years of experience in retail, wealth, investments, and private banking. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Nina Aguas. And our last panelist is the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft Philippines. He is responsible for accelerating the cloud and digital transformation journey of businesses in the country, helping the community build resilience through digital skills and empowering digital-first companies and startups with the tools to scale their innovation. He has extensive experience in building and transforming companies from early stage development to market leadership across various industries, including business process outsourcing, IT, real estate, and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Peter Maquera. And of course, to moderate the discussion, we have the Director for Government and Public Affairs of the Metro Pacific Investments Corporation. He has a wealth of experience in serving as a board member of both public and private institutions, including the Government Service Insurance System, Manila International Airport Authority, and the National Food Authority. He is also a columnist for the Philippine Star and was also a news anchor in TV5's The Big News, and a host in One News PH's Titans and GMA's Business Today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Attorney Michael Toledo. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Yes, you can stay here in the chair.
Okay. Thank you so much for the kind introduction to the members of the panel and to myself. First of all, I'd like to congratulate and thank the ADR Institute for coming with this yearly thing, because as we know, now more than ever, we really need to be updated of what's going on and perhaps, of course, cooperate with government on evolving policies. So let's give a warm round of applause to ADR, to Mr. Professor Manhit, Brother RP, and all the rest of the team. Madam Ambassador, always good to see you. And I'm very happy that you mentioned mining. Just as an aside, it so happened that I also chair the Chamber of Mines. And maybe just to add to what the ambassador said, I'm really very grateful that Australia and your country and you yourself has put a premium and importance on mining. And we're of course hoping that the government, the Philippine government, will also share the same view that mining is indeed a very important industry if we are to immediately recover from the ravages of COVID-19. Then mining is a low-hanging fruit. And Madam Ambassador, thank you for that. And of course, to Ambassador David, I just had breakfast with you about 2 weeks ago. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope I'm not preempting him, but Ambassador David will be bringing to Manila a high-level, top-level big business delegation sometime in March. So let's give the ambassador also a warm round of applause. We look forward to working with you. Again, I'm very honored indeed to be asked to moderate today's discussion. This is the last, and usually at this time you get a bit sleepy perhaps. So please do not be sleepy, because I assure you that this discussion will be as engaging as possible, and this definitely will keep you awake. And I'm also hoping that somebody from Channel 5 is in the audience, because if so, this can be considered as some sort of an audition for a possible TV show on TV5. So we're hoping that they're there now. Anyway, let's get the ball rolling. I understand, unfortunately, Jasa or Jaime Augusto Zobel de Ayala was supposed to join us today. And I was with him. I just arrived this morning from APEC in San Francisco, and I was with Jasa there, but he was supposed to fly in, but he had to do something very important, so he had to stay longer. But I understand that before flying to where he was going, he generously agreed to come up with a tape message. So with that, can we please show it? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and my thanks for this invitation to open this corporate leaders dialogue on partnership for long-term growth. I'm sorry that I'm unable to physically join you today. However, I'm certain that the program that Indo and the team of Stratbase have facilitated in this year's Pilipinas Conference will have sparked meaningful conversations and deep insights on the areas of inclusive and sustainable economic growth and regional security. Dialogues such as these are quite timely, especially as we enter what appears to be a much more unpredictable world post-COVID. Successfully navigating this global context requires high levels of partnership between different kinds of institutions. I believe that the private sector can be a meaningful contributor to this task. First, allow me to state that our institutions operate in a much more fragile, a much more interconnected world than ever before. From one incident to spark a chain of ever increasingly challenging events. The COVID-19 pandemic proved to be our most difficult trial in recent memory, with companies and countries alike caught unprepared for a global health emergency and a massive economic shutdown.
This was, of course, followed by the conflict in Ukraine, but the already precarious situation of global food and supply chains was further exacerbated, resulting in the higher levels of inflation that we're all experiencing today. The present conflict in the Middle East and ongoing tensions here in the Asia-Pacific, meanwhile, introduce more unknown variables in this already volatile equation. All of these have resulted in dividing societies, some more polarized than others, as well as varying degrees of instability across countries and regional blocs. Amidst this highly unpredictable global environment, the challenges we encounter must be viewed with a holistic lens, and their solutions should likewise be comprehensive and collaborative. Regional or even global peace and stability cannot be assured purely through military solutions or changes in government. Socio-economic answers must also be taken into consideration. It is relevant that back in May 2023, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stated that, and I quote, "National security is no longer simply about territorial defense. Economic security is national security." I agree with this sentiment. This is a situation that we're all familiar with here in the Philippines. Many armed conflicts in our country are often motivated not just by ideological differences, but also by inequality and a lack of opportunities for a better life. I believe that major global and regional conflicts are similar in design. Therefore, I welcome the Philippine Strategic Initiative being championed by Stratbase as a platform to engage the private sector in developing comprehensive and collaborative answers to our ongoing challenges. The risks that were surfaced by the pandemic and the conflicts in Eastern Europe and the Middle East are also opportunities for our organizations to make a difference. I share the belief that the private sector, with its agility, its resources, and network, is uniquely positioned to significantly impact our inclusive and sustainable economic growth ambitions, and subsequently ensure the country's stability and security. Certainly, the private sector can help advocate for a more enlightened and impactful form of capitalism, in easing ongoing difficulties in the cost of living and generational inequality, in upgrading our healthcare system to a standard that every Filipino deserves, in bridging the digital divide, and in ushering the country towards greater disaster resilience and resource efficiency. Many institutions are already tackling these challenges, but imagine the impact we can create with a truly collaborative effort among businesses and civil society, as well as between government and the broader private sector. I look forward to hearing about the proceedings of today's dialogue, as well as how the Philippine Strategic Initiative will evolve moving forward. We at Ayala are your supporters in this endeavor. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a productive and insightful discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Clap louder. I'm sure Jaime can hear it all the way, the United States. So let's give him another warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you for your kind indulgence. Well, Jaime is not here right now, but I'm sure Bong Consing can relay this to him, that he was very much welcome, applauded after his opening remarks. And with the indulgence of the body as well, I would like to share with you that he was also part of the panel during the Philippine economic briefing that we had at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in San Francisco at the sidelines of APEC. And Jaime, to a large measure, echoed the same message that he just said today, which I guess every one of us considered as very important priorities, and the recognition that government and the private sector must work together. I would just also like to congratulate Jaime, and because on the sidelines of APEC there was a signing. Ayala, ladies and gentlemen, will be bringing in through AC Health the first oncology specialty hospital in the Philippines. So for the first time in the country, there will be a hospital that will focus on cancer and related diseases. So this is one major achievement indeed, to focus on that, because it has been shown that cancer is the third cause of death in the Philippines. I won't mention the first and the second anymore. I guess you know what they are. Anyway, so Bong, I hope you can relay that message of congratulations. And let's give Ayala another warm round of applause, please. Just for the record, I don't work for Ayala. I work for Metro Pacific, but I'm fair. Anyway, now the question, I guess this is what we'll do. I'll ask a question, and I guess let's, for my first question, for example, I think I would ask each and every one of you to answer. And of course, if you want to react and whatever or argue, that's fine too. That's welcome, in fact. So if you can disagree without being disagreeable. So clearly, from the start of this discussion, it has been shown that the private sector plays a very important and crucial role as far as channeling investments, improving the lives of people. To be able to ensure that the sector, the private sector, flourish, what must government do? Based on your experiences in your different industries, what must government do to ensure that business do flourish? Because when they do flourish, they can help the people more. Can I start? Who do I start with first? Maybe I'll start with Mr. Bong Consing. Well,
one of our biggest challenges, Mike, is trying to figure out, especially if you're a new business, what are the actual costs of doing business? Because what we find here is there are a lot of unwritten hidden costs to doing business. And they're at the national level. And more recently, we see them more at the local level. And if you're a firm that is trying to do business nationwide, it's those costs that are so hard to quantify. I think that is a real issue because in many of these businesses, margins are very thin, right? And you need leverage on top of that. The room for error is actually not that wide. And if you're guessing your costs and you don't know what they are and if they surprise you, I think it's a real detriment to investment and to growth. So I see that as the biggest issue.
So it's friction cost in a sense, the hidden cost, and it comes, I guess, in two ways, no? Additional costs in terms of money coming out, and let's call a spade, and of course the undue delay in the processing of permits.
That's right, and you know the time frame at which the private sector works, it's much tighter than the time frame at which the public bureaucracy works. If you delay us by a month, by 3 months, by 6 months, you could wipe out the whole margin. And so I think that's a real issue.
Thank you, Bong. Christian?
You really want to hear what I have to say?
Please do, yeah.
Bong's totally right about all the friction costs, right? But someone like us who's been in there for now, our first public-private partnership here is 35 years old. We've gotten past a lot of the national friction. In fact, there's quite a relationship of trust between us and the national regulators. So I think I'd like to define the problem as friction regulation from intertwined bodies of government. Everything down to the barangay level, right? Because as a successful entity, one that's been doing good work with the government for a long time, and with private sector partners, we can get the money, we can get it built, we can protect the assets, the technology. That's not a problem. But can you get a container down a road where a barangay captain on the middle of the weekend says, no, not gonna happen, right? So you're talking billions of dollars of investment from the public and the private over time, an industry that's so critical for, it's effectively the economic heartbeat of the country, right? And one guy, with a mandate over 5,000 people can shut the place down. So we need government at the highest levels to look at the weakest point in the chains that we're all involved in. Understand what is creating the weakness in those particular links and use political will to solve it, right? Let's go back to 2014, Mike. You know, you remember this one very well when former Mayor Estrada decided no trucks could go on the road in Manila. That must have cost our economy billions of dollars just in 2014. And there was absolutely no desire from, at least in the early days of that. And okay, he was playing up to his constituency, but there was absolutely no desire in the first 3 or 4 months of that crisis for national government to recognize the problem and to use political will to get involved at the local government level. So I would say national government must realize what problems there are in these weak links in the chain that are caused by, you know, this intertwined relationship between, you know, local government and national government.
Thank you, Christian. A very good point. And perhaps I just would like to share with the body the same frustration that we had when one of the biggest mining investments in the Philippines, Tampakan, Sagittarius, you're actually talking about $5.8 billion of investments. But because the local government decided to prohibit the operation of open pit mining, which is actually allowed in the statutes. The Philippine Mining Act allows open pit mining as one of the methods of mining, and it's also practiced in all mining jurisdictions in the world. It's also practiced, but because of that particular local ordinance, sadly, it was delayed for 30 years. I'm just glad that the president now, who's here, Jake Lagonera of Sagittarius Mining, a fellow graduate of, a fellow shifting scholar, if I may say, because Ambassador Laura Biofils is here, Madam Ambassador. He's also a shifting scholar. He was able to lift the open pit ban. So now, hopefully, this 5.8 billion investments, billion rather, will come in. Jake, let's give him a warm applause. Jake Lagonera is over there. So at this point, I'd like to call on a dear friend, because we've worked so hard about one of the iconic landscapes or infrastructure that you see now in Visayas and Cebu is the Cebu-Cordova Bridge, or the CCLX. And this was a project made possible because of this gentleman together with the Metro Pacific Group. So, Mr. Kamba, please share with us, what is your view about how do you react to the things that was just mentioned by the two distinguished gentlemen before you?
Thank you, Mike. I think that I subscribe what has been said until now. So we think that time is critical for our projects. Acciona, we are a company that we started here working with Metro Pacific in a very successful project. I think one of the last times we caught up was opening the bridge, that it was successfully done in 4 years with a pandemic. It was a critical piece of infra. And also we are suffering what Christian was mentioning about what are the local politics. And I think I will touch our bridge, what we are currently doing. We are doing pieces of infra of kilometers of railway, working with the government, and all combined is, and really is affecting all the way, is the right of way. So that's a critical problem. I think that one of the successful points of the Cebu Bridge, there was no right of way. There was a bridge. So in the case of railway, that's not gonna, it's not happening. So there are massive delays. And when we talk about delays, Bon was talking about weeks. Here we are talking about years. So I want to go granular on the point of, for us, for one, and I don't want to talk about different challenges. I will talk about the biggest challenge for us today. I think is resolving the right of way issue, because when you think about a piece of infra like the North-South Commuter Railway, that is 150 kilometers, is we are talking about billions in the billions of dollars. This is those delays are going to be also a cost for the country, and we can talk here 30, 40, 50. It's a cost for the country in terms of money, but also reputation. So I think that we should be putting more effort if we want to develop this country in terms of infrastructure, in terms of linear projects, addressing the right of way. That's from our point of view today, what we are suffering the most.
Well, yes, right of way is indeed one of the major problems that we face. And perhaps it should always be remembered, and perhaps government should always remember that any delay in a project caused by right of way issues would mean, of course, an increase in project costs. And any increase in project costs would somewhere along the way be passed on to the consumers. So it's really a situation that needs to be handled. I think we have been talking about this to the point that we have been, our voices are quite hoarse already. But for one reason or the other, there seems to be some delay. But I understand that this is being addressed now vigorously. It started with the President Duterte with his Build, Build, Build program, and now with BBM's Build Better, More program. So we are confident in the Metro Pacific Group that issues that you've raised will be handled more swiftly. Thank you. Nina, how about what's your take on the question that was presented earlier?
What was the question again? Actually, I'd like to keep it simple. It's really about accountability, transparency, being more agile, and I think like consistency. It's one of the things that we look out for in terms of regulations, for example. I want things to be more simple. Just the tax regime alone, it's just too complicated, right? And having experienced how it was working in Singapore, for example, or like businesses opening in Singapore, you talk about ease and cost of setting up. There it takes only 2-3 hours to be able to start a business within the day. So it's not like it takes days and days, 30 days. I heard this morning that in fact, we've improved, we have shortened the turn time, but actually it's not enough. We have to do more for it. The second one is really on taxes. Simplify the tax regime. Just simplify it, because I'm faced with tax cases from other organizations apart from my own. But the thing is, you seem to have made a breakthrough by getting one of the courts to opine on it and decide it. But then there is forever, no? Sabi nila sa Philippines, walang forever. Meron. It takes you to appeal and appeal and appeal your tax cases. It just takes forever. And there, for example, filing your individual tax return in Singapore, you're audited before you start to pay. And then you're given a year to pay for the whole thing, so that there's no corruption, no? And it's all technology driven, so that makes it a lot easier. A lot easier, it's very transparent, the process is very simple. So I'd really like that for the Philippines. I hope for it to come to the Philippines one day. My own business is a century-old business. We're in the insurance industry. We are natural aggregators of policyholders' money, that is invested long-term. My challenge is I don't have enough investment outlets that will support yield and duration. So if the corporates can give me that, welcome. And if the government can also provide us with outlets, investment outlets, then welcome. Then we can stimulate the economy.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina. Peter?
Thanks, Mike. So let me just speak from a technology perspective. Interestingly, I was thinking about regulations and policies, and we're actually okay with most of them. But so I'm just going to react to my colleagues. So what we heard was we're too slow. We need speed. We need accountability. We need simplicity. Nina, thanks for setting me up. She says the answer is digital. So we try to be digital in the Microsoft Office. Of several hundred people in my floor, I have one printer. And the reason I have a printer is because the government requires me to print some certain things like invoices and whatnot. So I'm good with the policies and the regulations, but I think it's how do we digitalize government? And my big fear is there's so much innovation happening in the world And if government doesn't keep a pace, how does that work? How do you reconcile that? So, we've spent a lot of time. I think, I've heard all the plans around AI and cybersecurity. I think they're all the right plans. And so how do we go about, private sector and government helping each other so that they can digitalize and, that we have these aspirations. So that would be my big worry. And, how can we help skilling? Usually we're talking about skilling our children, but we should also be talking about skilling and reskilling the workforce, both public and private. So I think those are the things that's top of mind for us.
Very good points that you raised, and I'm glad, Linda, that you set him up for digitalization, because that is also one of government's push to have everything digitalized. Just a quick reaction to what you said. Really, in some countries, getting a permit to start a business would take 3 hours, sometimes even less. And apparently in this country, it takes much more than that, a week, 2 weeks, or even more. But there has been to a large measure, effort from the anti-red tape organization, which has been set up during the time of President Duterte, plus the passage of the latest law on how to speed up business. And hopefully, it is just really in the execution. So hopefully this will not discourage our investors from coming in, because there's really a strong effort from the Marcos administration to hasten up the securing of the necessary permits and necessary approvals. Now, since you've mentioned AI, I might as well, and it is really the hot topic of everyone nowadays. The MVP group, we just had a corporate governance event wherein we invited someone from MIT, all the way from MIT to talk about AI. And it was one whole ballroom, the Shangri-La, which of course, when I left, I didn't understand anything, but nonetheless, that's AI for you. So my question is this. I mean, AI is just like maybe the founding of the internet. It's a boon and a bane. It's advantages or disadvantages. And clearly now governments, organizations like the EU are trying to regulate it, knowing that there are, of course, good things about it, but bad things about it. So they've been trying to regulate. In fact, they just had a summit. Prime Minister Sunak of the United Kingdom recently held a summit in the UK. But the thing is, while they agreed that there is risk with AI, they could not find a solution, and to who also will come up with a solution. So there's a lot of gray area in that aspect. So my first question is, I guess throw this to you. First of all, your organization, how do you relate to AI? Are you now actively, using AI itself in how you do things? And what is the future of AI as far as you see it?
How much time do I have? I'm going to take all their time. No, but first of all, thank you for not asking me about Sam Altman and OpenAI. So I think
he just resigned, right? Or fired? Was he fired?
I don't know what time you were looking at the news. I think he's
okay.
back. So, but that's for now. I don't know what happens after. Look, I think that there are just so many other examples, like in, say, pharmaceuticals. You can have drugs that kill people, or you can have drugs that save lives. So I think the importance of AI is it's going to be able to solve problems that we couldn't solve before, like climate change, agricultural yield, healthcare, edtech, fintech, you name it. And I think what's so important, especially with generative AI, it's lowered the bar in terms of how it can be so inclusive. We have a project in India where an illiterate farmer is speaking in his own dialect to get a government service in India, right? So I think it's super important. And then equally on both sides with Microsoft, we volunteer and we lead, because I think it's not just about the private sector. I think it's the private, the public, it's academe. Again, my favorite example, another example would be cars, right? So it's not just the car driver. Of course, you don't want him driving drunk. It's not just the car manufacturer. You want to make sure that when they sell a car that it's safe. And then it's also the government has the role to play in having regulations for speed limits and drunk driving and those types of things. So I think there's just so much positive to it, but of course we have to manage the risk. Let me pause there and give everybody else a turn. But I think I think generative AI. It's been said the most important invention in our lifetime. I personally believe that.
Thank you very much, Peter. Spoken like a true techie.
Like a true Microsoft person.
Exactly. I did set you up.
Did you
for
buy
that,
some
though.
stock? It's an all-time high right now. So.
Now, Nina, in your industry and in your company in particular, I'm sure you have discussed the possibility of using AI, or do you find AI as a threat, or do you find it as a tool that you can actually use to make your business more efficient?
I think as he said, there's good and there's bad, right? So that the good of it is that we use it. I use it. And one of the things that I thought would be useful for AI to do is, for example, the time to market. No, if you want a product developed and then time to market, AI should give that to me. And say like within the, or even the actuarial services, for example, if they can have the formulas to be able to like craft a formula for a model for a product quickly, I salute them. No, so but of course there's the bad of it, and you hear it among the students, et cetera, writing their papers. But it's also very easy to use AI to develop a speech very quickly. It depends on how much you feed into the into the ask, right? So I'm open to it. Really, I'm excited about AI. I'd like to know more of it. And yes, we did go through those courses as well in both the bank and in the insurance business. So I find it very useful. I'm not intimidated.
That's good. That's good, Ina. In fact, I understand, without mentioning the bank, there is a bank here in the Philippines who recently entered into an agreement with a top AI company. The objective is to make it easier for them to look into the credit standing of the clients using AI and behavioral science. So this is really something that is being embraced by one of the banks here in the Philippines. Now, Mr. Kamba, what is your view as far as the infrastructure industry is concerned, the building industry? How will AI be, what will be the impact of AI, and have you already started to actually embrace it?
Yes, I think we think positively about technology. So we need technology to improve our processes. So we are embracing all these new technologies. So in case of AI, we are launching, I mean, we are already working with a company to increase our, let's talk about tunneling. So when you go and you want to excavate a tunnel, it's hard to predict the soil condition. So using the AI, we can better predict how our tunnel boring machine is going to excavate through the ground, how it's going to behave the soil, and how can we really avoid, I mean, any potential failures. How can we really estimate better the cost of tunneling? So this is already a fact. We are working on that, and it's helping us a lot from the design and tender stage. So in the water space, we are also working with maybe a little bit different, but it's what we call digital twins. So what we do is basically we build a plant, a water treatment plant, and with our team, we replicate the plant digitally, completely digitally. So then we can predict how this plant is going to behave while the plant is doing the operation. So we can test the plant with this digital twin. So this is really a big progress for our business. And just to finish with Cebu, I mean, we were, I mean, during pandemic, we were able, at that time, you remember that it was very difficult to fly people from one country to other country. So we had experts that they were working overseas, And through digital tools, we were able to manage the breach with our experts working back in Spain and people here on the ground following the instructions from there. So I think that we, from the infrastructure and water point of view, we need to embrace technology.
Thank you, Ruben. Christian?
Well, as a matter of principle, we leave AI to the experts. So the problem is the experts cost money. So for us, it becomes a matter of defining a problem and looking at the value proposition. So take our terminal in Australia, which is a highly automated manless operation, one of the most sophisticated in the world. I've had people trying to sell us AI solutions for planning all the movements of that particular container terminal. And none of them make as much sense as just doing it the way we're doing now. The productivity is good, margins are good. My customers are getting what they want. Why do you need AI? Right? On the other hand, and the ambassador will know this, in Australia, one of our competitors was unfortunately hit by a big cyber attack a couple of weekends ago. That is a problem that points me towards finding a solution at all costs. So AI, as a way to combat cybersecurity threats, is something we're looking at very, very seriously. But again, it's not what we're doing, it's what our partners are doing, and whether what they're doing and the cost of what they're doing makes sense for us.
Do these AI guys or tech guys charge more than your lawyers?
Now they are, yeah. They're becoming the biggest sharks in the water. This guy. He's not allowed in our office anymore.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Bong, as far as the Ayala Group is concerned, how have you embraced AI and what do you think AI will be in the scheme of things within the whole conglomerate?
On the macro side, I remember reading a note prepared by a local group that said that AI has the potential of increasing the GDP here by 20%. And that's a good, nice number. But closer to home, I worry what it will do to our BPO industry, right? Because I really worry that because of poor educational outcomes, we're not getting people up to speed in our BPO industry to use, to be able to use AI or to move up the value chain. And this is an industry that accounts for 10% of our GDP. So yes, I can see AI being a big boon. And at the Ayala Group, our first reaction to it was to create a community of practice. That anybody that does data analytics, anybody that does data science, we try to get them all together. And we have a community of practice of over 1,000 people. And these are people that, very high attrition rates because everybody wants them, et cetera, et cetera. But so I can see how it helps us, but I worry on the macro side that it could really be hurtful if we don't somehow move up the value chain.
A very good point indeed. And also I recall in that talk that given by the professor and a book author from MIT, he cited examples, deep fake. Like there was this young lady with video and voice sent to the mom asking that they pay her kidnappers in cryptocurrency, of course, a certain amount. But of course, obviously the daughter was not actually kidnapped, but they almost paid. I mean, it looks so real. So you can imagine your boss out of the blue calling you by a video call and telling you to divulge certain secrets, perhaps over the phone or over your telephone or the computer. That's how dangerous really AI is. But it's really something quite scary. But at the same time, it's really difficult also to actually regulate. So one last point before we leave this topic, and I'll address it to you. In one of the books that I read, they mentioned that one of the reasons why governments are having difficulty regulating AI is precisely because there is no transparency as far as the AI companies are concerned. They hide behind copyright laws, intellectual property laws, and for a government or a regulator to actually effectively and properly regulate any industry, they must understand the algorithm. They must understand the technology. How can we come up with a balance wherein you do not, of course, give up your secrets, but at the same time you allow governments and or an expert panel or council of experts to come up with rules and regulation to properly regulate AI and its potential existential threat, actually?
Mike, that's a great question, a really important one. But could I just follow up on the BPO topic? I started my career in the Philippines in BPO with a company called SPI Technologies. And I remember in the early days, we used to, we're near the freight forwarders by the airport, and you would back in these big containers of data from bank lock boxes. And all we did was key them in to be digital. So you fast forward 20 years, then we went into answering phones in English. Now we're doing treasury functions, right? Now we're doing healthcare claims processing and bill reconciliations for insurance, right? So now I think it's equaled overseas remittances in terms of contribution to GDP, 1.7 million employees, multiplier effect of 3 or 4 other jobs. We've demonstrated the ability to upskill time and time again. And what's interesting about BPO, I think, is it's cross-border. So I think the opportunity for AI, yeah, sure, it could be really harmful if we don't adapt. But what I want to remind everyone is we're at the starting lines for generative AI like everybody else. No, there's no country that's really that far ahead of us. We only started announcing it in the Philippines in say, February, right? So I think it could be one of our biggest missed opportunities if we don't adapt. And so how do you have the courage and the bravery? Because you've been tested so many times in BPO. And I think that's actually that knowledge worker capability to upskill. I'm super excited that we can do it. So that's my take on BPO. That's obviously, I don't want to deminimize how hard that effort's going to be, but we've done it many times over the last 25 years. In the case of what you're talking about, it's a really important topic, and that's why I was saying it's not just the private sector, it's not government, it's all of us. But there are a lot of standards to leverage already. There's the European GDPR, there's the national NIST, there's a lot of volunteers of people working together on regulations. I would say in the open, out in the internet, remember it's a collection of humanity's general intelligence. So there are some psychotic things that happen when you start, because it's reacting to you, right? So I think we've got a lot of work to do there. I think a really important word to understand in terms of regulations is explainability, traceability, accountability. So, sorry, 3 words, not just 1 word. But it's a good example, though, to address all those. And thank you for teeing up my advertisement. I am sorry, it's a bit shameless. But we came up and just launched this Microsoft Office 365 Copilot. And what's really interesting in it, Microsoft will underwrite. If you're under a lawsuit for copyright infringement, we've actually made a statement that we will defend you and we will actually pay for any adverse rulings for copyright infringement. And the reason we're able to do that is if you're on the Microsoft platform, and let's call it enterprise level generative AI, you're able to separate the intelligence of the large language model, bound it within your Microsoft subscription, or whatever subscription that you might choose. But then you realize that you still need an application to do something. I still need Word to write a document. I still need PowerPoint to do a presentation. I need Excel to add things. I need Teams to do team collaboration. And I need a data fabric, right? But when you use Microsoft, for instance, it annotates. I can trace for you why it answered in the way that you prompted it, how we taught it to answer you. I can trace for you the document that it'll search from down to the piece of information it gave you. And we will work alongside you to train. You know, like I've been using it. There's 200,000 employees in Microsoft. 15% of us have been playing with this product for, I think there's already over 180,000 people on it. But I've been using it for a month. So if you get a formal email from me that doesn't sound like me, I was in a rush and I pressed send anyway. But my point is I can show you traceability. And the reason it's called Copilot was the whole design was, in our view, humans always have to be in the center. You're the pilot, except I just give you a genius co-pilot in everything that you do. So I think those are just some of the important concepts that people need to keep in mind, especially when you're starting to use it for business. If you're just looking for your itinerary or to have a cookie recipe, yeah, go ahead. You know, the worst thing is maybe your cookie doesn't taste so good. But if you're a bank, the trust is so important to not lose, and you need accountability.
Thank you so much. Well said. Well
Thanks
said.
for the advertisement.
Unless there are any reactions from the panel, if none, is there a reaction? If none, I'd like to proceed to the next question. And oh, Christian, please. Yeah.
Sorry, I just thought of something with government
Yeah.
and simplification and stuff. You know where AI would be great eventually when we're able to get a single source of data for customs is risk management on the customs side. That'll just simplify everything, right? Let customs enforcement focus on what the system says they need to focus on, and not, you know, how they do it now, where it's the poor victim who looks like he has the fattest wallet. Sorry, I hope there's no. You're not recording this. But yeah, seriously, for government, that's it.
I understand your frustration, Christian, and I think a lot of us doing business with the Bureau also fear that frustration. There have been, I think everybody knows, there have been numerous attempts to automate, digitalize the Bureau of Customs, because at the end of the day, it is human intercession that opens the gates, a Pandora's box of corruption. But then again, it's an aspiration that I think we should still try to achieve. Now, let's go to a very important, yes, Christian, please. Yeah.
Again, that's about simplification. You're not going to solve the whole problem in one shot. So understand what the process is and decide which part of the process you can automate so you can put it aside. Then move to the next one. Automate that one. Put it aside. If there's 17 signatures, don't try to eliminate all 17. Eliminate one at a time. And there's so many different functions of customs that that's actually possible. But if you go for this whole big bang thing, it's never going to happen. And to a degree, this administration is actually doing a good job. In October and September of this year, it's been the lowest amount of time that I've seen in my memory that it takes to clear a box on average with customs. So someone is simplifying something somewhere. But to do it further, you got to take it in stages and not this big bang.
Good points raised, Christian. Now let's go, and I'd like to ask this question with Bong. Education and training are, as we know, are very critical in creating a very intelligent, efficient, skilled workforce, especially if you want value-added things to be done in this country. So, in your opinion, what is the status now between with the relationship between the state of the education system that we have and the relationship between the private sector and the public sector in improving that state? Because we all know that it needs a lot of improvement. So what can the private sector do to help government in upscaling the educational system in the country?
We're in a very complicated situation, because when the government announced universal education and made more of it available for free, what it did was it began to hurt the private schools, right? And what the private schools started seeing was they began to lose kids to the public schools. And the government, public school teachers, believe it or not, are paid more than a lot of private school teachers. The problem is the learning outcomes of the public schools are poor because they are not incentivized. They're incentivized differently. They're incentivized to move the kids up, right? And if you're a public school teacher and you wanted to keep a kid back, you have to do that in your own dime. You have to do that on your own time, right? And it's a negative when they score you, right? So the outcomes, the learning outcomes are actually quite poor. And you see this in international scores, the PISA scores, for example, for math and science, where we rank very low, right? The scores for 10-year-olds understanding a paragraph in English, where the last finding was 90% of our 10-year-olds don't understand a paragraph in English. The average IQ scores, which are now the lowest in the region, right? And they trace that to stunting and malnutrition. So that goes back to my BPO issue, because I don't see that as a short-term problem, but I think 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now, if we don't do something about our educational system, we are really going to get crushed. Right? We are really going to get crushed. And it's no point saying we have a 99% literacy rate if you can't do anything with it. And I would dare anybody who runs businesses here, medium-sized business, big businesses, it's not so easy to find good people, right? We have an unemployment rate of 4.5% in this country. And yet, how hard it is to get good people. With an unemployment rate of 4.5%, we have an underemployment rate of maybe 12, 15%. And yet, everybody's struggling to find good people.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment and propose a suggestion or a recommendation here, because truly our educational system is not at par with the rest of some of the countries that we'd like to benchmark ourselves against. But just as an example, India has 1.3, 1.4 billion people, but they don't attempt to educate the 1.4 billion. I say this on the basis of my own observation, but they do get the best and the brightest. I mean, how many of us have been exposed to Indian talent, right? And we interface with them internationally. And where we're assigned, for example, and in the banks that I've worked for before, there's an Indian community that's so strong and so tight. What do? I think like one of the things that they do is like that, get the best and the brightest. Even if you only get 1% of the 1.3 billion, that's over a million, of educated Indians that are really trained, honed, and really prepared for the world. And that's why they're occupying government positions in the UK, in the US, for example. And then I say, like, Vietnam. Vietnam has overtaken us in a way, GDP, you know? So they need 10,000 engineers a year to be able to like do their semiconductor business and be able to distribute it regionally or even globally. But you know how many they produce every year? 500. So it's only 500 of the 10,000 that they need on a yearly basis. We have not quite estimated how many we will need in the Philippines, for example. If we are into nuclear in 10, 12 years, do we have the nuclear engineers to do it? I don't think so. If you want to get into the semiconductor business, neither do we have them. But we could incubate some of the best and brightest Filipinos through a partnership in the government and the private sector and say, let's train them up so that we have like a pool. It's like in baseball, right? You have a farm. So we have a farm of talent within the Philippines. So we are 130 million, 115 million Filipinos. We get 0.01% of that and train them up like anything. Give them access to great education, to great training. We talk about scaling and upscaling all the time. but it's not targeted. I think I'd like to propose that we could probably target a solution towards that, because that's the only way we can incubate talent within the Philippines and then incentivize them enough so that they don't leave the country. In Vietnam, some of their engineers, the 500 that they produce every day, they even work for foreign companies. But with us in the Philippines, I don't think we have such a targeted solution for educating some of the best, because there are some geniuses in the Philippines, and we can do that.
They're all here in this in the stage. What are you talking about? Anyway, before I give it to you, Christian, I understand you have something to say.
I did. I wanted to share that there's really this fascinating data going on with a company called Khan Academy. Have you heard of it? Free online education, maybe 140 million kids on it. They've been working with OpenAI for over a year. And in the 1980s, there was this professor at the University of Chicago who was trying to solve what he called the 2 sigma problem. And the problem was, if we keep teaching the way we teach, one teacher to 30 students, the achievement will be like a normal distribution curve, right? 65% of us are average, and then there's the 15, 20% above average and on the other side. So it was a 2 sigma problem because he found out that if you had because we all learn differently at a different pace, if you had a tutor, you actually could move 2 sigmas to the right. But it was a 2 sigma problem because there aren't enough teachers and we couldn't afford tutors, right? So this Khan Academy came up with this product with OpenAI called Khanmigo, Khanmigo. So it works, so it works with students at their own pace and their own, just because it reacts to you. It works with teachers on how to teach. And so what they believe they have with AI is the opportunity to make it a 2 sigma opportunity. So this is what I was saying about the upside of AI, solving things we couldn't solve before. I thought that was a good example for people to check out.
Thank you. Thank you. Christian?
I was just going to say this is an element in which the public sector can support the private sector to solve that problem. And I'll tell you how they could do that with us. If you recognize the problems if the government recognizes the problems that Bong so clearly laid out, right? They would then say, okay, we're not capable of bloody doing this ourselves, right? But we have this tremendous young workforce to tap from, but they need to be trained, they need to be educated. Private sector, I will incentivize you through tax breaks or whatever else it is to train people. And you know what we will do? Because we have not the opportunity just to send someone into an engineering workshop here. I can send one engineer into a workshop in Poland where we have amazing engineers. I can send an IT guy into a terminal in Brazil where we have a tremendous IT department. I can send an operations guy into Australia to learn planning from the machine, right? And these guys would then come back and they would be these very difficult, good people to find because we incubate. But I'm not going to send a guy into Poland now because it's cheaper for me to hire a smart Ukrainian who's crossed the border, right? The only way it becomes cheaper or neutral or just slightly more expensive is if there is an incentive from the government. So they need to recognize it and they need to develop legislation that supports the training that all of us could do. Outside of the training we already do, of course. Right?
Very good points that all of you have raised so far. And I hope Mr. R.P. Manhit is taking down notes to be submitted to government after this forum. Ruben, what can you say, especially in your area, if it's very technology driven as well? You need a lot of good engineers and structural engineers and all that.
Yeah, so I mean, we have been talking. We observed what Bon said about the basic education. So I think this is important to highlight. That is very important to rank very good in the international rankings of education, and I think it would be great that Philippines is targeting to increase the level of the basic education. From our side, from what we see is that this country, we came here in 2016, and what we saw is the country has been growing in terms of investment in infra dramatically. I mean, at that time there was less investment. We are talking now in the billions of dollars, mega projects, and the Bataan-Cavite Bridge, railway, Metro Manila. And what we find is that we don't find engineers to do the job, because of course there were not such a big projects before, because for these big projects you are competing with other countries. You have Filipinos working in Middle East, so what we are trying now is to bring Filipinos from Middle East that they have already the training. Sometimes they want to come back home, and then we are trying to really bring them back. And as we speak, we are also talking with the universities here in the Philippines, try to get fresh graduates and training them on the job. But I think that I don't have the numbers. But for these mega projects, there will be a requirement of thousands of engineers, and we need to form them, because as on today, they are not in the market.
Thank you, Ruben. It's very, very reassuring to hear, especially since we'll be working together in several more projects in the future. And perhaps maybe just to share with the body, and if there are any reactions to this statement, I think also what we should be doing is, as the big conglomerates, the big corporations, both domestic and foreign, ask them, what do you need? And then they talk, the government now talks to the Department of Education, to TESDA, that deals with the technical skills. Also, these are what they need. They need engineers, they need scientists. Too many lawyers, like I'm a lawyer, but too many of us. In the Philippines, I think GDP-wise, we have the most number of lawyers. We're one of the most litigious country next to the United States, and Howard knows that. You litigate a lot, Howard. Anyway, so what can you say about that, Bong?
Yeah, can I add to that? A few years ago, when we introduced senior high school, I was very hopeful, because you were supposed to be employable after senior high school, right? You didn't have to go into college. You were supposed to be employable. But what I think we're finding is that the employability of the senior high school graduates is actually very, very low. And they still go to college. So look at it from a macro standpoint. All you've done is you've burdened the families with 2 more years of school, right? Without getting the benefit. It's issues like that. So I think we have to go back and say, okay, if we're going to have a senior high school, if we're going to add those 2 years, make sure those kids are employable. And what we are finding, and I think this is true for a lot of big businesses, is, stock knowledge, half-life of knowledge is so short. 2 years, 3 years. But the college degree may not be as valuable as it once was. Just get me somebody who will function, and we'll teach him on the job. Right? So that's why I go back to this whole senior high school concept. I wish that would work.
Very good points indeed. RP, we still have a few minutes left. I mean, time for perhaps maybe one question from the audience. And of course, this is addressed to each and every one of you. Given the focus on long-term growth, what challenges do you foresee in your respective industries? And what solutions or strategies will you implement to navigate this? Sounds like it's coming from a senator. Is there a senator here? Anyway, it's like somebody from the Commission on Appointments. Anyway, can we start with the lady, Nina?
I think we should be better prepared for regulatory challenges, because they keep on evolving. I would not say changing. And then, of course, there's always the possibility of another black swan, a small swan at that. And hopefully our businesses will be able to have the resilience to address those sort of like challenges that come along. At the same time, I think we need more support for equities, for example, our equities market, because we don't have enough public shareholdings, no? And there's no liquidity in our stock market. Very, very low liquidity. And that's why if we're wanting investors to come in, we want like foreign funds to come in again and have confidence in our system, we have to provide that liquidity. We say 20% should be publicly held, but I doubt it. I doubt that it's actually at 20% for many of the companies that are like. So if the foreign funds are watching and waiting to come in, and they're just waiting because it's also a herd mentality, no? They're waiting for the first one brave enough to come back. Of course, Philippines is a desired destination, but when it's compared to Thailand, to Vietnam, for example, and their equities market that are more active, we lose out. That's it.
Thank you, Nina. Astute as ever. Ruben?
Yeah, thank you. I would say, first of all, we are optimistic in the Philippines. So we know that there are challenges, but we acknowledge that the government is working, the government, the society, events like this today, thanks to Stratbase, are helping in talking about and explaining what are our challenges. So we are here in the Philippines because we believe in this market. And those challenges, like we were talking about right away, we think that they, as you said, I think that there are movement in that direction. Hopefully they can resolve it soon. Escalation of prices is something that we want to address, but it's happening to the mega projects, and we know that the government is working on resolving this thing. So what I would go back to labor, to people, to capacity of the people. So I think that we should be working on, from our point of view, to one of the major challenges is for next tunneling projects, mega projects, to have engineers. And then we must work on developing those skills. And this is what we are doing. I think that we will do those. We will invest in people, I would say, to really in the future to overcome the challenges.
Thank you, Ruben. Christian, I'll call you last because I think you'd be the best to deliver the last message. So, Peter?
Thanks, Mike. For us, again, it's really more about skilling and then instilling a growth mindset for people to look for opportunities to learn, embrace, and adapt to the opportunities in front of us.
Thank you so much. Bong?
You know, we're in the business of making long-term bets, long-term investments. And if we're going to make long-term bets, they have to be good or true outside the political realm, right? So, for example, we're involved in a consortium that's going to hopefully get involved in the airport. That's going to be, 4, maybe 6 administrations, right? And so there has to be some continuity of policy, right? There have to be some rules set today that will survive whoever's in office 3, 4 administrations from now. It's so easy to forget that when assets are first privatized 20 years ago, but 20 years after, guess what? The concessionaire is finally making money, right? That's not a bad thing. If you really want investment, if you really want growth, you have to play the long game, right? And if you're the government and you want the private sector to play the long game, you better be fair, right? You better be consistent. The whole thing about rules and everything, that's kind of basic. That's kind of basic. And so I think we're getting better at it. We're getting better at it. But, time will tell.
Thank you. I think before I call on Christian, Nina wants to say something.
I
Wants to
want to
interject.
say something there, Bong, because I think this is the price of democracy. Because I was saying, like, why does Vietnam get most of it? Or why does Singapore continue to get a lot of like foreign investors? Because there is consistency. You know, they've had their prime minister for years now. No, they don't get to elect every 6 years. 6 years is too long for a bad president and too short for a good one, I think, right? And then Vietnam, it's a communist country actually. So that if you think about it, they are unified in purpose by what the dictators. Of course, I do not advocate.
So are you pushing for an authoritarian regime? Because we can
Because we're so many,
publish that.
it's become so unwieldy. It is not governable the way we are. I think I am the contrarian here. I'm so sorry. But I'm saying, I experienced living in Singapore, but like there are a population of 5 million people. So it's easy to govern and it's easy to set the rules. If I divide the 115 population that we have into 5 million each, maybe but then we will have problems with the LGUs because I think June Palafox said earlier, only 10% are good. So I don't know. But we have to have some discipline.
Yeah. You know, Nina, this is the other side of you that I have seen for the first time. But you know what? I like it. Anyway, what did Churchill say about democracy? Anyway, I'm sure you can come up with that quote. But Christian, please, same question.
Before I answer that, just two comments. The right concession agreements means the private sector proponent makes a ton of money over time. You know what's even better is that the government and the people make even more money over that period of time. And the last administration, sorry, I'm saying the truth here, failed to recognize that, right? You need to let these concessions play out and have the right terms and conditions in there. And part of that is the proponent making money. Second comment is on the stock market. You look for a like for like GDP comparison, not GDP per capita, but GDP, total GDP. South Africa, Philippines. Average trading value on the Philippine Stock Exchange every day, 50 to 70 million. Average value trading on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange with the rand having collapsed, 1.3 billion. What is the problem here, man? Seriously. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Christian, we were asked a question because this is like how much is the daily trading? And we say 50 million. We're not talking about one company. We're asking you about the whole country.
Yeah. Of that 50 to 70 million, ICTSI is 10% every day. Kalukuhan.
This is going to come out. This is going to come out a little in politics, but to your example, you look at every Asian country, every single Asian country, market cap over GDP, we are half the ratio of every Asian country. And I'm wondering, I don't know if this is true or not, but our laws, our regulations are so designed to protect the smallest investor, right? And that's certainly worthy, but it's at a cost, right? It's at a cost to encouraging more listings, to encouraging more capital raising. It's at a huge, huge cost. I remember I had this conversation with one of the government officials once. I said, why don't you simply create a fund? You tax all the listed companies. I'm going to regret saying this, but you tax all the listed companies. You tell them to put a fund, a provident fund that will pay for small investor losses or something. But let them get on with it. Let them get on with it. Because to be half, to have a ratio that is half, any country in Asia, any country, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, that's just not tenable.
So for our business to be sustained over the long term, I mean, okay, you can sit there and say, oh, just let exports continue to grow, let consumption continue to grow, and containers will keep coming in, right? But that's not where the growth is going to come from. The growth is going to come from, and this is a dream, right? from exports going out of the country. When I started at ICTSI in 1997, we were handling in the terminal 30,000 exports per month. You know what we're handling today? In the whole port of Manila? 44. That 30 used to be 100%. Now the 44 is split between two terminals. Of the 44, one company makes up 1/3, which means that company didn't exist in 1997, which means we are exporting exactly the same number of boxes today than we were back then, at least through the port of Manila. Okay, of course, you have Batangas, Subic, but in real terms, minuscule growth, negative growth. So how do we reinvigorate our export, our physical export industry, not BPOs, and of course that's important, but the physical stuff. During COVID, Vietnam, Mexico, Honduras, you name it, picked up all these factories from China because the Americans, the big buyers around the world, the big importers around the world did not want to be so reliant on one country. And believe me, they looked at the Philippines. But when they looked at the Philippines, they said, what's in it for me, man? These guys are taking away all the incentives that exist to begin with, which are lousy, right? Our exports incentives have been removed. We do not package our zones or whatever they are as a product that you can sell to big global manufacturers. You just don't. You walk into a industrial zone in Vietnam or Malaysia. It's like, man, the guy's got an answer for everything: power, labor, education, taxes, you name it, infrastructure, you name it. Oh, my box might take a long time to go out. On hot this, if we cut down the times by 2 or 3 days, whatever. They've got an answer to everything. Here, what answer we have? None. So we need to create that product. Not in order to have someone make a product, we need to create a product that incentivizes them to come to our country and make that product.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what did I promise you? That this afternoon or this last session, which is they save the best for last, this last session will be provocative, enlightening, informative, bordering on the subversive, but nonetheless, very, very, it's something that when you leave the doors, will keep you thinking, because this actually enhances the thought process. And a lot of the things that were said this afternoon are things that perhaps really should be put into writing by Mr. R.P. Manhit and put into a paper and perhaps submitted to the different agencies of government and even the other policymakers in the legislative branch of government. So with that, it is indeed, again, a great honor and pleasure of mine in hosting this program with this distinguished gentleman and lady. Let's all give them a warm round of applause, please. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much to our panel and Attorney Mike Toledo. We'll have a photo op first, okay, with our CEO and COO. Okay, again, thank you very much to our distinguished panel members, Mr. Consing, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Camba, Ms. Agos, and Mr. Maquera. And thank you as well to our moderator, Attorney Mike Toledo. All right. Okay, as our CEO and President, Professor Dindo Manhit said earlier at the start of our event, at the start of our conference, Promoting and sustaining economic growth or inclusive economic growth for the Filipino people requires a whole of Philippine society approach. And that is what we just saw today from this morning. Different sectors of society coming together from the government through the cabinet secretaries this morning, the international community with the ambassadors, and the private sector with our just concluded panel here, corporate leaders panel, and also, of course, the civil society through the participants who are here in the venue and those who joined us live via Zoom. So again, thank you very much to everyone who attended this year's Pilipinas Conference, and we hope to see you all again next year. Let's give each other a round of applause again, please. Thank you and have a pleasant rest of the day.